bad.
Okay. Yes, it is pretty bad. Not just pretty bad. It is catastrophic. It's bad. That's a natural disaster.
I mean,
Jesus fucking Christ.
catastrophic is a that's
I
a
mean,
that's a
it
big
kind of
word.
is. Yeah, it is a big word for a big event. Yes, correct.
It was showing it as a cat. It was a cat 1 for most of its progress. Then it rapidly hit a cat like 4 right before it hit.
Correct.
Wait, what kind of
Yeah.
what kind of
Which is
cat
the
was
thing
it?
we're talking about.
I mean,
Danger posed to human beings.
It was
cat
a sphinx.
Grandpa, it was a ginger one. There you go.
oh, was it like an orange
Gingers are
cat,
the dangerous
like a
ones.
Garfield?
Yeah, orange.
Oh, wait,
cat
hang on.
behavior. Have you ever heard of it?
TB, so I just went live and now it's yes, I'm the boss. No wants me to drop in and collaborate. So I'm going to click knock.
Wait. Okay.
This is a new Twitch
Decline.
feature. Oh,
Decline.
so gay.
What about that tropical
if you were
storm
Korean-
John
Do you know what?
hitting
You
that?
know what
if
this
you were
does,
Korean,
right?
it'd be
Grumpy,
so gay,
You know what
Hamnida.
this does, right? You know what that does, right? The collaborate.
It ruins everything.
Yes,
It
Correct.
ruins all of Twitch.
it does. No, it doesn't ruin all of Twitch. It's just
I know it
pointless. It's
does.
basically another fucking Discord. It doesn't. Do
No, it's
shit.
not a Discord. It's kind of like a Zoom call, more like.
Yeah, yeah, true.
Well,
Which
Zoom is kinda like
it's
Discord, is it not? Like, come
yes,
on.
you guys just arguing with me for no reason.
What a fucking.
Shh, don't worry
Definitely
about
not a nothing burger. 12 confirmed dead so far. Well, according to Kay.
See, look, only 12 dead. How many horses have killed people? How many dead for horses?
Wait, hang on.
See,
How
only 12
Listen
dead.
to
What
How
is-
much is that in
Listen
pizzas?
to this.
Oh shit! I have to
He's
bring up my
so
my own
invested
chat
in
now.
this.
I'm live. I have to bring up my own
He's
chat
so
now.
invested
Fuck.
in- He's so invested in this.
Mm.
Right, okay. Where the
Boy.
fuck is Bimmy? I'm gonna. Do we have Bimmy's link to his?
10,000 people died last year from horse-related accidents. Calm the fuck on. You little bitch. 12 people. I mean, come on. What about the 10,000 people that died
I'm
from
not
the
even
natural
arguing.
disaster
The
called
funniest part
horses?
is you think you have an
Called
argument here. It's the
horses.
dog shit argument you could potentially
The
have.
funny thing
This
is
is
that you
worse
thought
than
that
your
you could
take about
fucking
Hassan.
take on a silverback gorilla and that it wouldn't fucking make you its bitch. They wouldn't bend you over the forest leaves and to go to town. What's the storm? So you're gonna die from some wind? Some wind blowing really fast?
Some wind,
Bob?
a little bit of wind.
Think-
Oh,
think-
you're gonna be a
It's
little
just a little
turbine,
angry wind.
you-
It's just a little angry wind.
Your
Come
little
on.
hat with its little fucking
How
little
you gonna
spinning wheels on it. Yeah, you're gonna die
Just
from that?
snap the
What
neck.
fuck is this
Just snap
shit?
the neck. Just
Yeah, just fucking
move your
nuke it.
hand around. Disturb the
Yeah.
wind.
Exactly.
Wait, these
I mean,
aren't the
just, bro,
these
you ever
aren't the
heard of
droids you're
shelter?
looking for.
What are you,
Come on.
retarded? Yeah, exactly. What is
Bro
this?
never even heard of shelter.
Exactly.
believe it.
Imagine. 10,000 deaths to horses? Come on. We need common sense horse control. Exactly, Nate.
Wait, hold on. Were they
Just wait
fully?
until you see the coconut
Were,
death rates.
but were they fully semi-automatic
spoil
assault
me up,
horses?
Yeah. Were they the type to hit repeatedly?
I'm pretty sure
multiple
fully auto horses would be cars.
times?
Shush, shush, shush.
Yeah.
Horses would be like muskets and fucking.
Dan,
I'm
you
gonna
gotta
go
calm
and
that
invade
shit
Bimmy.
down.
You guys have a good time. I'm done with this. I'm gonna go and invade Bimmy because he's being a little
Yeah, get the-
bitch and not answering. Yeah, fuck the lot of you. Suck a dick, chat. Fuck you all. We're invading Grumple. Let's invade him. You guys better. behave
No, I'm live,
yourselves,
but wait,
not.
where I don't have my chat set up yet. Oh
What?
no, don't do it.
Shut up!
hey,
I'm
Grumple.
invading you. I don't care. I don't ask permission to invade people. Wait, is Lanius
Oh.
online? I can go invade Lanius. Where's Lanius?
No, you
Lanius
can-
is online, and Grumple, he's going to be joining us if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, that's
Wait,
fine.
who?
Yeah.
No, send them.
Wait,
Oh
okay.
no, there. Okay, the chat's working.
What's
Ah.
working? Hi,
My
Milky
chat,
Way
it was-
moods.
It was.
What's up, Milky Way?
I was trying to get my consolidated chat working. Comrade Dan
We're
is.
Alright.
literally
so gay and
about
so
to head
tired.
over to Grumple's channel. Grumple. wait,
Grumpy man.
I don't
It's a
even have your
grumpy
fucking name. Like, can you post something in chat, please, Grumple? Stop making my life harder than what it needs to be. Milky Way, I will be on tomorrow. earlier than this time. So yeah, I'll see you
Put your
tomorrow. Man.
milk in my way.
Unfortunately, you caught
Legate
me at the end of the
is
stream.
Wait.
live. I'm
What is
trying to
it?
find yours again. Wait, this one.
What? Wait, can you just fucking type your net? Thank you, Jesus Christ.
Just
Where have you
autocomplete.
been?
Just push tab.
What?
/raid. Type the first couple letters and then tab. It'll autocomplete.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it fucking does.
Oh, it does. Okay, there you go. Where do you go? Let's
You're
fucking
asking
go.
too much of him. Be careful.
Killing me, Smalls.
All right, bye. Bye.
Bye, you cocksuckers. See you all tomorrow. Fuck the lot of you. I'm gonna go and invade Bimmy.
Oh yeah, invade
Suck a
his
dick, guys. See you tomorrow.
his rectum. Rectum, damn near killed him.
Invade his rectum. I'm not
Okay,
invading
you
anybody's
are
rectum.
clear.
Clear
Ah, totally unexpected. TB, thanks for raid. Oh,
he's
how
doing
was
the
the
thing
stream?
again.
What were you talking about?
Oh my
how'd that work?
He's doing the
Oh
thing
my God.
again. He's doing the thing again. All right. Okay. Right. Suck a dick. I'm out. Stop
Okay,
streaming. Wait, do I
so-
stop streaming?
No,
Yeah, I stopped
you
streaming.
stop streaming. Well, no, you can stream,
Yeah.
just not on Twitch.
No, I'm not.
No,
streaming.
see, hey,
I
TB,
ended the stream.
TB, hang on.
I
Wait,
now need to
before,
go over to
wait,
his
no,
Discord.
wait, before you leave.
No, I am.
No, wait, before
I
you
am.
leave, look at what just happened in my chat and the shout out that was automatic and things. This is automation that
can't
I
see it.
have.
I don't care.
It's okay, I'll read it to you. So, yes, I'm the
I don't
boss,
need
claims to be
No,
changing the world
no,
one debate at
no.
a time. Their recent broadcasts are a
Yes.
whirlwind of political analysis and heated discussions, with a particular focus
Dude,
on the
what do you-
Destiny
what
versus
is
Hassan
this?
breakup saga. Are they the boss of political commentary? You decide. See, this is Frosty Tools,
Fuck
dude.
is this shit?
This
What
in
the
it
fuck
in
is
it
Frosty? Is
automatically
AI?
yes, and it automatically did the actual slash command shout out, and I think I can get it to. I want to get it to where it plays like the random clip of when I do a shout
You
out.
guys care too much about this shit. Like honestly, like just
no,
be-
it's just
yeah.
being like even a half ass, not even a whole ass,
Efficient?
but a half ass streamer.
Yeah, it's like being efficient, right? It's being efficient.
well, it
I like
yeah, it's
efficiency,
kind of being
but
efficient, but
Sometimes it's overrated. Sometimes it's all right. How do I
You're-
go to Bimmy's channel?
you
Wait, streamers. Here we go.
you
Right,
go to
where is
Kick.
he?
You go to Kick. He only streams
Where
on
is he?
Kick. I doubt he's on
Okay, Where is he?
he's- Turbo is probably not. Well, actually, it's late enough.
Okay, let's see.
Turbo might be live. They
Alright,
are
Let's see. Where is? How do I do this?
before you.
Kick.
I'm
Here we go.
live now still, and I'm still helping you.
Don't worry.
How does
I'm
how does
going
that speak
drop
to
the
my
call.
character
Okay.
that I'm live and
I
you rated
see
me,
you
but I'm still
later.
helping you? You nerd. Okay.
You're not. How are you helping me? I'm not.
I'm helping.
literally
I'm
dropping the call right
I'm
now.
looking at the people that are live on Discord. But yeah,
Okay.
Kay, just jump over to I'm gonna just jump over to mine.
Yeah,
and
you
we're gonna
guys
do
have a
the
good time.
animal
Stay in
tier
the voice
list.
call. I'm going over to him. I'll go over to him if he's gonna have the conversation. Don't worry about it. I'll go over to him. You
Yeah,
guys stay where you are.
but
Don't worry about it.
No,
Right. See you all
because
tomorrow.
no, we're not
What?
staying here because other people that know me won't know where to find me for the Discord.
Okay. All right. Whatever you guys
Or
want.
jump over.
Otherwise, I'm out. Right.
You're
see you
well.
all tomorrow.
Oh wait, are
Bye.
you not in my Discord? I know I've invited you.
I am in your Discord.
Well,
but
that's where
I
we'll be.
can- Wait, K as in Anna K. Yes, that is Anna K. Correct. Okay, amazing. Yeah, but I can't come in there because I'm having a conversation with Bimmy. If I'm having the conversation, but
If you're
Anyway,
not
see you all
having
tomorrow.
conversation with him, then you're welcome to join.
I will come. All right. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
You will
Rumpel.
come?
See you tomorrow,
Oh.
brother.
Yeah, keep it sexy.
You too, man. Bye. Bye.
Oh, Hero.
Yo, hello. How are you doing?
Oh, there we go. We're doing the big things on the big screen.
All right, big things, big screen.
You
All right,
you don't
Gates
turn your
apparently
camera
not
on,
joining us. No, I don't.
No.
I don't want a lot of what I say linked to my face because my work is very how do I say this? They're not pleasant about social media.
No, I get it. I'm in the network and security engineering and
Yeah.
things like that space. However, if you have absolutely nothing that if you have absolutely no social media that links to your actual name, then it becomes a non-issue, which is how my approach
Yeah,
is.
I'm working on doing that, but
Yeah, it's kind of too late now at this point. It's just been a thing since the beginning of it where I haven't participated. So
yeah, I wish I knew. I mean, I was young when the internet like was like mass adopted, so there what like my parents
yes,
didn't know how
Dan
to use
is
it,
in
and
A-OK.
I, huh?
Comrade Dan in chat asked if K as in
Oh.
A-OK, and yes, I was answering
Yeah,
him.
what's
but
up?
No, please continue. Comrade Dan is like
That's for Dan.
the horniest gay dude like in the history of ever, I think.
Dude, I love Dan.
It's
I mean, what are you gonna do?
It's
Put
out
him in
there.
horny jail? I mean, with all the other horny people in a closed box, it will never
yeah,
work.
I mean it's
Yeah.
like that's the worst strategy.
What,
do you-
what are you gonna do with me? Put me in a horny jail? Yeah, in a confined space with other horny people. We're having a fucking orgy. What do you expect?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's literally the conundrum of like horny jail bonk type things.
Bonk.
So I
So
wasn't
I have a
actually
question. Oh,
I wasn't actually planning on like I was planning on going live. I was like I'm gonna go live. No, I gotta keep doom scrolling this YouTube Shorts feed for like 4 hours and looking for nuggets of truth that I can save for later to do things. And I just didn't. It was like every like whole family out gone. Just I should have 6 hours ago. I should have went live, but I didn't. It was bad on my own part.
yeah. Doom
What?
scrolling is my favorite thing to do.
Yeah, it's don't. It's it's bad. So I'm just trying to find some like background music right now. So please, as you were saying.
Yeah, so do you know how everybody talks about like going to like Internet 3 or I don't know what they fucking call it. But like basically the
3.
next internet.
Do you mean like the
Yeah.
difference between like we're already at so you had like Web 1, which was static
Web
web
3.
pages, and then Web 2, which was like forums essentially, and then Web 3, which is already we're here. It's like social media, like Twitch is Web 3 is essentially.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Is this considered okay? I thought Web 3 was what was coming next. I thought we're in Web 2 right now. My bad. What happens when we upgrade like the internet? Like you know how there's all like in sci-fi everything they go like the old internet versus the new internet, right? Like there was a time where they just when does that happen? Or is it even going to happen where we just like basically start over with the internet where it's like all right, because of the technology and everything that we're doing, we have to redo like every infrastructure and we're not going to carry over the data or anything. This is just the new internet. And there's the old internet. Maybe they'll archive like an internet archive or something. You really want to look into it, but this is the new internet.
Well,
Is
that's
that like
not
ever actually going to happen, or is? Oh,
that's not exactly. I mean, that's not at all how the difference between like Web 1, 2, or 3 were. It wasn't getting rid of infrastructure. It was just new capabilities and like different newer websites and or apps. It was mostly the introduction of applications like for cell phones. Like the introduction of the smartphone was a big thing for the solidification of like Web 2, which was
yeah, I didn't like integrate that well
and
enough.
then Web 3, which is
I kind of meant like you know how we're upgrading with Web 1, 2, and 3. When is there so many upgrades that we need an internet 2? That's what I'm basically asking.
if you're talking about the and I know you're an open source advocate too, which hey, props,
Yeah.
brother man. So this is home, and yeah, you're welcome to talk about that stuff anytime here. But like,
Beautiful.
you're talking about like ripping up the physical infrastructure. That's not going to happen. There's fiber in place. Like, until it can't be used even as a backup. Like, let me put it this way. Yeah, T1s are, at least not in the United States, it's probably not, maybe hardly any left. I would be surprised if there's any T1s left. OC3 circuits between central offices, yeah, those are going to be around for quite a while. Yeah, there's going to be new fiber laid, and there's going to be much faster things, but the thing is that, see, if I were in charge of, hey, say, because central offices, there's not like some ubiquitous entity that manages. So the way the internet works, okay, just so everybody is clear, hang on, I got to draw a thing. Oh, hang on. Here we go.
Guys, watch out. He's drawing things.
I'm going to draw things, and I'm going to share this if I can into... Okay. See, because,
Thank you.
Yeah, some of us are, I'm not going to say better streamers or something, but having a call and then sharing what you're looking at with the call is like, should be fundamental. Right? I'm not saying anything bad about, yeah, hey Dan, have a great night. I don't blame you. It's getting late, and I should have went live honestly 6 hours ago. That's what I was kind of planning on, but I didn't. I was busy doom scrolling YouTube shorts.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So the way the internet works. Can I draw a box?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yep. Welcome to the internet. Gathers around.
I guess I have to draw. So my drawings are not going to be as good as. Honestly, it was like, hey, is this about to be going into SketchUp right there? Can I change? No. Okay, so. So we've got. Look at these David the Gnome looking houses right here. Oh, wait, hang on. Okay. Can I? Ah. Haha. Use computer. Do repetitive task more fastlier.
Now you just need to automate it, and then we've had a full cycle.
No, I did. Right there. Look at that. Okay, so
that's not automation. You're still doing the input. You need to have a robot do the input and output.
Okay, so this is how the internet works. The internet is a series of tubes.
Yes.
Right. However, the series of tubes is between these buildings that are called central offices. And these central offices are these are buildings with no windows. They're big brick buildings with a fence around them. And you can tell that it's a central office because there's either a bunch of like Verizon trucks in the parking lot or AT&T trucks, or I mean that's mostly who it's going to be in the United States. T-Mobile and Sprint are the next ones, and then Virgin. I don't think Virgin has any actual central offices. T-Mobile and Sprint may have, but they've both been absorbed. So the two giant entities, and it used to go back to GSM, which was AT&T, versus CDMA, which was Verizon, and then Verizon had Sprint and AT&T had T-Mobile. Like, that's like the teams the lines were drawn. And it goes back to AT&T divestiture from Ma Bell into the Baby Bells and everything. Either way, the internet is these central offices all over the country in different localities. And they have very big pipes, these tubes between them. As you can see here, here, and here. All of them, and they're all linked. I'd like to be able to draw this bigger, but this Paint app is not cooperating right now. And draw like, you know, like a dozen of them, and then draw the interlinks between them. And that's where like things like BGP, Border Gateway Protocol, comes in. That's where like somebody like me has to come and actually do work. Network engineering type stuff. But what you've got is the central offices that then distribute. All of them are interconnected with these big fat pipes. And then also two data centers, like big honking data centers. But all the central offices then connect to, they distribute down to residences. And some of these residences, if it's like on it used to be on like a cable modem, that the cable would be then shared between, wait, that's not an erase. Okay, just pretend those aren't there. And we'll go like a cable modem used to be 1, 2, 3, all on the same. And if you were closer to the central office, you'd have faster speeds of upload and download, honestly. And then everybody after that is kind of like, and you're all sharing. But all of them are distributing out to the different buildings in their regions that they have access to. And in some cases you have one, some cases you have more than one provider that can get to your residence or your building that you're trying to get to, whether it's a business or a residence. Why were we doing an internet lesson right now?
Well, I asked if we're gonna have an internet like 2.
like
a
yes.
second internet ever. Like,
Nah.
I think we will have to eventually. Like, I mean, not maybe in my lifetime, but we would have to, right?
But-
Eventually.
So when you say an internet too, what do you mean?
Like, we upgrade the internet so much, we have to like redo the entire, like, our technology is so advanced and our systems have changed so much that basically the current infrastructure gets completely replaced. Like, I mean, like think ship of Theseus. We have replaced every single aspect of it with brand new shit. So it's like changing a wooden ship into a fucking naval vessel. It wouldn't be the same thing. It's a second ship at that point.
So, okay, where I was, when I was explaining internet, like web 1, 2, and 3 earlier, that's still all application layer. That has nothing to do with the OSI model and has nothing to do with the actual underlying infrastructure. That has to do with the applications that people, and like colloquially called apps, that are on phones and things, and like there's no change.
You want to do eventually you need good hardware, better hardware, in order to do more complicated things with apps. Yeah, like we will hit a limit of how much, like, what we're capable of doing software side with our hardware.
No, what you're talking about is more speed, because that's the only way. Which, no, I don't. I mean, nah.
And then there's always the possibility of making like legitimately a second internet, or like local internets, right? Like all you would have to do is lay down separate wires at that point, right?
Well, that already exists, and And honestly, things that are like
Really?
things that are net new in other countries are like things. Some of the infrastructure is getting laid out in Africa right now. It's people get like, oh, hey, why can't we have this here? Well, because there's already fiber laid here, and because there's not subsidies going to somebody to put that to lay down that fiber. The businesses that are laying dark fiber, that like AT&T isn't laying fiber. There are businesses, I think a Firefly is one, that are just laying dark fiber between COs and between areas. They're the ones digging the trenches, burying the conduit, and putting the dark, like, just fiber in between, and like putting, hey, here's a green wrap on this side and a green wrap on this side. Now you got whatever 50 pairs or whatever. And then entities like AT&T or Verizon or whoever buys them, even along a loop around a metro area. It's there's not, like, websites and applications aren't ever going to get to a point where they're so complicated that new infrastructure has to be laid, because that's all layer 7 on the OSI model. That's all application stuff.
Okay.
Where like, say you're talking to a network engineer now, where we're concerned mostly is layers, honestly, through 1 through 4. If you've got 1 through 4, there's nobody's ever looking at 5 and 6. Seriously. 7, if you test layer 7, which is like doing a telnet session to something, or if you can hit the web page, or if you can hit the web server on a port and get a response, layer 7's good. That means everything underneath it's good. There's not going to be a point. I mean, like, never say never, but with what we're dealing with right now is websites, web servers. Twitch is still a web server, even though it's an application. That's not gonna change. I'm trying to think of a case to make your point for you. If you like, what is the point of your question? Like, what do you think is going to happen that makes to where new hardware and infrastructure has to get laid? Because these fundamentals exist, dude. Like, the internet is built on BGP.
I'm not 100% sure, but I mean, Bong and stuff does bring up something that is probably true, which is that our internet is probably going to be all satellites in the future. But I was thinking...
Hang on, you're cutting out something fierce. Our internet's all going to be what in the future?
Satellites. Sorry, I'm cutting out right now?
Yeah.
What the fuck? It says everything's good on my part. It says I have...
You were.
Full... Yeah.
You're sounding good right now. It's intermittent. It's very intermittent. Like a couple times while we were on Boss's stream, yeah, and then just now it for maybe it was less than 5 seconds, but yeah, you were cutting out something fierce. And I just
makes sense. I mean, I'm in like the middle of the Japanese like fucking forest in the middle of nowhere. I'm actually surprised I'm getting as good internet as I am. I'm getting like 100 up and like 90 down today. Yesterday it was like 90 up, 80 down or some shit. So pretty good. But I mean, yeah, I mean, Bong and I think correct. Everything is going to be like satellite in the future. More Starlink kind of shit. It's also, I mean, it's going to be expensive and it's going to be done over time, but that does sound, feasible that the future is going to be having satellite basically anywhere. So that way you have like internet literally anywhere that there's a satellite. And if you have enough satellites, well, that's internet practically everywhere. Well, I don't know. I'm not like, so I don't pretend to know anything about the engineering side. To me, this is all magic. I don't even understand how fucking binary works. I don't understand how we tricked rocks into thinking. to me,
Yeah,
this
like,
is
that's-
the equivalent of fucking like RPG magic, right?
Yeah, that's literally like
All of it.
and what I do like as a living is literally what you're like network engine like literally magic, right? Like
Yeah.
I have to do binary math
It
sometimes.
is. It
Subnetting.
doesn't make sense. I mean, it
Doing-
doesn't make sense that
doing-
you could fucking
Subnetting literally is binary math. And there's no way around
it's
it.
almost akin to God. Like it literally is almost akin to God. We fucking took rocks and we shaped them, and then we took metal and we put the metal onto like sheets of like plastic, and then we shocked it with electricity, and then eventually we made it fucking think. That's wild to me. And now the rock thinks better than most humans do on certain subjects. So like fuck me, right? I have no clue what's going on. This is like the equivalent of like a mage casting a spell and creating a golem, you know? I don't know how a lot of this like fucking works, and I just know that the internet requires like tubes and shit. But I think that like with like all technology, it comes a point like the technology doesn't like exist anymore, right? Like the technology that we used for early telephones aren't the same as the technology we're using for modern phones, are they? And surely they can be.
That no.
And I imagine that like
You mean cell
eventually
phones?
like we would change. Yeah.
No, actually, cell phones, currently smartphones, in 2024, are using essentially the same protocols that. So you got the smartphone, and then you've got the baseband
Yeah.
radio that talks to the cell towers, and
Mhm.
that technology hasn't really changed since Nokia 3310. And I'm honestly, I've been working on a 501c3 to get that changed
Mm.
before. I'm actually have it on my list to. I got asked to join the IEEE like decades ago, and I didn't, and now I'm like, I'm gonna go join. I want to change. So the way that it works. Hang on, let me bring back up my friggin' paint, my horrible paint. New. Ah, there we go. And then we stop that, and then just quickly reshare into the stream so we can have a conversation. So the way that it works, the way cell phones work, is I don't need to pick one up. You've got your handset. You got your Nokia 3310, right? And then you've got your. This is an iPhone 16. See, because it says 16 on it, so you know it's an iPhone 16. The way that these both communicate to the cell towers is identical. So if you're here, you beacon. In all directions, actually. You transmit out your cell phone. It transmits out your IMEI and IMSI. It beacons out with those, and then the tower recognizes and then decides, hey, you're a subscriber. And then I can talk to you. And it lets you in. And I just looked up real quick so I can make sure that, because I use acronyms all the time, remembering what the acronym actually means. So IMEI's
Bro's the acronym man.
International Mobile Equipment ID. That's essentially the MAC address for your phone.
Mm-hmm.
And oh wait, no.
Yes.
There. Insert here, yes. And then IMSI is International Mobile Subscriber Identity. That's essentially the ID that's on your SIM card. Your phone
Okay.
is broadcasting your stuff constantly. It's called
Yes.
beaconing. And then you've got all these cell phone antennas, or these cell towers, the towers, that then say, hey, oh, gotta redraw again. Hey, I've heard you, and I know who you are, and I'm gonna let you in. And then, hey, let's do a handshake now with encryption.
Yeah.
So that now your traffic can be encrypted. But your identity is getting broadcasted in the open.
Yeah, constantly, which is a security flaw.
Right. It very much is.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the cell phone stuff before a bit. I mean, it's one of the few things I know why people aren't a fan of this system, and there's been a lot of attempts to work around this.
Well, here's the other thing. And here's where this is how and it's by the nature of how it works, is the cell phone is constantly beaconing, and then towers that it's moving between are constantly assessing and answering, and then the cell phone, your handset itself, decides which tower that it wants to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
It chooses the best one.
Yeah.
But the thing is that all it takes is somebody with like a Raspberry Pi, which I paid between $7 and $8 for all of my Raspberry Pis. They were version like 3.5, and they came with cases and the SIM card, like not the SIM card, but the SD card, the little micro SD card, like everything, power supply, like even an on-off switch, all of it. I paid under $8 each for Raspberry Pis. You can buy a software-defined antenna dongle, a software-defined radio dongle on Slamazon for under $30 easy to plug into it. Then all you need is either a battery or an electrical outlet nearby, and now you have a listening station that's just like a cellular tower. And you're constantly beaconing. You're sending to this guy also. And he's not doing a handshake. He's just listening to you beaconing. It's literally the meme. Hey, I better not say this on the phone. I don't want the government to wiretap me. In the 1960s versus today. Hey, wiretap, do you have a recipe for pancakes? It's literally the meme come true.
Yeah.
Because all it takes is...
I mean, it's even worse than that. like now. I don't know if you've seen some of the new technology that's been reported on of like so supposedly they
Supposedly.
can intercept
Don't say supposedly. That makes you sound dumb.
okay.
Supposedly.
Well, I am dumb. Like anyway,
I'm dumb also.
supposedly-
That's why I'm giving you professional dumb advice. Because I know how to make myself sound not quite as dumb. And that's one of the things. Supposedly makes you sound dumb.
They have the
different.
technology to read your HDMI output in a new way. Let me see if I could bring this up. Maybe
Oh, I
you've
thought you were
already
going to talk
heard
about the 3D
it.
imaging with the cell phones, but that's like, because that has nothing to
Well,
do with
yeah,
the cell
They
towers.
can
That's
do that
straight
too,
up.
but apparently
that's
they could
straight
do
up,
that
hey,
with the routers. They could do it.
Yeah, the radios, but that's straight up like the device doing that, not the communication. That's not the networking aspect.
Being able to read what's on screen. Security risk.
Are you Googling right now? Are you searching Google?
Yeah. Okay, there it is. So apparently, there's been a breakthrough where AI can now see what's on your screen by reading the HDMI electromagnetic radiation.
If there's a device between like a coupler for the HDMI output of a device or something else.
Let me send you this. I haven't gone through the full video that was breaking down why this is bad, but I saw it pop up on a few security subreddits as well as a few security
Oh,
forums that I've been
Reddit.
following.
Oh, I don't want to get cancer AIDS, but
Yeah.
okay, let's look at it.
Well, I'm looking. Okay. Which one would be a better article? I'm doing Reddit. I'm looking through Google to see like which has a better explanation because this is up your alley, not my alley. Their new technique reconstructs text from pillared HDMI signals with around a 70% accuracy. While that's far from perfect, it's good enough for most human
that's
readers
OCR.
to accurately decipher. That potentially means that it's easy for hackers to monitor things like password entries, financial data, and encrypted communications, blah, 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 blah. So, like, this is kind of like a newer breakthrough that happened this year, and I saw it pop up on a few security forums, security Reddits, as well as there's like 2 YouTube channels that I saw covering it as well. And I was like, damn, what the fuck is this all about? I didn't have time to fully follow it up, so I don't know what it's out fully yet.
Okay, so this article is pretty short. Let me enable the JavaScript for some of this shit. See if that gets all of it.
Well, I wanted to do a different one, but it was behind a paywall, so I didn't feel like sending it.
Oh, I mean, I ignore paywalls, but security researchers have demonstrated that it's possible to spy on what's visible on your screen by intercepting electromagnetic radiation from cables with great accuracy, thanks to artificial intelligence. The team from Uruguay, that's a country, University of the Republic, says their AI-powered cable tapping method is good enough that these attacks are likely already happening. X to doubt. But back in the analog video era, it was relatively straightforward for hackers to reconstruct what was on the screen by detecting leakage from video cables. They do be leaking. But once digital protocols like HDMI took over, that became much trickier. The data zipping through HDMI is much more complex than old analog signals. However, These digital signals still leak some electromagnetic radiation as they transmit between your computer and the display. By training an AI model on samples of matching original and intercepted HDMI signals, the researchers were able to decode these leaks into readable screen captures. Their new technique reconstructed text from pilfered HDMI signals with around 70% accuracy. While it's far from perfect, it's good enough for most human readers to accurately decipher. This potentially means that it's easy for hackers to monitor things like passwords, financial, or encrypted communications. This article says literally nothing so far. What it's saying is by monitoring the source and the output, that's saying, hey, check the delta and read the delta. But in order to do that, you can't just, I mean, where's this leak? Are you clipping onto a cable? Are you putting some a dongle in between and then plugging that into the thing?
The YouTube video that I was watching on it said that this has nothing to do with attaching a device or intercepting the cable.
That's what I would have thought.
I don't know how it works.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought based on the concept, but what it's saying so far is not that. It might be clickbait, but let us continue. There's half the article left. Wait, to test their attack, recovered AI model, but it literally said intercepted HDMI signals, pilfered HDMI, matching original and intercepted HDMI signals. The researchers were able to decode these leaks into readable screen captures. This is a very closed science environment. This wasn't, let me put like you know what a My Little Pony is? Or like a Flipper Zero wouldn't be like, that's not, it's the wrong tool for this job. But like a My Little Pony, something along those lines.
Yeah.
But that wouldn't even be the right tool for this job either. Because right now it's still saying that it has to do deep intrusive testing, which is not to say it won't get there at some point, but however, it's not going to get there. To test their attack, the researchers used text recognition as a software on the visuals recovered by their AI model. They could then compare the extracted text to the original screen contents. The team said their method improves the error rate for this type of HDMI cable by tapping a whopping of HDMI cable tapping by a whopping 60% compared to previous techniques. It still doesn't say what they're doing.
I'll have to find on my free time the original YouTube video I watched on it, where it was some type of AI fucking engineer that was covering it, because he breaks down all the exciting news. He had some doubts about it, but he said that there's potential here.
I mean, I break down all the security stuff, but I'm a very lazy streamer about that kind of thing. That's like what I want to be part of my normal rotation of content. But however, I just don't stream often enough to honestly gather all of it to make it worthwhile. Let's get to the article. This article isn't that long. Let's see if they get to it. I'm gonna read it dramatically. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would that give you warm and fuzzy?
A little bit.
We continue. There are a few ways hackers could pull off this HDMI eavesdropping in the real world. They could plant a discrete signal capturing device inside the target building, or just hang it nearby with a radio antenna to grab the leak HDMI radiation as it happens.
I think it's pretty interesting. I don't know. I don't know if I'm being stupid about this or anything, but it's something that caught my ear when I was listening into my AI security news channel, and I was like, oh, sweet. Let me just put that in the back of my brain, bring up later, and figure out more about it.
So
And since we were just talking about this type of stuff,
so let's assume that your target is using HDMI cables, because you've not only got HDMI cables, you've got DisplayPort, which is essentially HDMI without the sound channels, as far as I understand. That's pretty much what DisplayPort is. But then you've also got still DVI, VGA, and whatever else. In server rooms, VGA is still the king of the castle. Like, there's no getting around it. You could plant a discrete signal capturing device inside the target building? Unless this building only had your target in it. If you have a gathering device, it's not going to differentiate. Like, you might be able... Okay, if you're at a high enough level where you can have a device that's gathering the electromagnetic leaks out of an HDMI cable, you probably could differentiate between the different HDMI cables that are then leaking. But this isn't a thing.
Also, this is the worst the technology is going to be, though. Like, what can AI do later with this? Because then you can have AI sort out all the noise and non-important stuff. If you're looking for something, if you know what you're looking for, right, and you're trying to get it, couldn't you use AI to further filter and be like, okay, I only want this?
Are you talking about capturing everything and then using AI to sift through it to find what you want?
I mean, yeah.
Oh no, that's already happened. Now hang on, just FYI. That's already happening as authorized by the Patriot Act and then reinforced by the NDAA. And okay, hang on, just you can see my... Hang on, I'll... Right here. So the...
1 second, let me pull.
No, just look at Discord. You know, pull up my stream. That's
Yeah,
why I
I
share in
did.
Discord.
I know. I was... Yeah. I'm making it bigger. All right, there we go. I'm looking.
I'm just gonna search a term right now. It has nothing to do with the NSA gathering all communications in transit at all of the... Remember what we were talking about earlier? Those COs, those central offices?
Mm-hmm.
Not those, but the other one. Oh yeah, not these, but these, the COs, the central offices. Remember those? Inside every single CO of any major provider, telco provider, telecommunications provider, is what you call a black rack or the black room. And that's the NSA gathering all communications in transit. It doesn't matter if it's an SMS text to your mom. It doesn't matter if it's an MMS message on your group chat talking about your fantasy football. It doesn't matter if it's a voice call. It doesn't matter if it's your home computer. It doesn't matter if it's your cell phone. Either one reaching out to Twitch to watch my stream, which you probably should. You should probably go watch it on YouTube and Kick and Rumble also, you know, just for funsies. Ah, here we go. No, not near. No, not the wildfire. No, wait, hang on. No, not those. Not the wildfire that happened in 2023. It got near the facility. Oh, no. Ah, here we go. NSA data center opened delayed after series of electrical surges in Utah. The building caught fire when they went to turn it up. When they went to turn up the power. There's a lot of stuff in here. Some of it has to do with billions of dollars for the facility. Some of it has to do with Edward Snowden. I'm just not gonna, you know. And this is out of The Guardian. Which is pretty lefty news source. Which honestly, the lefties, I think that's where maybe we all agree is why you capturing all my data, bruh? Don't do that. No, bad.
I mean, it's usually liberal. I mean, like the left and true conservatives have a lot more in common than most people fucking think. Want small government, have family values, community values, dislike the centralization of power, you know.
Yeah, that the only defense at this point, you have to fuzz it. You have to change your stuff, misinformation, disinformation. Whatever you've got out there, it's gone. The only thing you can hope to do is misinformation at this point.
Yeah.
We must
That's
centralize
what,
the base takes, Fireman. I mean, true.
Are you a fan of Thor? I forgot what it's like. I think it's Pirate Software.
Sometimes I've seen his, like, you know, his shorts end up in the feed sometimes, and I've lurked on his stream a few times. Yeah, he
has some good nuggets in there, but he did talk about that where he says that he puts in information, but he consistently changes a few elements every time that he puts in information online. So yeah, maybe he'll put in his real first name, but wrong middle name and wrong last name multiple times, like throughout different sites. So every time there's a data hack or a leak or somebody steals his information, they'll never know which one is the correct one because there's going to be so many different variants of it.
That's a combination of what. Okay, so in the data security sense, misinformation and disinformation are two different things. So misinformation is something that where if it were to be read by a human, the human would understand it, even though it's incorrect. Disinformation is something that's just totally wrong as compared to what the true thing is. So if you go and say in all your old accounts on all the platforms and you haven't engaged, redact.io or whatever. If you go and just change your name and change one vowel in your first and last name each to something else, that's misinformation. Because somebody parsing that, a computer parsing that, is going to say, no, this isn't the same thing. But a human reading it to where if you still want to be able to use it, a human reading it would be like, that's the same person. No biggie. Disinformation is going out and like making way different stuff. And these are different strategies that you use at different times to kind of, if you want to erase your footprints. This gets into like skip tracer strategy, which skip tracers are like private detectives, but more. Like professionals at finding people.
Yeah.
there's a few really good books on it. The number one defensive guy, he retired fairly recently, JJ Luna. He retired on an island near Spain. I'm not going to say where because I don't want to dox him. Dude's friggin' brilliant. Then there's like the How to Disappear and how to like all those books out there. The ones that are written by the guys that were doing the work, the actual skip tracers, that they get into like, hey, yeah, most people that are in this job, or no, I won't say most, but a lot of people that are in this job have various levels of how legal they operate, because it's they're not really going to get caught for doing anything illegal if they're smart. If they're smart about how they do it, they're never going to get caught because they're trying to find plausibly a fugitive from justice. You don't know, but or maybe something less wholesome. But there are techniques that they use, and I'm not going to get into the details of that on this stream at all. But the way that they do things, the knowing, see, it's red team versus blue team, and I'm not sure if you know this concept. The only way to be good at either is to know how both works. The only, and this is how any kind of security posture works. The only way to be good at one of them is to know how both work. Oh, my camera's. That's the only way.
To be good at hiding, you need to know how they're trying to find you. Yeah.
Yes, 100%. See, you got it.
Yeah, I know.
But there's
I mean,
there's a lot that goes into it too.
I'm surface level, but I mean, I like to think that I at least make myself knowledgeable on like what the average person needs to know, right? Should know. Like what the average person should know is kind of what I've been trying to educate myself on in order to, be more aware of this type of shit, because honestly it is true. Like if they I mean it's kind of fucked, and it does scare me sometimes, right? Like just to show people how fucked it is, I've had a few friends where like I've had this conversation and they don't take it serious, and I just go,
I'm still listening. Keep talking and entertain my chat.
Yeah. I've told them I guarantee I could find in 10 minutes with the information I have on you, where you live now, what car you're driving, if you have any like court dates, what your current job is, or like the last reported tax job that you had, and I give that all to you, and maybe even go back to like the house you grew up with, and they're like, oh bullshit, like how would you get that fucking stuff from just like the information that you've known in this short time? And I fucking get it to them. I show them, and I'm just like, they're like, where did you find this? I'm like, well, here, and here. And it's made me, I've become so overly aware. And it's just, it sucks because like, I'm not super smart. I just know how to take in the right information more often than not. Like if I ever ran as a political candidate, my whole thing would be, I may not be smart, but I know how to listen to smart people, right? About the right things. And that helps me prepare myself and be a better person when it comes to these topics. But in doing so, I've literally made myself overly paranoid, because the government is always listening, and it's not just the government. Anybody that wants to find you and wants to get your information nowadays, they can. Not safe. You just have to hope that you're not interesting enough for anybody to come and want to find you. And when you are a creative minded person and want to like make content and stream and do other stuff like that, it's even more scary, because that puts you literally in the limelight for a lot of people to want to come find you. And you can't really stop them. You can only put add layers of protection. Like, okay, so instead of it being one Google search away, it's going to be a fucking 5-hour search to find me. Or like, okay, you might not find me in day 1, but you can find me if you take a week of your time or a month of your time. But no matter what, if they really want to, they're going to get you. And it's only getting worse.
It's also, are you trying to hide from law enforcement or something else? I mean,
well, as I
trying
said,
to,
like for
which-
someone like you and I that are creative minded,
little column A, little column B.
for whatever reason. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I wouldn't want the the law enforcement to like know what I'm doing because I mean, I just basically law enforcement and the government should only be in my business if I am an active threat to the public and they can prove it like immediately, right? Like obviously stop me from committing a crime in public spaces or going out and doing, crime and shit like that. But like you shouldn't have to like try to dig up obscure stuff like right in order to try to take me down, and you shouldn't always be monitoring me, right?
Oh no, you sweet summer child.
If
See,
you-
I'm better trained and armed than local law enforcement, so it's gonna be a horrible thing if I get swatted. It's gonna be bad for everybody. So I really don't want that to happen.
Surprise.
Well, no, they wouldn't. Not against
They'd
me.
eventually win.
Well, I mean, they wouldn't have the element of surprise at all. I mean, I know who's coming around my property. Come on, I'm in a bunker. This is
True.
building your space. Now we're getting into libertarian and or prepper type stuff. Yes, no, this is building up your
Yeah.
space and like being
But it's
aware
not
of
just
maybe
law
what's going on outside. Yes, also
That's the
100%. No, please, and it's 100% because if just talking about if there's like a no knock getting served because of somebody swatting me, A, it's probably not going to be where I'm at. So, GG. But B, if it is, oh man, it's going to be bad because you're going to have, okay, so a no-knock, so now intruders invading my domicile? Well, I mean, it's, and I'm not trying to be Billy Badass here, I'm just trying to say, hey, in Texas, that's self-defense. Because no knock raids especially they shouldn't be a thing. Because that's how a lot of people get dead. It shouldn't be necessarily. You want to go and no
It's
knock
not just them.
in Texas? I mean, oh man, good luck, shouty. Please take my advice and just advise your agency to not. Just, call. From every time that I've seen any kind of news about it, it's been like some really shady stuff where, hey, this could have maybe been taken care of with a phone call or catching somebody in transit, maybe at work. All of the no-knock raids that have made news or headlines anyway have been things that like this didn't like. Why was there a no-knock? If there's a no-knock raid happening, there's
operating off of old laws
in Texas. If there's a no-knock raid happening, expect a firefight and expect some of your people to not survive it. Okay, so okay, I am live on YouTube also, so we have to say like unalive and things like that. Just FYI.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I love that speak. I used to hate it, but I honestly like saying it now. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I'm a doggo, unsubscribe from life type of enjoyer. I think it's fun language.
Yeah,
I don't know
it
why.
makes
It's just super fun, and
I mean, just introducing somebody to the Forever Box. I mean, that's how you just happen to be canceling a birth
maybe
certificate.
It's Stockholm syndrome, but
talking
I
around the
fucking-
topic.
I love it.
I think anything that makes people more creative in the way that they talk about things is a good thing for everybody, because then we all get up a little bit smarter.
It reminds me of what happened in China. I don't know if you're familiar, but when Xi
When
Xi
they were eating the
Jinping
dogs
took
and eating the
over-
cats? Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Please
No,
continue.
he put in a lot of like laws on internet censorship, like when the internet was becoming big, because China was like saying how censorship is happening here, and they're saying a lot of stuff the government didn't like, so they kept on banning words. One of the first words they banned was censorship. So instead of saying censorship,
Oh
they
yes, I've
used a
seen
different
this.
right? And then so then they banned that word, but then they just changed one vowel, right? In China,
Where'd it
and
go?
it's a completely different word, but people know exactly what you're saying. So China ran into a problem because Mandarin and Cantonese are unique in this way that the Chinese language is built in a way where basically there's so many substitutes with the vowels and stuff that you can make an infinite amount of words that look exactly the same. So, but if you were to censor them, you would have to censor 90% of like benign internet stuff. So there would never be like a government website, or there wouldn't be a fucking doctor appointment website. Like the amount of false flags, they would have to manually check everything, and they just couldn't do it. So if essentially China is unable to 1984 itself because of its language being so versatile.
Pretty much,
And
yeah.
that's kind of like
that was
what's
the article
happening in
that.
America.
Wait, did you link that to me? I'm not sure. That's essentially what
Maybe.
what I read, where they're playing cat and mouse, but it's never going to be a thing. And if they were, it'd be like I think the summary was, if they were to like really get after it, it'd knock out like 20% of all communications as false positives.
Oh, it's more than 20%, but yeah.
No,
That's probably
20%
a very
of
conservative estimate.
of all communications, which is
all
all communications. Yeah, which that's when you think about like what does that entail? What does that encompass? That's a lot.
So, which is
Also,
amazing.
Amanda Thomas,
Basically what
hello
English is doing-
on YouTube. Thanks for stopping by.
Hey, welcome. YouTube Grumple. Oh, I like that you have a restream.
It says it in Twitch, so that way I can look and read that as well.
Yeah, the
Also,
only place that doesn't
I
work
did see
correctly
that-
is on Kick. It's we can read from Kick, but it doesn't post into Kick because Kick is still beta and doesn't have like an API where you can like write things. I'm not really sure what the disconnect is, but
How do you feel with the fact that Kick and fucking Twitter, both places that are like, hey, we're going to be bastions of like free speech for those that have been censored, have finally started turning and being the ones that censor people? Specifically for Kick, they censored Destiny, and I don't like Destiny, but I don't think he
Did
should
they?
be censored, right? Yeah, they temporarily banned him for his comments about the firefighter that got shot at Trump rally, but it doesn't make sense because they actively have people breaking the law on Kick, like consistently breaking the law, and they don't care. Also,
well, hang on, just
there was a clip compilation of a bunch of radical alt-right conservatives saying how they want to shoot like leftists and shit like that, and they had Twitch mods agreeing and laughing in it. So like Destiny says, oh, I don't care if someone gets sorry, let me be soft with the language, my bad. Destiny says he doesn't care if someone gets water shot at squirted on them from a water gun at a Trump rally, but then the same Kick mods that banned him for this are laughing in streamers, like top streamers, who are actively saying they want people to be lined up against walls for their political beliefs and squirted with squirt guns. And it's like, bro, you're becoming the censorship. It's
the
fucking
funny thing
ridiculous.
is
It's not even a standard.
you were just cutting out right when you were like saying the important parts. So it sounded like it sounded like you were saying that they want them to get scolded when they were talking about scolding their schools. It was just kind of funny. However, so here's the thing. You got to keep in mind, and this is just, middle-aged dad me coming out now, because apparently I'm middle-aged and I'm coming to terms with that, is Kick is still a very young platform, and I believe Trainwrecks is like the main guy running things. He's can't be everywhere at once and not making all the decisions at once. They don't have very mature processes in place, or very mature... I mean, fucking Twitch doesn't. Twitch is the most arbitrary... it's the most arbitrary application of TOS ever. Discord is the second highest. But Kick, I think is doing a better... Yeah. I think Kick is doing a better job than them, even being as immature of processes and as immature of a platform as it is, versus, you know, Twitch being very mature of what, like, I don't know, when did Justin TV become Twitch? Like 10, at least 10 years. It's well over 10 years now. Versus Kick, which is like, you know, 2. Which they're also still trying to deal with technical issues. I'm not making any excuses for them. I'm saying I understand 100% that on a platform that young, I give them a little bit more credibility for, like, TOS being applied not necessarily equally, versus someplace that should have very mature processes and enforcement like Twitch. But Twitch relies on Twitch staff, which I'm not going to say anything bad about Twitch staff, because that would be detrimental for me to do so, being a streamer on Twitch. But we do remember held hostage. We do remember the Twitch ambassador program, where Twitch chose the deer person who said, "I'm gonna come after y'all, people that I don't agree with. I'm gonna come after y'all." And then the deer person was uniformly castigated by other big streamers, and I think was removed from being one of the Twitch ambassadors post haste.
Yeah,
we remember that happened. So I mean, in the grand scheme,
yes, but Kick is trying to
still
not be that. That's the point.
Yeah,
is that so? Twitch was one of the first to do this, and yes, while they've had mature processes, they're the ones.
No, they don't have mature processes. That's what I'm saying. Is even Twitch doesn't have mature processes. No, I'm saying Twitch is I'm saying Twitch does not have mature processes, and Kick is essentially, I'm gonna put it at, Kick is, it's licensing the Twitch code. They still haven't quite licked. They almost have the, like, part where, you know, sometimes you'll type into chat and it just doesn't post.
Yeah.
The chat is based on the IRC2 server, which is like ancient. It goes back to like the 1990s. As far as the internet goes, that's ancient. I know how it works. Other people don't.
Yeah.
Like, just, you know, people bringing up, oh, Twitch, like, let's watch video game streams. Don't have no idea how, like, the stuff underneath it works. But I would put Kick, as far as technology goes, which it's a little bit different, not exactly, but I would say it's like a 5 to 6 year old version of Twitch is where Kick is at. However, they do appear to be doing some different things. Like, it's not all automated. Their front page is way more diverse than Twitch's. And like, if you're under 100 viewers, you got a really good chance of being on the front page. And they're very active. And they Kick has the incentive program. They're actively looking for people to stream. I believe that they just tweeted out 120 hours a month and just get paid $4,000, just as like a salary, plus whatever you get from streaming. Kick creator incentive program.
Yeah, I mean, I like Kick. But
they're doing entirely.
Is that if you're going,
yeah, I'm not trying to be a shill for Kick right now. Also, yeah, Kick. I mean, get after me. I'll start streaming more if you want that.
I don't think they're like terrible or anything, and this isn't me saying that, oh, they're the worst ever. You've seen me on Kick. I follow you on Kick. I use Kick, right?
Wait, are you?
As well as Twitch. Yeah. But that being said, that kind of just struck me as there's this new wave of a bunch of media going, okay, so what we're going to market ourselves as is the opposite of what like YouTube, Twitch, and all these liberal platforms have been doing with their censorship. They've gone too far. We're going to be anti-censorship. But then, you know, you have people like Elon Musk, after he buys, you know, Twitter, basically being more restrictive just towards a different group of people, and it being fucking swept under the rug because, well, we just don't like those group of people. It's because it's, you know, he's discriminating against leftists, and so therefore it's okay. Not that, you know, maybe you shouldn't fucking censor anybody. Like maybe if you complain about censorship and you have a platform, that you shouldn't, you know, censor people, ban people, and be so authoritarian with your fucking website, or, you know, sign contract with people that you want to make fucking content for you, and then bar them, get rid of them because they talk a few questions everybody that isn't a big view wanted to hear your answers towards. Like, this isn't freedom of speech. This isn't being a non-biased platform. This is completely biased. And
wait, why did you
kind of disgusting?
Hold on. So Rumble and honestly Parler also, by the way, claim free speech. I don't think, did Kick ever do that? Which I don't think that they're the like, hey, yeah, we're the opposite of Twitch, which that's kind of how Twitch is forming them up to be. And it's not Kick doing it, it's Twitch doing it, forcing that.
The Kick moderators and the people who have stakes in Kick have openly said on streams multiple times that Kick is they didn't say a strictly free speech platform, but that it's free for people across the board to be able to express like minds, so long they're not breaking the law and shit like that, right? And that, you know, it's for they've kind of told like embrace the, this is where banned people go, people that have been censored go, so that way you don't get censored. While they haven't openly stated it, like directly in a sense of, oh, we are this free speech platform like Rumble has, they've basically all but said it.
That's what DLive.
It's like, okay.
I mean, that's what DLive and Rumble have been, but Kick is more active in it.
I've never fucked with Rumble yet.
Rumble's great, except streaming to Rumble is a giant pain in the cock. I don't think I'm actually streaming to Rumble right now. I'm supposed to be, but I'm not, because you have to set it up every single time. Like the stream key and the RTMP server that you send to change every single time until I think you can reach some kind of level, and then that changes to where you don't need to do that anymore. But I'm not at that level.
Interesting. I do want to check out Rumble at some time, but I don't even know if there's people on there that I really want to see content from. Not gonna lie, like
all the right side people. I mean, they might post to YouTube, but most of them are probably posting to Rumble.
A lot of the people that I watch that are on the right side of like or right-leaning politics are all like historians. You know, a lot of conservatives really like history. So I watch a lot of good history videos. But I don't know.
You a fan of the Fat Electrician?
There's a stigma. A bit.
Oh.
I wouldn't say like I'm a huge fan, but I watch some videos. Yeah, I enjoy some content. Don't like.
Honestly, I'm trying to break into the GunTuber community. I would love to do content with them. I think the memes that I think I could bring up their meme game, but you know,
I do
I'm
like
not
the
at that point
GunTuber
yet.
space. Like like Brandon Herrera, I have a huge amount of respect because he put his his money where his mouth was. You know, he was like, I have a lot of problems with politics. I'm gonna fucking run, and he almost won. You know, I have a
Yes.
theory that he might have won if the fucking power didn't go out, like because, you know,
Also, fun
that
fact.
slowed down the momentum of his votes.
Do you want to know a fun fact? Hey, okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
Yeah, go ahead.
I am now a fully fledged Tweeter community noter.
Oh yeah, I heard about
Like,
that. You were saying it. Your
I can-
I think yesterday.
Yeah, I can create community notes on tweets now. The process goes, though, it doesn't just get posted out there on the tweet as soon as it happens. Whenever, if you're creating a note, the note goes into the community noter space, and then other community noters vote on whether your note is beneficial or not. And like, there's a whole process that happens behind the scenes, and you have to, like, before you can make notes, you have to go through this and like do all this stuff behind the scenes and vote on these things and rate them and stuff until you get enough of a rating that you're trustworthy enough to for you to make notes.
Do you think it's a good system?
Yeah, I do, except for it should be, and I don't have an answer for it. I think it should be faster. Because like the reason that I got into it was because of the Brandon Herrera versus Tony Gonzalez situation, their campaigns. See,
Yeah.
Tony Gonzalez was
What
getting
happened?
well, Tony Gonzalez was getting community note a lot, but not all of his tweets that weren't true were getting community noted. So that motivated me, because I had like attempted to join before just for like, just for funsies. Let's see, can I, is this something that I can do? You know, hey, no biggie. And like, I applied and I don't think it got anywhere, but during the Brandon Herrera, Tony Gonzalez, yeah, like, hey, I applied and I got in almost immediately. I think because I had joined before, but there wasn't really like a mechanism. I think because I couldn't figure out how to get back into it, into like the interface to go do the noting.
Yeah. I
But
mean,
now
it's
it's-
always seemed pretty good to
It's all
me.
integrated.
I have some complaints on the right, but I think it's just because, I mean, okay, maybe you might think I'm wrong on this, but I think the left, quote unquote, in America, aka liberals, they use hints of truth to feed you a lot of bullshit, right? So they'll feed you some truth, and then they'll feed you the rest of the bullshit to incentivize you to give into their preferred solution, right? So they'll be like, okay, this is the problem, and this is true problem. Now here's a little bit of fear-mongering bullshit as well, and then here's our preferred solution, which is bullshit, right? And my observation of the right is that the right doesn't even skips the whole grain of truth. They do what I would call perceived truth. So while the Democrats, quote unquote, and the liberals will be like, okay, so here's some truth, and then I'll feed you bullshit. They'll go, here's the perceived truth that you wouldn't even think twice of, right? And then we'll feed into that narrative. And I think that they get community noted because of that more, and that's why they dislike the system. What do you think of this observation? Not saying that like Democrats don't lie, they do lie. I just think that they go through the trouble of specifically pointing out some truth, because then the liberals will be like, no, see, it's true because of this grain of truth here.
That goes a lot into like logical fallacy argumentation that a lot of people get into, where especially like you see it all the time in like the debate space, where somebody will postulate, hey, so grain of truth and then XYZ, right? Is that what you really think? To somebody else. And I'm not sure if that's like, I mean, it's a combination of logical fallacies. Non sequitur, like maybe, but I mean, It's like, where do you even begin? Like, dude, no, I gotta unpack your whole question now, and I can't just answer that. That'd be
Sorry.
silly.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Wait, do what?
Wait, is that not what you're saying? That's what I did?
Why are you gay?
Okay, well, now I'm gonna have to unpack that. Why am I gay?
No, you are gay.
No, you. I would say
That
I'm
didn't
gay
happen.
because I like the social points and I like the rainbow. The rainbow honestly looks fucking baller, but I hate that pride flag that was trademarked. Leave it to capitalism to ruin everything. But you know what
Wasn't
I'm talking
it-
about with the fucking triangle on it.
Oh yeah, the original one was intentionally. It was like GPU or not GPU, but like it was public domain.
What do you mean GP?
No.
Well, I mean,
like,
yeah, you can't copyright
like
you
the
can't copyright the rainbow.
GNU public license. Essentially, that's what I was equivocating it to. It didn't. It's not actually GNU public license.
I mean, do you need a public license to use a rainbow? I don't know, but like I know that the one that's currently being used
As
is,
that flag, I mean, it was intentionally not like
Yeah,
it was
yeah, yeah, yeah.
intentional so that it could be used for whatever
For everybody. It was
Whatever.
literally meant for everybody. Everybody,
whatever
even
gay
straight
shit.
people. Like even straight people. You can be prideful about it. But the new flag. Not only is it fucking ugly, as someone that's into vexology a little bit, I just it's fucking ugly.
Did you say
and it
vexology?
makes me upset. Is that not how it's pronounced? I've never heard someone say it, but flags, like flag design.
Oh, in the manner of a
It
semaphore.
interests me. I don't know what the word semaphore means. I'm sorry. I mean that I like flags, and I like how flags are designed. I
Oh,
like
you need to
flag
know what
code, I like-
so a semaphore is like a flag. Hang on. Are you familiar with the Oh, I'm gonna ruin my YouTube. I'm sorry. No, I can't. Also, you like my tier list so far? Hang on. We're just gonna like.
Alright.
Oh no, I'm sharing.
Is that the No gay? You are gay. I'm gay. I am gay.
This, I don't think I can be DMCA'd for this.
I don't think you'll be DMCA'd for a lot of things.
No, on YouTube I will be.
Oh.
This is from the 1983, maybe. Wait. Here we go. Can you hear it? I'm sorry. I'm not. I still think I've worked on it, but I still think I'm not sharing the sound.
No, it's not going.
Okay, then we're just gonna have to not talk for just a minute. And you're gonna have to unmute my tab on whatever platform you're watching, whether it's Twitch or Kick. Also, count as a viewer. Get rid of the raid thing on Twitch. Nerd. Pirates of Penzance. This is important. Yes, it is a musical. The Dread Pirate Roberts. Oh no, what's gonna happen now? Wards in Chancery. And father is a major general. We better pause, or danger may befall. Her father is a major general. Oh no, he's a major general. Now this is the important part. Start paying attention now.
I'm paying attention.
It is a glorious thing to be a major general. Same as the Pirate King tune. I am the very model of a modern major general. I've information, vegetable, animal, and mineral. I know the kings of England, and I quote the fights historical from Marathon to Waterloo in order categorical. I'm very well acquainted too with matters mathematical. I understand equations both for simple and quadratical. About binomial theorem, I'm teeming with a lot of news.
Oh, so we're doing commentary and just a thing, just so we're not DMCA. And I probably let it go too long, but this is the major meat of it. So I'm gonna see if I can jam on it and figure it out as it's going. It's very fast and it's mostly on xylophone. But you see, I have an acoustic electric 5-string bass here, so I'm gonna see if I can play with it. This is a classic piece of media. This is the Pirates of Penzance, the model of a modern major general. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
It's about to go into overdrive. 3, 2, 1.
Lot of news. Got it. With the many cheerful facts about the square of the hypotenuse. Many cheerful facts about the square of the hypotenuse. Many cheerful facts about the square of the hypotenuse. Many cheerful facts about the square of the hypotenuse. I'm very good at integral and differential calculus. I know the scientific names of beings and animalculus. In short, it matters vegetable, animal, and mineral. I am the very model of a modern major general. In short, it matters vegetable, animal, and mineral. He is the very model of a modern major general. In fact, when I know what is meant by mammillon and ravelin, when I can tell at sight a Mauser rifled from a javelin, when such affairs as sorties and surprises I'm more wary at, and when I know precisely what is meant by commissariat, when I have learned what progress has been made in modern gunnery, when I knew more of tactics than a novice in a nunnery.
Novice in a nunnery.
In short, when I've a smattering of elemental strategy. Oh, my word, that's a hard one, isn't it? Wait a minute. Got it. You'll say a better Major General has never sat at sea. For my military knowledge, though I'm plucky and adventurous, has only been brought down to the beginning of the century, but still in matters vegetable, animal, and mineral, I am the very model of a modern Major General.
Can you do it one more time?
Certainly.
And can you do it really fast?
What's this? In fact, when I know what is a member, mammal on a reveling, when I can tell a side of mouse arrived from a javelin, when such affairs, sorties, and surprises I'm aware at, and when I know precisely what in member commissariat. Oh, when I have long more progress to be made in modern gunnery, when I know more of tactics than a novice in a nunnery, and sure, when I have a smattering of elemental strategy, you'll say a better Major General has never rode a horse! For my military knowledge, though I'm plucky and adventurous, has only been brought down to the beginning of the century, but still in matters vegetable, animal, and mineral, I'm the very model of a modern Major General!
Enough. Might sing another encore.
Well, now that I've introduced myself, I should like to have some idea of what's going on. Permit me, I can explain in 2 words.
That's it.
What a classic. What a fucking classic.
Absolute legend.
I don't even know how we get here, Grumple. We start talking about security, and then all of a sudden we're listening to some oldies, some classics.
Yeah, like that, and I'm pretty. I'm pretty sure that's old enough to be open source at this point too. So it should be good for DMCA. I'm not sure about the actual video. YouTube's probably hosed at this point, but you know, such is life. We're live. We
Yeah.
continue.
Hey, controversial question. What's your take on patents?
Well, if I may bring up, Mike Patton
I'm dying.
is Mike Patton is the #1 biggest vocal range ever. Oh, here it is. Yeah, no, I knew Axl Rose. Who's the other one? The top 3. Oh, top 5 singers with most vocal range. Can we look? Can we do that one? Mike Patton is 100% #1 because he's 7. I think he's 7 plus 2 octaves.
This is definitely not what I meant, and I think you know it, but I appreciate the meme.
Wait, you don't? Oh. Wait, do you think I intentionally misunderstood what you said to make it funny? That'd be a silly thing
Yeah.
to do, wouldn't it?
Did you? Okay, we're in territory where like I'm having a little bit of a tism moment. I don't know if you're being serious or not now. I've lost the plot. I'm sorry.
Oh, welcome to my world. I don't know if I'm serious ever. That's funny. So the top 5. Oh no, not females. Nobody cares because they. Oh wait, female singers
Damn,
have 6
that's fucked
vocal
up.
range. You know what I mean? Nobody cares because they're not like last time I checked, they weren't in the top 3 of just highest, biggest vocal range ever. Although Mike Patton is like not just his range. It's okay, so Axl Rose, Freddie Mercury, he was number 3. Oh, Freddie Mercury, Steven Tyler. Okay, yeah, this makes sense. Yeah, they're all legends. I forgot. I like Steven Tyler was in the numbered list that I'm remembering. It was literally Mike Patton, Axl Rose, then Steven Tyler. Freddie
I don't know
Mercury
who most
wasn't
these
on the
people
list.
are. I mean, I know Freddie Mercury, but
So
I'm a very simple man when
who
it
did-
comes to music. This
Oh,
is
wait.
me. I hear a song.
so Simple
I add
Man.
it to
Wait.
a playlist called music.
So you're a Simple Man, so you like Leonard Skinner then?
I do know Leonard Skinner, and
But I
yes,
mean, because Simple Man is, well, I think one of my
I
favorite
get the joke.
songs from. I mean, it's one
Yes,
of my
yes.
favorite songs ever, but also it is by Skinner.
It made a resurgence on YouTube like 3 months ago, maybe more, 6 months ago.
I'd really like to do a music review stream at some point without getting DMCA'd, but I don't think that's the thing. So like, just have to delete it, just be for funsies.
Just do it on Twitch. Just do it, yeah. Do it on Twitch and don't leave the VOD up.
Oh.
Easy.
Well, it'd be, I mean, Twitch and Kick and probably Rumble. Just I couldn't do, but you know what I could do? I could play media that I already owned and not play like the YouTube videos of those things and do reviews of it. Because I do own a lot of media. Like I have like Volbeat on vinyl. Dude, you know who has that? Dudes that had imported it from Germany, like I did. That's who has that.
Nice.
Yeah, but yeah, Mike Patton has 7 plus, I think 2.
Women are gay. True. Actually, women are the gayest straight people I know. I would actually say that straight women are gayer than gay women. It's
Wait, where are we
something
seeing
that probably
women?
should be studied.
Oh. Wait, Fireman, you came up earlier. No, you came up, but I didn't mention you, out of respect. It was for a thing that you might be interested in. If I remember what it was, I'll DM you. Oh, Amanda Thomas, Simple Man was a song your mom wanted to dance to with your brother when he got married. I identify with that, and that's 100% great. At one of my weddings, I did
One
force.
of them. Damn.
Yeah, I've been married a few times. To go figure. Really weird, right? I'm middle-aged, been married a couple times.
Wow.
You know, weird, right?
Someone in the military being married multiple times? That's
And-
insane, bro.
and-
It's
and,
never
like-
happened before.
And you can see the gray in my beard. Like, yes, somebody, a middle-aged dude that is a Marine veteran that has been married a couple times. Yeah, go figure, right? Super weird. Oh, breaking news. Go figure that one out, right,
Statistical
Shouty?
Anomaly. Right
Yeah,
there.
I'm a statistical anomaly. Anomaly? Namalamaly.
Yeah, there we go.
Namalama naman
See anemone. I see anemone.
See anemone.
Ah, fucking. Dude, Finding Nemo was ahead of its time. That animation was absolutely fire
It
for when it
was,
released.
and I'm not sure that I want my kids to see it.
Wait, why?
Because I don't want my kids to be exposed. I know I need to expose them to tragedy so they get used to it for when I'm not around, but it's like I really don't want to. It's like one of the things as a parent is like you got to do things that you really don't want to prepare your kids for when you're not around.
Yeah.
And that's one of them. Finding Nemo is one of
I
them.
mean, how old would you want to show Finding Nemo to kids? Like, what do you think's like an age appropriate?
32.
I'd say like 5 or higher, honestly.
32.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't show them like.
Yeah,
and this
but
is for me,
I'm
not even for them.
I'm very protective, but I very much understand my entire role is to teach my kids to like succeed in life when I'm not around.
Yeah.
So like other parents might not agree with how early I do things. However, some things I'm like, I don't want that. No. I just don't. And that's just me being, weak or a pussy or whatever. So no biggie.
No. I mean, I can understand it. The only thing that like I kind of think is a little weird about it is that like art is one of the pivotal parts of human experience, and I feel like, I mean, obviously there's art for different like levels of age brackets and stuff, but like if you're past like a certain age, you've already experienced some level of tragedy, and I think that something like Finding Nemo, while it might make you cry, or maybe they just don't understand it, it will subconsciously at least, prepare them, like you were saying, to be able to deal with what happens when, grandma's not around anymore. They're usually the first to go, or your dog, right? Or your fish. Fish die all the time. If you have children who take care of fish, that fish will probably be dead in like a week to at least a year. So,
So
I feel
my boys have a little teeny tiny, I think it's a 7-gallon tank, and they've had it for over a year now, and none of the fish have died. There's 5 little fish in there.
It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it really is, because like I'm not keeping on to them about it because I want them to learn the lesson. And yeah, the fish might have to suffer for the lesson, but I want them to learn the lesson that, hey, if you don't take care of something, it's gonna die. If something is entrusted to you and you don't take care of it, it's gonna, like, something bad is gonna happen. But they haven't. They've been on top of it between them. And my
Pretty good.
oldest is 7, and the next one is 4, and then the next one is like 18 months. So he's not doing anything.
Yeah.
It's only the oldest one that's being responsible right now, and it's like he's not learning the lesson because he's being too responsible, and I don't know how to deal with that as a parent.
There you go. Tell him to watch Wall-E and Finding Nemo. There you go. That's it. You have
no,
it. You have it.
we just watched Wall-E, and he was bored with it, honestly.
What? No.
He
This is
might
your kid.
be
Beat
yeah.
the fuck out of your kid.
No. He might be just too young.
No, no.
He might be just too young. No, my kids are too smart, and my therapist says, like, apples,
Wall-E's
something
a
about trees,
masterpiece.
but no, my kids are way too smart.
Hey, open to mocking a fascist? Depends. Is it a fascist that we like or a fascist that we don't like? It's a real question.
When asked, I believe Winston Churchill, when asked, after World War II, hey, what about that whole thing backing the fascists to the communists? Which one do you think we made a mistake? I believe Winston Churchill said, yeah, we should have probably backed the fascists.
Pretty fucked up, to be honest.
I mean, versus
Can you
communists?
imagine hating an economics? Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, very much so. I'd rather.
You know, do you know how many cigars Winston Churchill smoked in a day?
Have no clue.
It was a lot. But
I know that he was known to chain smoke cigars.
yeah,
But,
he had a cool hat too.
Dude, I mean, but that's so fucking wild. Think about that. Is that I hate
Poison
these
the
people
Tank.
that are utilizing a different economic system so
Wait.
much that I'd rather
Hold on.
what?
Bong and stuff. Are you telling me to poison the fish tank to teach a lesson to the kids for No. It's
The lesson is that your parents
No.
will also sabotage your life.
yeah,
Most of us
that'll
had to
be
learn this lesson.
that'll be the, dude, I'm already big and scary as it is. Like, I don't need my kids to be scared of me that I might actively sabotage
You
their
have a
entire
friendly
lives.
face. If I saw you in a bar, I would say, "What's up?"
Hey, okay, I'm 6'3".
Okay.
I try to be
Way
friendly,
to be
but
gifted.
yeah. No, it's not, because it's like it is harder to no, I don't, because I gave up on social settings, but when I am in one, I just randomly approach people.
Really?
Maybe it's
You're a fucking
autism
animal.
where I don't have fear of confrontation at all. I thrive on it, honestly. Yeah, I'm kind of like woke up and chose violence or chaotic neutral, somewhere in there. So yeah, some of the best friends I've ever had for, a few months, I've met in a bar.
I'm kind of that way. Like, I'm very not social in my hometown because I don't want to know my neighbors or the people I'm around. But when I go
No,
out,
you
like-
wanna know
like
all
now,
of 'em.
When I'm in a different, no, fuck them, dude. I actually don't like them. But if I'm out abroad,
When the-
right,
when
that's
the
where I make
when the
closest friends.
communists come and invade the United States on our own soil in a Red Dawn scenario, who are you teaming up with if not your neighbors?
There is no communists invading America. If anything, I'm more scared of like a civil war that would break out in America than somebody else invading us or us slowly just like crumbling. And also, like, if there is a communist like takeover, it's probably going to be within, because nothing has converted people to communism more than Americans' corporatism version of capitalism. So, if you
You're
don't want people to be
you're not wrong.
communist, just have a better economic one. Have a better economic model. Like I say this all the time. I know that like people get like really pissy with it, but like it's if you don't want fucking people to straight up be communist, then like create an economic system that fucking works. Like it's just like utilize it could
Well,
be
yeah, hang
capitalism
on,
if
you're-
capitalism was working better.
Okay, just wait. You're saying, hey, just go create a system that's better to the people down in the trenches of dealing with it. Just go create a system that's better to people like those people. That's not going to do anything. That's not constructive, and it just makes you sound like a pretentious douche fuck. If I may be so bold as to say,
No,
wait,
it's
hang
not
on,
for,
hey,
it's
hang
not
on.
for you. It's for the
is
system.
douche fuck toss anywhere? I don't think it is.
I don't know. No, but
Mm.
this isn't me telling you to create a system that's
But
better.
that's what
It's
it
that
sounds
the
like.
government. No. The government is afraid of communism. They don't want communism. That's why there's been so much propaganda
Well,
against
no.
communism. They want people to consensually, willingly participate in capitalism. Okay, cool. All right. Well, if you want that, then utilize capitalism or a different economic system in a way that employs people to want to stay in that system and not search for something else. Because
So hey,
quote socialist and
school
communist, there's
teacher,
people that do not
hang
like
on, just okay. What you're saying is, hey, school teacher, engage in a system other than lobbyists in the military-industrial complex telling senators to vote for a certain bill. That's see,
Okay, no.
I know that's not what you think you're saying,
You're-
but that's what it sounds like to.
They're
like
not
the
your
recipient.
teacher isn't the one trying to advocate for well, usually people aren't the ones advocating for fucking systematic, change or to keep systematic status quo. The
systemic.
government is the one that's been
The
systemic, sorry.
The word is systemic. I got
yes,
you, brother man.
yes. Thank you.
I'm just trying to help you.
Fuck you. You said anomaly wrong earlier. I'm sorry. I love you. But you're just trying to make me a better person. But
That's
I'm
all
not
I.
saying,
No, I just try to help everybody.
The teacher is sitting.
Why do you think I'm
the
a mod in
teacher
so many
isn't sitting
communities?
around-
It's not like it's just because. It's mostly
Because
because
you're
it's
sexy, that's
frustrating.
why.
No, it's mostly because it's frustrating watching them like stream and like have their discords be all jacked up. Like, hey, please just like do X, Y, and Z, and that's. It's not out of like the goodness of my heart. It's out of frustration. Mostly.
Okay, so the point is that the teacher isn't the one that's trying to push to advocate maintaining status quo capitalism. That's usually the system that is trying to push and advocate for these things. Most people just go about their day existing in whatever fucking system they exist in, right? So the people that are doing most of the lobbying are, well, I mean, the government and the people that support the government, aka that's typically going to be businesses in America. So what I'm saying is to those people who want to uphold the interest of capitalism and or uphold whatever status quo that they want, or at the very least prevent communism, what they would have to do is maintain a system or use a system that justifies the either status quo or justifies not being communism. Because the reason so many people are taking a relook at communism, and the reason that communism even in the first place spread, is because
They were gay.
it became so, the economic systems became
Please
so
continue.
unbearable for the everyday person that they started actually having to look at the system and go, can we change it, right? You want a system that works so well that nobody thinks about changing it, right? That's my point. I'm not, just to be clear, that is my point. Communism isn't real. True. It's a figment of imagination. Would you disagree with what I'm saying here, Mr. Grump? Oh boy. Grumple is busy killing fish. Yeah, I didn't see that he stepped away. I'm waiting for my girlfriend to come home. So I stole her computer and I'm playing Hollow Knight on it. Like the good boyfriend I am. I'm practicing a no death run that I wanted to do on stream. I don't know. He should just let the kids like watch Finding Nemo. It'll be worth it.
I'm not sure. I need to be convinced about
Oh, he's back.
watching Finding Nemo. I think they have, but I'm,
You
I'm
want
not
to
sure
be
that all
worse?
have yet.
It's not like fucking Marley. It's like it's not Marley and Me, bro. It's like the worst thing that's in Finding Nemo is like Ellen. What is it? DeGeneres or whatever. Degenerate right now. She's
no.
a fucking monster.
Wait,
so-
no, Ellen's not in it. It's Phoebe from Friends is Dory. Is she not?
Really?
Yeah,
Give me a second.
the actress who's Phoebe from Friends. I forget her name, but she's the Dory character. Ellen's not in. Am I off on
Doran,
this?
Played by Ellen DeGeneres. Ellen DeGeneres brought her unique vocal talent to the charming and forgetful practice Regal Blue Tang Dory. Is that in the new one or is that in the old one? Did they change voice actresses?
No, it was.
I mean, I'm looking at the cast right now. In Finding Nemo 2003 and Finding Dory 2016, Ellen
20
DeGeneres plays the
2003.
forgetful fish Dory. Yeah.
Holy
It's-
fuckballs! Is that? It was not. Wait, who am I?
Bro's
Wait,
having a
Willem
parents being
Dafoe
bear
is in
moment
it.
right now. Who does Willem Dafoe play?
Well,
is he
I
one
think-
of the fish in the
I
Shark
think-
Tank?
yeah,
He's
I-
the one with the scar, right?
Yeah, I think Gil. I think that was. Yeah, he says Gil. I think that was the this one. This I think that's this guy. Wait, Willem Dafoe. Yeah, Willem Dafoe and Alexander Gould. Yeah, Willem Dafoe is the Scar. The it's not an angelfish. But you know the one. Yeah, the Scar
Yeah,
one.
he's like the black and white. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's racist.
Ooga chaka, ooga chaka, ooga chaka,
You're
ooga chaka.
you're canceled
ooga
now.
chaka.
Yeah. Okay. So between 8 and 10 cigars, that's a lot of cigars. Yes, 100%, Amanda. I'm not douchefuck checks out. Yes, could be either. Streamers are pussies, and I am intimidating. Wait, no, bong and stuff. You mean I'm in, like I bong and stuff. I artificially raise my voice to make myself less intimidating. Is that like in real life and trying like in online spaces? I put in the effort. My natural voice
Wow, look at you.
is a dramatic baritone. Hang on.
Okay, here he goes. I think I do the same thing though. I used to speak with my chest and now I don't. I think it's because
No,
it's
I'm
working in the service industry for so long.
Yeah. Yeah, people get intimidated when you
Yeah. Mine
Don't.
wasn't as low as yours at all, but I mean, probably even with you raising it, it wasn't as low as that. But let me try. So I used to talk. No, I don't think I can do it as much anymore. So I used to talk from my chest. No, I would have to practice. Anyway, well, yeah. So Ellen is the worst part of it.
what was her name? Marta Kaufman, is that a relation to Andy Kaufman? Lisa Kudrow.
Maybe.
There you go. I don't know why, like, why do I don't know why I like, it's just out of habit, because I'm middle-aged now. It's just out of habit where I do it, especially on mic on online spaces. I don't know why I do this still, because it's mostly in person, because I'm a very large individual, and I friggin' raise my voice so that I, like, especially in a business setting, so that I seem less intimidating. However, these days I'm mostly remote for everything, even contracts that I get on. So I don't know why I'm trying to placate these scared bitches. Pardon my French.
Pardoned.
I can't get reported to HR for just like, oh, menacingly making coffee in the break room if we're all remote. Get fucked, Helen. Fucking suicidal ass bitch. Suicidal.
That
I was
actually
talking about
happened to
super
me.
slides.
That actually,
You too?
I had to do. Yeah, I had to do a. I'm not as tall as you, by any stretch. I'm 5'11", so I don't even break the 6. I'm 5'11", but when I wear my Hokas, I guess that would make me 6 with the shoe. But I'm naturally 5'11", right? And so I'm not.
Well, I'm
I wouldn't
6'3" with no
consider
shoes
myself, like,
on.
super.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 5'11" shoes, or anything like that. 6 when I'm wearing my Hokas, which I do wear a
I don't know
lot.
what the fuck a hookah is.
But they're a very nice shoe, and they give you like an extra inch of height as well because of how much cushion they have. But that's not against the point. So I was doing a contract. I had to go on site, and I was working up. The site had on-site food where you can go, and they give you like these cards where they're like, hey, go get yourself a fucking meal. So I go get myself a fucking meal, and I walk in, and I'm waiting in line. I'm looking around. I'm checking out the different vendors. I get my food, I eat, and then I go back to my work. I get a call. And they're like, over the radio, and they're like, hey, call the phone. And I'm like, dude, I'm fucked, right? So they have me call the line that goes directly to the office that I had to report to, and they were talking, and they're like, hey, did you do anything like weird at so-and-so site? I was like, no, I got food. I mean, with the card that they gave me, like the voucher card, it was like $15 off, and I got like a $20 meal, so like I ended up paying like $5, and he was like, oh, okay, so we got like a report from like 2 people that just said that they felt intimidated with your presence there. I was like, what the fuck does that mean? And they were just like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Apparently, I'm not. They were just saying, like, I have broad shoulders. I'm not like, I wouldn't call myself a big guy. I was a lot more, I guess, fit back then. But I mean, even with wearing my Hokas and having a bit broad shoulders, I still have a lot smaller of a frame than most people. So like, I wouldn't consider myself really intimidating to most of the population. So it like fucking threw me off that I couldn't even, that like I got reported. I mean, and I wasn't even wearing anything weird. I was wearing jeans, my Hokas.
Oh, jeans. There you go.
you know,
What the fuck is a
standard-
Hoka? Is it a, is
Again,
it a
shoe.
It's a shoe. Okay.
Just look them up. Just look them up. Just type in Hoka shoes.
I don't know, is it Hoka?
Yeah. There's a bunch of different Hokas, but generally if you just type in Hoka, it'll be like what you see there. They weren't colorful, but I think I did the cloud, what was it? The cloud something, I think. But just, yeah. They were my first pair of Hokas that I bought out there, and everybody was like, hey, if you're going to be on your feet and you're going to be going from contract site to contract site, you're going to like this because you're on your feet for like up to 6 hours at this job sometimes. So you're going to want this, want these. And goddamn, did they feel nice. But anyway, I was just wearing those shoes, neutral color. I was wearing jeans, a belt, I had my undershirt on, which contract company's logo, and then I was wearing a coat over it because it was winter, and it was just a standard, I think like a Hurley
Oh,
coat.
look at you
So.
dropping all the name brands and shit. There you go.
Hurley's, I don't
Get her
know.
done.
I mean, if you would Hurley is like kind of cheap.
I mean, it's still a name brand.
Yeah. Hokas are expensive, but I mean, I have very particular feet, so if I'm doing any
Word.
work, these. And those
Well,
are it.
Hang on, why? So you like to wear shape ups? Is that what I'm getting?
I don't know that term. But the brands I like are New Balance, Hoka, On, which is a Swiss brand. It's just ON. Trying to think of
This is
any other ones I've gotten. Oh, and Brooks.
This is shape ups. I mean, isn't that the same thing?
They're kind of the same thing, I guess, but these are athletic wear shoes, and
Oh no, I know
think they're
Brooks.
Designated.
Yeah,
so
last
Brooks,
marathon
New
I ran, I picked up a
Balance.
pair of Brooks.
Yeah. So like I have New Balance on out here, and back home I have a pair of On, a pair of Brooks, and a pair of Hokas. And I kind of just rotate them depending on what I'm doing.
Wait, hang on. It wasn't a marathon. The last running event that I attended, I picked up a pair of Brooks, and like Altezas, something like that. It's not like the Toyota, like an Altezza, but
Dude, Toyotas are cheap in Japan. Holy fuck! Like everything's like marked down. Like
they're
$10,000
domestic
out here.
No, Toyota. Okay, dude, my S13, I picked it up for $500 when I was stationed in Okinawa.
$500.
Yeah,
Nice.
my Midnight
Yeah, dude,
Purple 1989, with a GTI. I think it's a GTIR turbo on it. Like, it definitely had some head work done. Yeah, my race car, I picked it up when I was stationed in Okinawa for $500.
Is Okinawa a nice place to go to? I was thinking of doing Okinawa, but the only place like that is that I've been to Sasebo in their military base.
It's been
but,
called the West Virginia
I
of Japan.
usually- Oh, then I'd fucking dislike it. Okay.
I mean, if you
Depending on
like,
what-
if you enjoy rural primarily, then, and also
I
if,
do.
if you like, I mean, honestly, the scuba diving there is the best. I don't want to say anywhere because like Australia is a thing, and even though you probably die, the less die version of best scuba diving anywhere, maybe it might be in Okinawa. I'm not gonna say it is. I'm gonna say it might be. However, if you want to go and live in another country for a little while, if you have any interest ever in flying, go. This is one of my actual regrets, is while I was stationed in Okinawa, because I was there for 2 years, a little over 2 years, that I did not get my private pilot's license, because it was at the time right around $4,500 total out the door, including all the flight time. And not for a sport license, but for a private pilot license in the United States, currently with all the flight hours, getting close to 30 grand. If you're interested in it at all, just go do it. There's no downside. I got my
Might do it.
I was doing, whatever for while I was active duty, but I went and got, civilian scuba certified while I was there. It took like, a few hours. I wish I had just kept doing that and gone and got
Yeah.
pilot's license.
I don't like going where there's military bases too often though. And I think that's the problem. It's like one
Oh, that's all of Okinawa.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, okay, so the military has two types of people when it comes to going abroad at these military bases. I've been to multiple of them, and my experiences fit into two categories. Either the douchiest people I've ever met and have made me embarrassed to call myself American, or there's some of the nicest, chillest fucking people ever, and I fucking die for them, right? Like, there's no in between.
That's people
feel-
anywhere, isn't it?
No, I feel like there's in between of like indifference or, oh, they're cool, but I probably wouldn't talk to them again, or, oh, they were a little bit rude, but I wouldn't say that I'm super embarrassed. They're just like, oh, having an off day. No, it's either like
It probably
They're either,
depends
like,
on the
fucking-
branch. No, it very much is going to probably depend on the branch also that you interacted with,
yeah.
or with whom you interacted.
So
Excuse me, because that was incorrect grammar.
who cares? You a grammar Nazi now? No, but
No, but my mom was an English teacher, so I've always been a grammar Nazi.
I thought you were literally gonna say my mom was a Nazi. I thought you were gonna.
Well, my adopted
uh,
mom
uh,
is like at least half German, so
Nice.
and an English teacher. I don't know, maybe.
That's pretty funny. But yeah, anyway, so the other logistical problem is that so the military, while it doesn't pay great, it definitely pays a very nice compared to a lot of local wages where these bases are. Unless if you're in a base in fucking like Norway or some shit, you're like they're making a lot of money compared to the local people, and all the businesses, all the hotels, and everybody around the base know this. So it's worse than fucking tourism, because tourism, you already spent a lot of money to go on the tourism and have a lot of money. They know they can't work it up too much, right? And especially since it comes in fluxes, when it's not tourism season, they have to lower their prices anyway. If there's a military base near its town, especially if you're in the countryside, these fuckers come off of the base with their fucking $45,000, and since housing is paid, a medical is paid, they're not paying for fucking schooling or anything like this. They come off a base and they have basically infinite money, and all the locals know it. So the taxis are expensive, the hotels are expensive, the restaurants are expensive, the clothes is expensive. So like, it really bugs me, and I'm like, fuck. It's kind of like why Guam is kind of fucked economically.
Guam is the next economic powerhouse. Come on now.
Next economic powerhouse.
Oh,
you're being
there's
sarcastic. Okay.
no. Well, I mean, am I? I might be.
I think
Am I? There's a lot of interest going there, and it's more than just my previous master guns that had a welded smoker trailer that made money at Naha tug of war thing a couple times a year or whatever. No, there's hang on, wasn't it Guam specifically where a sitting congressman, I'm not going to mention who, you know who, that said, hey, we can't put more troops there because we might flip the island over? Am I remembering that correctly? I'm not sure.
I'm not feeling
you don't remember that?
No. I don't remember it. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Anderson Cooper.
I got it right here. Oh, it's actually shared already. But however, the sound will not. So I'll shut up for just a moment and let's bask.
AC 360. CNN weeknights 10 Eastern.
A lot of odd things happen in Planet Washington. I actually thought this was kind of an April Fool's joke when I saw it today, but it's not. It took place last week in a House Armed Services Committee hearing discussing a military buildup on the island of Guam. Here's Georgia Congressman Hank Johnson. Listen.
This is a
Hank Johnson. Here we go.
That at its widest level is what, 12 miles from shore to shore, and at its smallest level or smallest location, it's 7 miles between one shore and the other. Is that correct?
Who puts a cross in a 7?
I don't have the exact dimensions, but to your point, sir, I think Guam is a small island.
Very small island, and about 24 miles, if I recall, long. So 24 miles long, about 7 miles wide at the least widest place on the island. And
So not 12, but 24.
About 12 miles wide on the widest part of the island. And
No, he just said 12 wide.
Square miles that is. Do you happen to know?
I don't have that figure with me, sir. I can certainly supply it to you if you'd like.
Yeah, my fear is that the whole island will become so overly populated that it will tip over and capsize.
We don't anticipate that.
I got to say, I'm impressed with the Admiral Robert Willard, who's head of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, for not laughing, frankly. Later, when he was asked for a clarification, a spokesman for the Congressman Johnson said he meant that adding about 8,000 Marines and their families to the population of Guam could be a tipping point to the island's infrastructure and ecosystem, that he was, quote, obviously joking. You can decide for yourself.
Yeah, he wasn't obviously joking. There's another that wasn't the one that I was expecting, because there was one with, I think, the same guy where he had a PowerPoint about the actual island flipping over. But, no biggie.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. He has a point that there's a lot of military there, and the economy and the buildup of people there is basically makes it that if you're native born, you're pretty fucked.
Hey, okay, should I click this? It says veterans do not watch, and it seems to be about Fallujah.
Fucking do it. Fucking do it. Actually, what you need to do is that you gotta start one of those reaction YouTube channels where like military bros react to Fallujah gameplay, and then you play like 6 days in Fallujah.
Why would I play a game about it?
Well, that's the military YouTuber meta, is to have them like react to like Call of Duty raid reaction. Ooh. I actually do like those videos though. I'm making fun of it because everybody wants to do it now, but they are pretty informative.
You want to know the actual veteran reaction, like especially the Marine reaction, is like when Marja took back. that's when every Marine was not happy about that.
I mean, there's quite a few things I feel like
Because it
I
was
won't be
allowed to
happy
happen.
about.
Oh, and it only happened because of rules of engagement. And like, yeah. Marja, Marines died securing Marja in Afghanistan. And nobody was happy. Like the meme, nobody liked the Fallout meme, like nobody liked that. That's what happened. You want to set everybody, at least on the enlisted side, on edge. Politically allow something to go away that blood was shed for. Are we getting into... Okay, hey. Hey, okay, you're along for the ride.
Okay.
This is now... do I need to take notes of when this is so I can make this as like a short or what? I'm the worst content creator ever, dude. Like, fucking, I don't care. Just run it. If I remember, maybe I'll go extract something and make a... Wait, where are we? Look, I got a broken crayon. I'm gonna write down. We're at 2:20 something.
Just make sure not to eat it.
I mean, but no, you can't tell me what to do.
Oh shit! What's it taste like? Probably like wax, right?
You want to know what it tastes like?
Victory.
No. See, this one's green. You want what this tastes like?
Green apple. Green apple.
This one tastes like strawberry and freedom.
Mm.
I'm gonna turn up the background music so we don't get DMCA'd so hard. Oh, it's from... Oh, Nico won't DMCA me. He's a veteran.
Wait, a veteran made a Veterans Don't Watch video? What is
Yeah,
this?
I'm very curious about this now, and it's from a year ago. 1.2 million views. Nico Ortiz, I have to imagine he's not gonna like DMCA a Marine veteran, but like another veteran that's just react because it's 16 minutes. I'm gonna play it on fast forward. What? Duncan Stamps. I really enjoy Dungeons and Dragons. I don't have a lot of time. I would like to play a game. I've ran a few games in my time, but no, I don't currently play Dungeons and Dragons. The 5th edition stuff is intriguing to me. However, I feel like I can't manipulate it enough to make the game as fun as 3rd edition. Wait, Duncan Stamp. Wait, what? If there's a Star Wars evil D&D campaign, political strategic theme, People don't like to play evil stuff. That's been my jam. If I'm not doing some kind of chaotic neutral, I like to play usually lawful evil, but that's just because that's funsy gamesies. Yeah, no, I'm interested. Wait, Star Wars 5th edition. I don't. If it's the same as like D&D or something, yeah. I mean, no. If there's a game afoot, and like, especially if we can do content with it, yes, 100%. I want to play. I want to do a. Yes, I want to do an RPG like. Where especially if I can stream it, yes, I'm in. You gotta, cause I will have some technical, like if there's like artificer classes or whatever, if there's like, whatever, I just, especially in the Star Wars universe. Yeah, no, tabletop. Wait, you mean like with the Duncan Stamp? Can you come into Discord and real quick talk to me before we watch this video, or I'm gonna lose it? Oh wait, hang on. I'll invite you. Duncan Stamp, if I send you a Discord DM, would you talk to me in this call right now? And can't VC? Okay. How will we contact each other? Okay, well, I'll send you a... You know what? It's fine. Everybody in the... I don't have a command for it, but everybody in... Everybody in all the things... No, Duncan, you're good. Wait, I'm not feeling disrespected at all. You just invited me to a game for a funsies thing, especially if I can stream it. Yes, I'm interested if we can make it work, because I have some really weird time constraints going on right now. If we can make it work, I want in. Wait, start as Jedi. Oh, that's... Can I have guns? And can I invent guns and like do things like that? That was the best thing in like the Star Wars universe, is like being able to do pseudoscience for like blasters or whatever. 4 groups, 4 DMs. They plan to merge. Okay, yeah, no, this sounds like fun. Oh, also, in my Discord, nothing's automatic. I have to manually, I manually assign permissions for everybody because I don't advertise it. It's not like public Discord. But, yeah, I'm in. Wait, if I'm a DM, no, I don't even know the Star Wars game. I cannot be possibly a DM for this. DM PC Dark Emperor. I'm not sure if I'm offended now. Okay. Yeah, no, Duncan. No, I'm in. I'm interested. Let's talk. I sent you the... I sent you the invite thing, or yeah, hang on, just yeah, no, we're all good. Just if you're not in a Discord that I'm in, so you can DM me, join mine, and then you can DM me, and we can get all this. Whatever the game is, yeah. If a game's afoot, I'm in. Oh, no. Currently, right now, that works for me. Even the time hack works for me right now. Not sure for how long, but yeah. Our Duncan Stamp, are you and oh wait, I'm not Amanda Rose. Oh. I'm not sure who that is.
I'm gonna stay muted for a little bit. I'm making food right now and getting a drink.
Okay, I'm about to push play and do the reaction.
I can watch. I'm gonna be muted, but I'll be watching through your stream.
Okay. That's the only way I like. So Discord on Linux, as you know, like the audio share, it's an issue. And I'm using ARMcord right now, the ARMcord client, which also, okay, I think you. So yeah, you're in my Discord, obviously, because we're on the call. I have a list of all the different Discord clients that you can use, like open source and not, in the like somewhere in a channel. I have way too many channels. I gotta consolidate this shit like hard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I have a list. Like there's a post with a list of different Discord clients, and there's like there's dozens of them outside of the Foscord and aka Spacebar stuff. But okay, I'm gonna push play.
Okay, I'll watch.
Amanda Thomas, thank you. You're who I just allowed in. Oh no, Duncan, I said I'm not sure how long as far as my situation. Currently I'm as far as like real work. Streaming is a fun hobby for me right now currently. I still do work. But right now currently I'm doing contracts and stuff, but I am looking for like a new possibly W2 role. So let's not worry about things until like let's not worry about bridges until we come to them though. It's not a thing worth worrying about. Could I bring people in? Probably at least 2, honestly. I'm not sure necessarily about Star Wars, but I want to get into like a game and are into multiple things, yeah. Amanda, you are correct. It's actually 240. on not February but September 27th. Thank you. No, Duncan, I'm not Amanda, thank you for reminding me so I could update it for this. 100%. Thank you for bringing that in. But yeah, Duncan, I'm not promising. I'm saying maybe I can offer up to maybe two people who might be interested. Oh, in that case, yeah, two. Amanda being hot over there. Yes, Duncan. Two. Possibly two people that might be interested.
Operation Al-Jafar and Operation Phantom Fury was an American-led offensive of the Iraq War that lasted roughly 6 weeks, starting
Well, that's way too fast.
2004, marking the highest-point conflict against Iraqi insurgency. Within the city of Fallujah, the coalition was led by the United States Marine Corps and the U.S. Army. The battle was later described as some of the heaviest urban combat the U.S. military has ever been involved in since the Battle of Hue City in Vietnam. But why am I bringing up the second Battle of Fallujah? Because a new video
Okay, just
ever been involved in since the Battle of Hue City in Vietnam.
you can tell Nico is an army guy because if he was a Marine, he would know, even not speaking Vietnamese, that it's Way City. Because that's part of like the Marine Corps lore that they beat into you at boot camp. It's Way City in Vietnam. It looks like HUE, it looks like Hue. Also, Vietnamese is a very difficult tonal language. Duncan. Yeah, thanks for the follow, brother man. Way City. It's not Hue City, but let's
Urban combat the U.S. military has ever been involved in since the Battle of Hue City in Vietnam. But why am I bringing up the second Battle of Fallujah? Because a new video game. Yes, video game. 6 Days in Fallujah. If you guys are following the gaming channel, you have already seen how crazy and realistic this game is. The intro scenes will blow your mind, especially if you're a veteran. I like how to take a step back.
I know I'm not as ostentatious as Nico, and I really love his content. I don't think I could do that much energy all the time. I really like his hey, all the different ranches doing a whatever thing. This is going to be about Marines. Wait, isn't... No. This isn't about Margin. No, Fallujah was everybody.
When I actually jumped from let alone the game, I felt the grime on my face again. I could smell the air. It was crazy. But not in the sense of being in Fallujah, never been there. But all you combat veterans out there, the sense of super hyper vigilance, having to look around every single corner. It's like you're actually going to war. So I was like, I gotta show a vet who's there doing this in this video. So I brought my daddy mommy Eli here to watch the video with us. Yeah, we're here with my boy Eli, who is my other daddy mommy. He was in Fallujahs. Well, I was in Iraq. Hey, it's all same thing, different thing. Same thing. What's this?
That's Double Tap Eli on Twitch. I don't remember if Nico streams on Twitch. That's Double Tap Eli is his name on Twitch. I believe he is part of the Unsubscribed podcast. I want to get... Nah. I'm too old and too broken and... whatever to do content with these guys. Even if it's funny, no biggie.
Well, you've seen one dirt hole, you've seen two.
How old were you when you actually went downrange around this time frame?
20? We're going with 20. I think it was 20. This is insane. I'm like, you were telling me.
Oh, he's a child.
As we all know, if you guys are following the gaming channel, we got access to 6 Days in Fallujah. We dropped a super hot gaming video about 6 Days in Fallujah, and we have by now dropped the secondary video, and it's super hot. Make sure you guys check those out. But I played the game, and I could smell.
Excuse me, what?
All the veterans will understand. You'll see certain things, and it's like deja vu. You can smell the rot. You can smell gunpowder. You can.
This is true. Smell is one of the most powerful brain forces, I guess you could say, recollection forces especially. If you smell something, that thing can bring back memories. If you now, what he's talking about is some kind of, what I'm talking about is an olfactorous something bringing back mental imagery and or whatever. What he's talking about is imagery bringing back the smell, which is also a thing. It very much is a thing. There are some smells that you can't forget as much as you'd like to.
Smell just like dog shit. I could feel the grime on my face, and I was like, oh my god, Eli has to play this game like right now.
This would be great for his PTSD. Let's go.
Dead ass, after everybody sees these intro scenes before they even play the game, I think there will be 1% of the veteran community who won't be able to play the game. It got me like that, bro. It is such a what the vibe.
I don't think I can play this game.
This ain't even the gameplay. This is just the sexy ass cinematic scenes. It's like, wait, is this a movie or a documentary? And it's like, no, it's a video game. Ho. You're like, what the?
I'm gonna go get my sidearm.
Let me go get my sidearm. But yeah, I hit up Eli. I was like, bro, I need to show you these trailers at least, because Eli's gonna get the game later today. He gonna play it. We're gonna be sending it later. We'll make another video on the gaming channel. But I want to get Eli's reactions of someone who's actually been in the AO, done this, and just see what they think about this being just in a video game. What do you think is the most like realistic game right now?
Definitely
Call of Duty.
Fortnite. Just the climbing, the building, what you do combat. These are just commonly known things.
The flying, the flying.
Dude, all day
Don't forget
long.
the flying.
Fighting Goku. We did that multiple times overseas. No, it's weird because you have some games really get close to it. It's like movies. You have like all these different movies. Like, this is war movie, and they feel so fake. But then you watch Black Hawk Down, and you're like, yo, what the? Ooh, I don't like this right now. So none of them really get like Call of Duty. There's scenes from like Call of Duty where like, oh, this is dope, but it's like a scene. You're not living it.
You ready to send it?
Full send it.
So right now what I'm going to show you is the game intro.
I'm not getting any warm and fuzzies on if I should play this game. I can't watch some like Five Finger Death Punch music videos anymore. Like one time was like, nah, can't do that again. Nico. Oh, silly Nico.
Movie. This is just the intro to the game before you even get to click anything on the home screen. Are you ready? It's gonna be so dumb.
No, I didn't agree with the war, but the fact of the matter is, like, I was a young man of a certain age, and my country was at war, and I would have a choice to make. Was I going to participate, or was I not going to participate? And I would remember that choice for the rest of my life.
The invasion of Iraq brought Saddam Hussein's brutal regime to a swift end.
Oh my god, this is a video game. Chat.
Chaos, out of which an insurgency was born.
There were Iraqis, of course, in the insurgency, but there was a lot of force.
Dude, I'll make my fight.
Wait, was that a terp? Hang it. Yep. See, it says Iraqi combat interpreter. That's colloquially called a terp. Raise Slewa. Okay.
Of course, in the insurgency, but there was a lot of force.
Dude, I'm making my fighting on the front line, bro.
Non-Arab countries, even from the United States, from France, Europe.
Among those vying for power, one Jordanian man stood out.
Oh, so the commentaries, their commentary stopped there. I'm not sure if I'm like supposed to be reacting to the game or reacting to their commentary right now. It's like both. 'Cause I don't think I can play this game.
Among those vying for power, one Jordanian man stood out.
Zarqawi.
How you pronounce in English?
No gang that I'm aware of got shit on this, so y'all just need to. This was in 03, bro. Take a seat.
Okay, they're just watching the video. Skip.
ISIS.
Ooh, oh my god. Oh, this music, dog. That music instantly, that's like the main thing. Oh.
Gives you chills.
These terrorists were armed to the teeth. No one.
They turned him blue like an advice ghost from Star Wars.
They go out and do stuff all over the country. If they can make it back to Fallujah, they were safe.
Lawlessness.
Dude, straight lawlessness. And man, what's crazy is I know, we found one of the first ISIS kill houses over in Iraq. My unit did.
True horror.
And coalition forces.
We are determined to clean Fallujah from terrorists.
He's like, hey, yo, listen, y'all better get the fuck out, bro.
Shit's about to pop off. And Fallujah was cracking during this and the surge.
The next 6 days will be among the bloodiest in half a century.
Yo, you're not joking. This is a doc.
This is, yeah, in case y'all forgot, thought you were watching a movie, this is part of a video game. The gameplay, Mr. Andrew, go ahead and play a little sexy clip of the gameplay. Andrew, get up on this door right now. Breach it, breach it, breach it.
Nico, keep okay fast. Keep having a penny.
I have to take a break. Be right back. Okay. Oh. Ready to resume. Just so for anybody who's new, and thanks for hanging out if you stuck around for the raids. I usually talk about, when I'm talking about things, I usually talk about politics from like how it affects you individually, like essentially prepper stuff and like strategies, that kind of thing. And or I know I haven't done it much, but in the workshop, which is I'm in my bunker right now, so the other half of the building is my actual workshop, and I'm so close to having streaming coming out from there. That's what my goal is. After what, 5 or 6 years of streaming, yeah, I'm actually probably the worst streamer ever. However, I did win the 2019 and 2020 back-to-back best garage cleaning stream on Twitch award. So it was 2 years in a row. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to do all this. Not for how long I'm going to last. Just I'm not sure if I can actually watch all this. So let's watch for as long as I can do reaction. Is that okay with y'all? I'm assuming you said yes. So let's continue.
Bye.
I gotta administer first.
Okay. Everybody inside? Wayne, you gotta get in with us. We can't protect you out there. It literally gave me chills. Because that, like, you know, fighting in any type of urban environment, anybody who's familiar with Mount anything, anxiety of having to look anywhere and everywhere at all.
Nico. You just took my emotional ruin from the watching the game, like with the ACOG, like inside the building, and then saying Mount for Mount. There's no N in it, unless there is in Army or whatever it was. I don't remember where. Wait, hang on, Nico. Were you Army or Air Force? Were you Air Force? I forget. Is it Mount there? I don't know. Marine Corps Mount. Like, and it's just urban built up, you know, urban terrain manual, the Mount manual, Mount House. Not trying to nitpick, but I mean, attention to detail. I'm gonna play it again just to see if I misheard it.
Literally gave me chills. Because that, like, you know, fighting in any type of urban environment, anybody who's familiar with Mount anything, anxiety of.
Okay, so he has the acronym right here, so he knows it. He just pronounces it silly. So, okay, let's continue. Because it is, this is it. It's MOUT. Military Operations Urban Terrain. Yeah, this is your shoot house. Like, this is where you do practice and stuff. This is where, like, your irregular shit happens. If you're a fan of The Fat Electrician, this is where a quack bang might happen. Or if you're a Marine, this is where... I mean, if you're strictly following the manual, which you don't, but yeah, you toss a frag before any new area. Like, the actual Marine Corps manual defines, like, on Mount situations, that you toss a frag grenade into any new room, any stairwell. I believe mouse holes is mentioned. It's like 6 pages on, yeah, we be fragging. Frag out. Like, frag out is what, like, your entire team is saying, because, like, you're gonna get low on frags at some point. That's like, okay. Let's continue.
Having to look anywhere and everywhere at all times and trying to see, which is impossible, blows your brain apart. And you really need to depend on everybody to do their job, or else you're dead, bro. If you guys know anything about, like, acoustics or anything like that, concrete, tile, brick, sound bounces off of those things and causes, like, a crazy echo, right? That's that entire city. So somebody could be shooting 15 yards in front of you.
And it sounds on them different.
Clue where it's coming from. Your best bet is to find a muzzle flash or...
And all of the surfaces he just mentioned, all the sounds bounce off of them differently. Concrete and tile, the sounds are very different that bounce off of them. This is, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get through this whole video. I'm sorry, Nico. Sorry, Eli. I want to hang with y'all I want to like do content with y'all. Some things I
or see dirt kick up, or you're kind of
yeah, and the staple of like what you're saying with eyesight is so big because when you're doing patrols, when you're in these, especially daytime missions, and you're clearing through sectors, the level of fear, especially in those first few months until you get conditioned and you stop caring. Dude, yeah, you're just like, whatever. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette, and walk down. If I give it a target, it's to just shoot the cherry. It will hit me in the head. I'll be fine. But before that, dude, like you are so your eyes are just darting around. You have multiple story buildings, and all you hear is the.
This is the same, if you drive, if you have any veteran friends and dude comes back, you'll go driving someplace and you're the one driving or somebody else is driving and he's in the passenger seat, your recently back from deployment buddy. Probably gonna be yelling at you about obstacles and like just shit that's on like just there's a pile of like obstacle like just there's gonna be there's an adjustment period to not do that when you get back from deployment.
There's these horror stories of getting ambushed, snipers, and you're like, I'm going to die, or if I'm not doing my job, my buddy is going to die.
Yeah. Dude, people don't get it. This game is a great example of, okay, I'm walking, what the was that? Why am I bleeding? Holy and I'm dead. And then your teammates, you can't play this game by yourself. You will die. When I got early access to this game, they're like, here's 3 stream keys. I'm like, holy shit, that's so nice of them. I was like, wow, why would they do that? They're like, don't play this game alone. You'll never beat a single level. And I was like, huh? Suck on my titties. This is gonna be awesome.
It's so real that you have to join through basic. You have to go through maps. It literally takes 12 weeks of your time.
You have to fill out the paperwork to play the game. Awesome.
You're getting your blood drawn. And you have the detail stuff. You're like, man, this game's hyper realistic.
This is just the intro before you even get to go to anything on the game screen. I think it's gonna cause some veterans to flick a switch and go, okay, hold up, wait, what? Oh my god, wait, this is a game? I thought I was watching like a horror movie. I hate this shit. Let me know down below in the comments if you are somebody who was going to play this game, or you know somebody who was going to play this game and they literally could not after just seeing the intro movie scenes. And by the way, there's a second one about to watch right now. So, are you ready to watch the Fireteam movie intro?
But
I'm not. I left a comment for Nico. Marine veteran and streamer here. I've been avoiding this one because of the reputation, which I have been. I'm halfway done reacting to your video now, a year later after it's been published, and I'm pretty sure I can't play it. I want to get into the GunTuber space, even doing an unboxing of Beltfed when my lighting gets set, but I can't do this game so far. I think that's an honest assessment. He asked. I wouldn't have... If he did not ask, I wouldn't have said it. And yeah, I did do a little tiny bit of self-promotion.
If you just suddenly have a dip in your mouth and you're like, why is there a dip? Why am I drinking coffee?
Why am I smoking 3 cigarettes? What the
Oh no!
When did I start smoking again? It is only through personal experience that we begin to understand where war's difficulties lie.
We had a, KIA Marine within 5 minutes.
5 minutes, dude.
That city was 100% controlled by insurgency. We would find a head in the street, and there was no body. And we would find a body, and there was no head.
He was like, yeah, head, bodies, all over the place.
I knew this was I knew this was whoever the hell wanted to fight us in the whole world was coming to Fallujah.
For fun. Terrorists were coming there for fun to kill Marines.
American and Iraqi forces began pushing south.
Look at that.
All
That's
insurgents
huge.
The only way you can clear a city is you have to search every house, you have to search every room, and you have to root out every insurgent.
And they remain static in a building, knowing that they're probably not going to live. They may not even have a way back out, but they're so heavily fortified that you have to go in there and get them.
Every time we would
I don't really have anything to add. I just had to pause it for a moment. Okay.
we go into one of those buildings, you never know what to expect.
Dude, and this is when like CQC wasn't a thing. We were just doing it now.
You guys had to like create that from this.
Like Mount and everything was being designed from this.
There was still that sense of fear.
No.
Into the city. I mean,
No, it was not being designed. There was TPPs. Wait, no, I get, Eli, I get what you were saying. For modern. Okay, yeah, for modern Mount, because things were changing so drastically from what the manual had said. It was being rewritten. That's what I'm gonna assume you meant, Eli. I'm a 9/11 Marine. Just putting that out there. I went to boot camp in November of 01. When I went to boot camp, I was issued analog camis, but was part of the McMap program. So when I got to school, oh yeah, I caught all the hazings for having a McMap belt. Ooh. Also, I got sized like a size up, like large on camis when I'm literally the fit for medium regular. I'm who it was made for, being my 6'3" frame. Medium regular with my gorilla arms is apparently medium regular or medium long is my correct thing, but yeah, I was given larges, and that caught me hell too. Okay, let's continue.
I mean, it just grips you. It was pitch black that night. Pitch black because they did the attack on no moon, no illumination at all.
They knew better. They knew.
Shout to each other, let them come in, you know, never run, never show them that you're afraid.
They wanted to die.
Fighting an enemy that's not afraid to die.
This is a video game. What the bro?
Just adding all that stress before they're like, hey, you remember this?
Dude, Call of Duty, Y'all had a business, bro. Emphasis on had. Y'all not on this level.
It's the difference of being like, oh, here's we're side mission craziness versus, hey, this is what we experience. Here's news broadcast from the time, and you're seeing those like the muzzle, the tracers, the flashes. You're hearing the sounds. It adds a whole new level of like that tingly, sweaty. Brr, I don't like this feeling.
There's no difficult.
So Eli double tap is the guy that's on the left. Shout out to I'm not sure. I'd shout him out on Twitch, but I'm not sure. Wait, hang on. It's Eli _ double tap. He doesn't need my shout out. Dude has 46,000 followers. But there we go. That's the guy who's on the left. I don't think the guy who's on the right, which is Nico Ortiz. Wait, no, does he? Oh, he does. Never mind. I'll find it in a moment. The things that both of them said. Okay, I'm going to rewind what Eli said. And then add on to that what Nico said earlier about the visuals triggering smells. And that's real.
Dude, Call of Duty, y'all had a business, bro. Emphasis on had. Y'all not on this level.
It's the difference of being like, oh, here's we're side mission craziness versus, hey, this is what we experience. Here's news broadcast from the time, and you're seeing those like the muzzle, the tracers, the flashes. You're hearing the sounds. It adds a whole new level of like that tingly, sweaty. Brr, I don't like this feeling.
There is no difficulty setting in this game. It is work as a team or die. And the awesome thing I think about having these like intro movies is like it has that realistic aspect of, you know, in a game when you're walking or like you're playing Call of Duty Warzone and you get shot in the head and you're like, where the whole time in this game, bro? If you're not behind cover, you're probably gonna die. If your buddies are not shooting with their M16s or their 249s and you're maneuvering, you're probably gonna get shot. The Marine Corps better try and get some ad on this, bro, because y'all's recruiting about to go through the roof, dude. It's gonna be crazy. The aspect of like in the fire team moment they were talking about, like they're saying let them come in, don't run, bro. That's where like having a certain so a lot of people don't like this, don't like it being said, mainly civilians because they don't get it. Having respect for the enemy, even though they are terrorists, is a thing. When you can join the military, you have to understand the warrior spirit. They are not fighting on the same side as us. They do not have the same values, but holy do they possess the warrior spirit. They're willing to die for what they believe in to like the fullest extent. And when you fight somebody with that mentality, I don't care what you, it's scary.
Dude, that mindset, it's what made like the Japanese in World War II so absolutely terrifying. You had a culture that
This is correct. What he's what Eli's about to go into, yeah, the entire in World War II, the Germans were get out there or we'll machine gun you if you run back. The Pacific Theater in World War II, and that's where, honestly, I mean, a lot of Marine Corps history comes from, is the island hopping campaign in World War II. It gets weird. If Japanese don't surrender. There's a couple cases where it's happened. But for the most part, yeah, Japanese dudes just didn't surrender. because it would be dishonorable. In their culture, prior to World War II, I'd say maybe should be emulated. Now it's all fucking furries and anime waifus and like, yeah, what the fuck? Why do we interfere so much? Just leave people alone.
Glorified suicide on the battlefield because that was honor, and they would kamikaze planes into it. It's also why we had to drop 2 nukes to stop them, because they were like, hey, we can get onto mainland Japan.
Allegedly.
A fight, we're going to lose millions. And it took all of that just to stop it. And then when we had the rising of ISIS terrorism on this new side, it's still the ideology.
I believe, and somebody please check me on this, because I want to make sure it's correct. I believe more people died in both the fire bombings of Dresden and Tokyo each than both nukes combined. I think that's true. I'm not sure. If somebody could check me on that, I would be wonderfully happy to be wrong on it. Oh, dude brought up Dresden? Yeah, that just happened. Okay, on the fire bombings of Dresden and Tokyo, the death count of each one of those individual things, more than, I believe it was more than both Hiroshima and Nagasaki death toll. Each one of them. Because it was firebombing a city. I believe the death toll was higher. I'm not 100% positive, though, so I don't want to put it out there. That's why I want to be checked on it.
Now it's stemmed in religion. Ask
But
yourself that question.
we
If you came to
resume.
America and we're like trying to take over, you would fight, and you would fight to your own decree. You'd be like, no, this is my place. So you have that flip side in that.
That's our only hope. The government is doing some shit right now. We're not gonna get into that right now. But if anybody want to come to the U.S. right now, bro, you're gonna have to be fighting the people in the streets.
The more you f around, the more you're gonna find out.
Because we're not turning them booty cheeks over, bro. You're not taking my cheeks. It's not gonna happen. Americans are gonna be laughing, having an awesome time with this shit, being like, okay, bet.
I got my Bud Light. I got my AR-15.
Well, not Bud Light anymore, but maybe something else.
I got my IPA.
Yeah. So now we have to play this video game, and it's.
Oh, see, I question you. Melissa, thank you. I'm not sure which. Wait, what did you do? I can't. Did you fall? If I think you subbed, Melissa, thank you for subbing again on Twitch. I've fooled you one more time for another 30 days, and I feel like that's good on me. So, thank me. But thank you. Aveth, what's my favorite politician? John Bercow. I actually, like, one of my alerts is based on John Bercow. However, I've bounced around some machines, so I need to get it back in. Hiroshima was 140,000. The other, by the other you mean Nagasaki, was 100,000. Amanda Thomas, thank you for looking that up. So 30,000 in Dresden. What are we talking about in Tokyo? Because Tokyo got firebombed also, as far as I know. If that didn't happen, I also want to know. The like dark humor meme is that the fire bombings killed just in Tokyo killed more people than both nukes. And I'm like, was that true? I'm not, like, I've never looked it up or anything. On March 10th, 1945, U.S. Army Air Forces dropped nearly 1,700 tons of firebombs in Tokyo. The attack was an escalation of Allied air raids on Hoppan aka Nippon, is how Nippon is how Japaneses say Japan during World War II. The attack killed up to 100,000 Japanese people and injured another million, most of them civilians. Oh, Aoki and Amanda conjuring up very similar numbers. So, sounds like it's not true that the Tokyo fire bombings killed more people, at least directly, than both nukes. Yeah, okay, it's like, I mean, if you want to really do some political incentives, you burn the capital of the place that you want to, get on board, right? I'm not endorsing it. I'm trying to, like, yeah. And I'm also not trying to equivocate or say anything derogatory about either one. They were both horrible things. War is horrible. And sometimes horrible decisions get made. And that's literally what we're reacting to.
It's gonna be super hot, and we're all gonna watch as Eli actively has crazy PTSD episodes. Stay tuned and find it on the Nick Ortiz gaming channel. Let's go.
Just black it out. I got it.
Eli's like, I'm moving. He's just crying. I'm like, Eli, it's okay.
I'm in the shower, cold water running over me.
Before you play this game, just off of that, what do you think? It's a bit much in a good and crazy way.
Well, it's setting the tonality, which I truly appreciate. This is grounded in reality.
Dude. Come ask word from Eli, grounded in reality. Thanks for reacting with us. Where can the peeps find you at, Hope?
First, can I get a hua? You can all find me at Eli_double tap on YouTube.
Oh, there you go. Instagram, Twitch. I already shouted out Eli on Twitch, and then just on the Unsubscribe podcast on YouTube. Oh, no, we're not going to play who did the worst war crimes ever because, Kazakhstan's going to win.
IG or Unsubscribe podcast.
Okay, you guys, bye.
Wait, did he not show the game? Wait, is this...
The Iraq War was absolutely devastating. But the question is, 20 years later, where are the people who were involved? Where are the veterans that fought in this war? And how do they feel about it today? You guys absolutely loved the previous reactions that I did with Eli on the main channel here and the gaming channel. So
No. No.
documentary we are going to watch from people who were involved 20 years ago. So guess what we got here, ho?
What we got, Doc?
Everyone's been loving the reactions we've been doing, and I saw like maybe 8 seconds of this video. It's called Iraq War Veteran 20 years later. I don't know how to explain the war to myself. And I was like, holy this is absolutely beautiful and hilarious as you know, because we laugh in dark chat. So I was like, I need to watch it with somebody. And then I hit up Eli, and he was like, I'll watch it with you. And I was like, oh.
I was like, girl, I got you. Nico, did you ever watch the new military, the Up Dog thing? Huh? The Up Dog thing.
Sensational.
Oh, God.
Yo, was that Eli? What the
We all talk about we're gonna go home, how proud we're gonna be to become
bro, I can smell that right now.
All the carry handles.
19 years old, I fought in a war.
That is pretty hot, because I can say that. I was 19 years old, had already gotten into my first firefight. Oh, dude, here's this. I had more time in Afghanistan than I did in Garrison after my first deployment.
Oh, no shit.
So when I was done with my deployment, I had 6 months, like, on the base, basic training, all that and I had 9 months downrange already, and I thought that was super cool.
Mine was half and half. That was the 15, 16-month deployment time frame when I went. Yeah, it's just here's 2 weeks off, and then you're back there with no time off. And then the tempo Sutton. Oh, the worst life ever.
They got us out here back there. Life is hard.
Yo, shit. I always tell people, the Army, the military as a whole, we ghetto, especially the Army. We're ghetto. Oh, try it.
Okay, now we switching. We switching hard.
Go into a country where you don't know nothing.
Every single veteran, 10 years after they get out, bro. This is the majority of us. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Is that a Mountain Dew fridge? That's why he's the GOAT. He really doing it.
Oh no, that's Wednesday. We always shoot up at Al Wednesday.
Honestly, I know I meme on them all the time. It's really the carry handles, but with the backdrop it brings me back. It was just that time frame.
Is this giving you flashbacks right now?
I know, I'm like, what the dude, it's so weird. Those M16s of just the A4s with no optics. Oh man, I can feel that hot ass night.
Dude, I can feel that too. For those of you who don't know, it's just like the gnarliest dry heat you've ever felt in your entire life. You can't escape it.
But when that plane lands and you're in country and then you just walk out of that plane off the back of like C-130 wherever you fly in. I always explain it as a hair dry.
Yeah, no, everybody comes in on C-130. That's just from 1966. Oh, here we go. Here's the inside. Yeah, no, it's like this. You sit on nets.
The Air Mobility Command Museum.
You don't get chairs.
Today, we're going to talk about one of the most versatile aircraft in the United States military.
Oh no, you got to go
the
faster.
Lockheed C-130 Hercules.
No, you got to go
This amazing
faster.
aircraft has been in production since the mid-50s and is still being produced today, making it one of the longest production lines of any aircraft in history. This one being a 1969 model, a C-130E, was originally delivered to Stewart Air Force Base in Tennessee. Later it moved on to Little Rock Air Force Base in Arkansas, but eventually ended up, in its final assignment, was Pope Air Force Base in North Carolina, before coming here to the Air Mobility Command Museum in Dover, Delaware, of course. Now these amazing aircraft are flown in over 60 different countries with 40 different variations doing.
So as of the time that I got out the Marine Corps in 2008, I don't have like, you know, doc numbers, but the word on the street was that the Marine Corps had more aircraft fly like in the air, serviceable aircraft than the Air Force. However, it's mostly C-130s. It's for logistics. Some, yeah, I mean, like, you know, buddies like Twisted, you know, Nader Hunter, like he's a Harrier pilot. Like Marines had some cast too, close air support too, but
all sorts of roles, from cargo, humanitarian aid.
This is what
medevac,
most of the Marine Corps aircraft
you
is.
name it. We'll cover
C-130s.
a few in a little while. One of the most notable features about the C-130 is its 4 turboprop engines. Being variable pitch blades, you can see the extreme difference between a zero pitch and what they call feathering, or a feathered prop. In the event that you lose power to that engine, you can put it in this feathered position to reduce drag, to increase your glide ratio, or get better performance from the remaining engines.
The guy doing this
Go around the nose
presentation.
of this aircraft, and then we'll take you inside. See the other two, number 1 and number 2 engines right here. And we'll also again show you the sign that we have up front of every aircraft. And I'll hold it right here so you can pause.
So during the worst pullout in the history of ever in Afghanistan, 4 of these were left. Four. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. 4 C-130s were left flat, like serviceable. I mean, there were videos like within the week of the rotary wing aircraft that were like, oh, we left them non-serviceable. And no, they were flying them within the week. Now you got plausible terrorist organizations with logistics to get almost anywhere in the world.
To read whatever
Insane.
information you would like. These signs, available on all aircraft here at the AMC Museum, provide valuable information to the visitors. There's the crew entry door, and let's take a look inside. Okay, as we enter the crew entry door, you'll see the ladder going up to the cockpit, or the flight deck. Underneath the flight deck, behind this ladder, is what us maintenance guys affectionately call the hellhole. A lot of avionics equipment down in there that frequently needed to be changed. And as we move up the stairs into the flight deck, you will see the pilot's position, the center console, throttle levers, the co-pilot's position. We'll take a look at the overhead panel up here. The flight engineer, or FE's position.
A lot of dials and knobs, huh?
Typically the navigator position. Right back here. Right behind that, there is a small bench, and above that, a little cot for any crew members that need to take a rest. Okay, way before GPS was available, this was used for navigation. This is called a sextant, and used to navigate by the stars. Obviously not used much anymore.
A sextant.
But was the only means of navigating back when these were first produced. Take a look at the side panels over here. A lot of circuit breakers, lighting, controls, such. And we'll swing around, look over on the co-pilot side panel. Let you see some of that. Alright. And back over here to the navigator position. Take a good look at this panel over here. Alright, and then we'll move on back to
Yeah, heavy.
cargo bay.
Yeah, no biggie. You know, Iran just
Of a C-130.
helping them.
You'll see several different configurations. Sorry for the lack of lighting, but you'll see that even this unmodified cargo version can
It's-
still do many different roles. We can put the seats up on both
Whoa,
sides.
whoa.
If we had some injured, we could.
This is a fancy one, okay? See the netting that's for the back of the seat? Yeah, that's all the way down because presumably, so these were first built in what, 1966, I think? Yeah, still using them. Those seats are not so much. If you've ever been on a bird where they needed to get a lot of dudes somewhere in a hurry, you were on a C-130, and you probably had to sit on a net. The best thing to do, also, is earplugs or headphones, like whatever you're gonna do, some kind of ear pod, ear muff, whatever. Stick that in your ear, and then also like actual ear muffs on top of that, because there's no sound insulation. You want to try and take a nap, I mean, good luck. your best possible situation is I mean, I would recommend listening to some kind of book on tape, get yourself some educated, but music is music is an option.
Install a few dozen of these litters and carry several.
Oh, look, litters.
injured folks home.
Above. It's very tall also. Yeah, you could realistically have a second
ready for airdrop.
tier of
This airplane could carry
troops,
5
like
standard
dudes.
size pallets, in addition to these pallets ready for air delivery. The parachute on top would extend after the pallet was pushed out the aft ramp, which you can see here, and the parachute would deploy, and the cargo would safely land on the ground, meaning this airplane could deliver much needed items anywhere in the world without even landing. Show you around the
Like a
cargo bay some
Moab.
more. Now again, like I said, this is one of the most versatile aircraft ever designed and built. Some of those variations include this one, a cargo hauler, which can do multiple roles as such. They also have weather airplanes used by the hurricane hunters who can fly directly into storms to gather weather data, wind speeds, barometric pressure, and the sorts.
Oh, Twisted needs one.
C-130 are gunships.
See, Twisted and I were gonna go over
Guns up to and
and
105mm howitzer cannon.
just pick one, load up like 2 M because I wanted a couple. I just want a couple MRAPs just for me.
Special Operations Command.
Plus maybe a third vehicle. All the nods we could find, and then just fly it to some other country, and then hop back.
In-flight refueler to refuel helicopters in flight. We have EC-130's Compass Call, which is used to
Just work on how the logistics to get it out after we remove them from.
television signals, cell phone signals, you name it. There's no communication with those guys flying overhead. They've used C-130s for firefighters, putting out forest fires, troop delivery. You could have troops jump from this airplane out of either troop door on either side, or drop the ramp and door in the back and jump right on out the back. There's also, up here, a bomb rack on the tail of a C-130, so this could actually be used as a bomber. In fact, not long ago, you may remember, the Moab, mother of all bombs, dropped in Afghanistan in 2017, was done by a C-130. One thing a lot of people ask
The
about
last of the Daisy Cutters, which is like one level below Moab's. However, it was all self-contained.
is the only latrine on the aircraft. Very
So the Daisy Cutters
medium-sized,
were
medium range, can fly
one of the biggest
approximately
bombs ever.
35 miles per hour cruise speed, fly I think about 2,300 miles range, but with in-flight refueling, can keep on going. Because it can be refueled by a tanker, and like I said, some models can be used to refuel helicopters to extend their range as well. Those C-130s are just amazing, amazing aircraft, extremely versatile, can take off and land on very, very short distances, unimproved runways, grass fields, dirt roads, snow and ice, you name it. Hope you enjoyed your tour of this C-130 Hercules.
Okay, so that's
and hope to
what
see you
we're
soon
talking
at the Air
about.
Mobility Command.
I should have cut that off earlier, but I really wanted to get to it.
Dryer blowing at your face.
You guys think we're exaggerating? Literally take a hairdryer, put it on whatever the hot temperature is, turn it on in your face. You are going to pull away because it's going to burn your face. You can't pull away.
The area I come from is very small. Not a lot of opportunities for people fresh out of high school. So it's either community college or go do something, travel the world.
Pen. And when I went on my first patrol, my back was so tight, I felt like if I turned, I would have broke it because of how tense my muscles were. And looking back at it now, it's like, how do you not get it? For those of you who don't know, that's their country. They can walk and go and do whatever the they want. You have a base. The second you go outside of that base, they can walk right beside you if they want to. I freaked out when I had all these kids and people walking by me. I'm like, I'm gonna get blown up and I'm gonna die. Can I not shoot these people? Why are they not getting away from me? And then the second I was like, hey, back up, my team leader put me in check. He's like, you need to calm the down right now.
Hearts and minds, bro.
They live here. This is their house. You're a guest. He's like, get that. Go. And I was like, oh, this is way worse than I thought it was.
Yeah, because you're playing politics and war at the same time.
I watched my brother come home all rigid when I was like 12, and I was like, no way. And then he called me and he said, you watching this shit? I said, what?
You knew in this image right here, he was going to grow up to be exactly like this.
Steve-O grew up. Just know where your people are.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God. What
There's no better feeling, though.
They're in the back.
You never did that?
You look like Steve-O.
And then when we'd write, like, if you're doing the Blackhawks, it was just Blackhawks, so you just land and run it out. Not No, back to
Oh, they're probably doing raids right now. I was gonna say that's the only time we were able to do shit like that.
Yeah, we started just MSR, main MSR, and then we just dismount and then walk into any sector we were going. We would not bring any of the vehicles at that point in sector for fear of IEDs on every corner.
Oh, this before they around find out. Look at that. They on a clear ass road.
When you're in America, when you look up, you see one power cable and it's running down the road, and you have that power cable runs to each power line. Da 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 da. In Iraq, there is a million strings and cables running to each individual house for different things. There's no regulation, so some are hanging on the. Yeah. Now, which one of those are running into the ground? Those might be IED switches. Now, are they remote access via phone, or do they actually put a little battery and clack it off that way? They have multiple different ways because we started incorporating the Warlock system, which block the frequencies of cell phones. So it's like, cool, they can't blow it up with the phone. And what Nico's saying with the clean roads is started having just trash, and that's where the IEDs would be. A battalion that replaced us over in Mokadia, that was the breadbasket. And I remember an entire squad was lost on one soldier because an Iraqi was like, oh, mister, they're here. They're in this house. They're in this house. Soldiers followed him. They walk in, they clear the house, and then when they're exfilling, they step on the first soldier leaving, steps on the pressure plate in the house, blows up the entire house. Whole squad gone, other than the dude that was outside pulling security.
It wasn't even our first mission. It was literally the second day we were in Afghanistan. Like, y'all want to get a reality check? Everybody walk to the ECP, which for those of you who don't know, it's the entry control point. It's like the front gate of the base. We walk up there, and then just being pulled by this giant truck is a whole MRAP exploded. One of the soldiers came through who was 101st, the unit we were replacing. He's like, yeah, the vehicle got we just went back out to go get it last week. Got hit with Semtex. And we're like, they got Semtex?
Wait, what?
Now you're in Baghdad.
I need a moment. Bad guys get Semtex. RDX plus. Plus whatever.
Now you're in the heart of Otomia. Now what?
Tell me where the that's coming from. Oh, you're wrong.
Imagine walking that out on a patrol. Which window do you look at? That is how terrifying it is.
The doc came by, he was patching me up, and we just had a shallow conversation about
flies on the face.
You know,
Love it.
wow, man, you got shot. I was like, yeah. I think I was only 19 at that point.
The funny part is when you get fucked up like that, you just go, oh, yeah, dude. It's like, oh, God, it's such a bad mentality to have.
The first thing people are talking about is like, bro, you get free license plates now. Yeah, bro, free license plates.
Gunfire and crap like that shit don't bother me, you know, it's whatever. With IEDs.
Bro, he probably been here for 2 days, and look at how fucked up he is. In case you guys don't know, your face gets all fucked up on deployment due to stress, bro.
Yeah, you age rapidly.
The milk jug look kind of cut, or a trash bag. The trash bag look kind of ripped up. That's the shit that they would put the bombs in.
These bruh. All these vets are exactly how you would picture them 20 years later, and I love it.
No, this was Matt wasn't just getting incorporated.
Dude, Jesus Christ, there's a dude like right here in this door with the gun just murdering everybody. See, the fucked up part is she can have a bomb underneath her skirt, chat. That's the scary part. You have to check everybody. It's not worth the risk. You're not gonna kill him, but you are gonna put him down.
How would you feel if you had someone kicking in your door?
See?
Just shut your mouth. Just shut your mouth. Hey, shut up.
Always tell me, shut up.
Kick him up. He goes outside the wall.
Just like shut up.
This is probably the hardest thing I realized. This dude could have been totally with us the whole way. We just created a dude who's gonna want to come and murder us tomorrow, and that's like the hardest part. So that's why you have to only give a about the dudes you're surrounded with. That's all that matters, and not doing your best not to kill innocent people, even though it means tomorrow they're the enemy.
War is hell, and there is so many factors. It is politics on top of putting that on kids that are under 25 years old. A majority are 21 through 18.
I tell people to this day, the day that I grew up was November the 1st, 2003.
December 24th, 2015.
Like this day we all grew up.
Just got the call over the radio and
2015.
Yeah.
Kind of RPG or IED. Nobody knew what it was at first.
Baby.
It was hard. They told us we had a 9 o'clock formation. Nobody told us it's why.
Yeah, it's a funeral.
Oh yeah.
He came out. He was already crying. He was really shook up. We knew something was bad.
You go down range and you pray for violence. You pray for a firefight. You're just ready. I'm here. I don't want to guess when it's going to come. I want it to come now. The thing that happens is it doesn't happen to you. It happens to someone else and they die. Yep. You got to be careful what you ask for because it might not be for you. Every time we ended up like taking casualties or something catastrophic happened, you go blackout. For those you don't know, blackout means like everything is cut. You can't make calls out. You can't get calls in. There's like no Wi-Fi, and it's usually just so they can take secure lines to tell other people that their family members have died before it goes on the news.
And it would be 2 days to 5 days until the family is contacted. So my battalion, we lost 16 dudes. It always happened right back to back to back. If we lost a dude, we're probably going to lose another one in some weird, strange event in those next couple of days. It would be like 1, 2, 3, or 1 or 2 are dead. Yeah, and it would always happen.
And you know it's coming.
I think most people really wanted to go out and just kill everybody after that.
That's usually how it is.
Yep, I'm angry.
So what does it do to a generation of young people
living that dream, dog?
during these deployments?
Oh God.
They become old. They are old young men.
I couldn't connect with any of my friends like outside the military in the sense of like it felt like I was talking to kindergartners. Like they couldn't grasp the concept of like reality and like all the crazy hardship. But then I could talk to adults and they would look at me like, what the
You appreciate life completely different because you realize life is fragile. We are bags of meat.
Dude, oh my God. I mentioned that to my stream all the time. If we're streaming on Twitch or Kick, I'm always just like, because like sometimes they'll get me to tell like a story, right? And I told him about the first
Oh wait, Nico's on Kick.
This guy right here, and I shot him 3 times. So I got 3 shell cases in the back of his tattoo. And I was like, this dude is flesh.
All you are nothing but a sack of meat.
Well, that's insane as shit.
What's up, docs? Not much. What's up, docs? Sweetie?
I don't even remember where we were at. I thought, honestly, going into it, I thought that was going to be another thing about the game, 6 Days in Fallujah, which I have not been convinced that I need to do that because no, I won't be playing that game. So now, while I do one other thing, I guess we're reacting to look at Nico's look at that donut mouth. Imagine what you could put in that. Imagine what you could put in that mouth right there, Nico. Just it boggles the mind. It feels like you're welcome, mate. Sorry, brother man. Marine here. Just we gotta play, right? AC130J. What's your? I'm gonna react to your reaction now. This is. Don't I want an albatross? Yes, I do want an albatross. An HU-16 albatross. Yes, I want that. Do you have a way for me to get that? That's my flying boat. That's what I want. Wait, Heavy D Sparks with Heavy D Garage. Him looking around at possible new acquisitions from a military collector selling off aircraft. I feel like I have to buy some land so I can start doing or more land so that I can do some big picture stuff, because that sounds like something I'm very interested in also that I can't right now. All my everything is tied up. by the next month or so, loosening up and, you know, fixing things should start happening. Oh wait, some of HDS's factoids were utter BS. Seeing what the old dude had. Heavy, you can... You know your way into my Discord, man. You're not a stranger. You silly trousers? As far as being a content creator, I'm like, I need to start getting like the raw, like not this is, I've only been doing this for like 5 or 6 years. So I need to stop having reaction to your reaction video type content. Even if I can keep it above DMCA, it's just not like I should be contributing to the community, not siphoning off of it. Heavy, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna last. This is... I have one thing that I have to get done on Friday that has an actual deadline. Yeah.
Gunship is a heavily armed, long endurance, ground attack variant, fixed wing aircraft.
I guess I'm gonna critique like how I would review it. However, the J, he said the AC-130J in the video. That's the only reason that it enticed me to actually click it. Otherwise, we'd be onto something else. Oh.
And right now we're about to see just how lethal the AC-130 Ghost Rider truly is. How Air Force pilots fly the $165 million Ghost Rider, the ultimate battle plane. I don't know how planes go through boot camp. I mean, I thought they're just built. That's fine. It's fine, I guess, because you're wrong. Okay. Dude, that's gotta feel so cool.
Around itself, so it's pretty big.
It's pretty big, huh?
So you'll feel the kick definitely. You feel from the seats, pilots.
So far, there's been a lot of penetration. I mean, like, yeah, that's how it works. You have a anybody who knows how a howitzer works, you got it sticking out the side of the pew pew flying boat. When Mr. Nico, just if I may, when Marines call for close air support, if you can get an AC-130 or a Warthog, or Marines have Harriers, did you know? Ooh. Yeah, weird, right? Who knew? For close air support. Yeah, like one AC-130 and like 2 Warthogs, you just change everything in a battle space. Especially with that mustache. Look at this butter bar.
Oh no, right off the bat. The mustache gotta go. What if I had a mustache like that? Mr. Editor, please help me really quick.
I mean, I'll try.
I cannot do that. That's why I just always kind of stick with this shadow. I just like a shadow. I could never do this. And everybody who does the mustache like this, except Cody, Brandon, and Grantham, you okay? Undo that.
This is the 105mm.
He said except Grand Thumb.
a prop plane. No,
Oh,
it looks like a
sorry,
dolphin.
Nico.
Let me know down below in the comments what kind of animal this looks
That
like.
was-
I'm like dolphin. And a prop plane, bro. I know this thing's a beast, but no thanks. The 30
That was
millimeter
a
is
bitch
like
move. Sorry.
Can you let this target develop for a second? Let's get eyes on them, and if they start moving this direction, please let me know which BP is going to be the closest.
Dude, this guy's like, please, oh god, sir, please let me shoot them with my big gun. How do you not shoot the giant cannon? The plane's just like,
Engines are roughly 25% more efficient, which means we've got roughly 25% of the
giant
time.
plane. I hope it's efficient. I hope it flies good.
J model became fully operational in 2017 to aid in close air support.
The funny thing, okay, so I'm not sure if Nico picked up on it. Just when an AC-130 is tilted, because that's when it's doing a run. Loading it is faster because you're dropping the round in essentially at an angle, but you're still just dropping the round in. I'll back it up so you can see.
Model became fully operational in 2017 to aid in close air support for ground troops.
Oh! Dude, look at this guy's like, hey, that guy right there. Can we shoot that guy? They're all borderline psychopaths.
Starting with a 30mm gun.
So it's going to be made up of a barrel, and then within it, it's going to have your flexible chutes that feeds the ammo into it.
Ammo upon ammo upon ammo.
Said that because of its accuracy, the 30mm gun is almost like a sniper rifle.
It's God's sniper rifle. I want to know how fast they run out of ammo.
Personnel at the mission operator pilot are going to select the gun, slave to that position, and then you just fire it with the trigger based off the hands-on throttle and stick.
How do you combat that? I've only had gunship on station one time deployed, once ever, and it's like, okay, you're not surviving. Let me know down below in the comments what you think you could do to survive if you're like trying to get away from this thing, bro. You'll see a bunch of like thermal videos. Mr. Editor, go ahead and play some. It'll be like nighttime, and they think we don't have night vision on our $1 million of aircraft, trying to crawl away like, oh, they're not gonna see it. I'm just gonna. It's the ultimate streaming setup, dude. He got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 monitors. God, that's enough compared to mine. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. Bro, I need to do it like this, my guy. God.
This is where we control all of the munitions, a lot of the radios. We're talking to the guys on the ground, and then both the guns.
Bro, they get to be so lazy. I thought you had to like manually load all this all the time. Are you used to it?
These two sensors are a key element in how the AC-130J crew collects accurate intelligence. And
Oh my god.
information.
Being like, hey, I work there. What the fuck?
Due to the sensor's classified design, our cameras were not permitted to film them when the lenses were exposed.
That's a no-no, babe.
Heads-up display, just extra SA
For those of you who don't know what that thing does, there's actually a display on there. Think of it like literally iPad that you can clearly see through, but there's like numbers, grid coordinates, and it'll show you and read you a bunch of information and data, but it still allows you to see through the tablet so you can fly the plane still.
In addition to the heads-up display, you have the side heads-up display for the pilot.
Oh, they get all the technology is this.
Pilots fly in circles when observing and firing on targets.
It's going to help with the employing the munitions, and it gives them.
You know how fat a ticket we gonna get if you get caught texting and driving? He's flying a.
I think Nico's maybe missing the point here is that yeah, 30 millimeter is roughly the same as what comes out of a Warthog. And then also, just for, funsies, just out of the side of it, along with the 30 millimeter, we also just, for funsies, put a howitzer, essentially. For funsies, just as a gift, just as a special gift from me to you. We're going to have a 30 millimeter cannon and a howitzer. Just, as we kind of loiter, slowly circle strafing your entire AO. Because, your pronouns are now was, were. So, anybody who's left over, hey, ground guys, come on over. Clean them up. Clean them up, shouty. That's what they're thinking. Nico hasn't picked up on this yet. I don't, like, danger close sometimes, boys. It sometimes happens. You really don't want to call it, and if you don't absolutely need it, but sometimes danger close is necessary.
AC-130 in the sky with rockets, bullets, grenades. He one-hand flying this, and look at the thingy. He can do whatever he want, man. He just got it like that, I guess.
There are several amenities on board to provide comfort on these longer flights.
Pretty cool feature is you have a microwave in addition to a coffee maker as well. So kind of.
Whoa! Only the Air Force would have that shit. Yeah, boy. We saw the first model did not have a coffee machine. It was the first thing we asked the entire government to do. We're like, we're not flying this plane unless it has a built-in coffee maker. And since we can't bring our personal chefs from our 5-star hotels, we need a microwave, please. Please. Have you guys liked the video? Please like the video. I know you ain't subscribed. Please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, make sure you guys hit the notification bell.
So we do have
Oh.
a toilet on the aircraft.
He drops the ramp. He's like, nice. You guys want to see the toilet?
Big thumbs up.
Flying away, he's like, this is how I shit.
For the longer flights, it's super nice to have.
I bet. Poop in front of all the homies. Have someone hold my hand because I fine. You poop in front of me, bro. I'm gonna give you kissy faces the whole time. I'll be like,
According to the 2022 National Defense Strategy released by the Department of Defense,
oh god, how do we this
a
up?
key priority moving forward is integrated deterrence.
What does that mean?
Systems and technologies that make adversaries think twice about engaging in conflict.
Did you say what does that mean for integrated deterrence? Nico? Okay. I'm not. I want to be as excited as you. I really do.
You can hear it in the air. What other deterrent do we need? Maybe that's what we need the toilets for. We're like, start on them. Because then if they keep shooting us while we're shitting on them, we're going to them up with guns.
That's why the J model's precision weaponry and sensors make it a crucial military asset.
What? Why?
And why
So we made it less
pilots are now trained on knowing when to engage in conflict.
There's a lot of training that's
What? Are we supposed to already know when not to engage? Hey, that's a school. Just blow it up. What?
Leading the mission today is
Heavy 2 howitzers on Chinooks? I don't remember that.
We may get gusting winds at like 270, up to 30, possibly 35 knots per the meth.
Per the meth? You said per the meth or math? It's Air Force. I'm hoping it's math. I'm gonna run that back one more time.
30, possibly 35 knots per the meth.
Okay, there's a in there. There's no. It's a meth. The meth, bro. You just see dudes flying the plane. He's got one hand. He's like. Ugh. They're like, that's why we need more deterrents. Everyone's addicted to meth.
But we'll then move to a simulated kill or capture mission scenario that will take lessons learned and force the crew to be more precise and cautious.
I'll be like, sir, can we just get up, please? They're like, get Nico out of here right now.
It's a kill capture mission. It's a bit of guy. He's a.
How the plane and this guy gonna capture him? You gonna land the plane, grab him, throw it on the plane? No, you're not. It's a. So we're going on a kill mission. I'll be like, this is the one I like. I like this one.
We'll be working in building 1-0. Particularly, he's hidden up.
Why the is that your picture? Oh, that's the guy. So they're gonna do all this live training in the civilian world. You do all real world training. You guys gonna be like, wait, they put in real cannons on my face in the day for training? It's like, yes, yo. Oh my god, that shit. We're like, we're taking off the plane. It's like this in the front. I'll be like, give me all this.
Once in the air, the crew starts the training scenarios.
They immediately hold hands. Show us the training. Show us the training. Oh, plane.
It was an excellent training iteration today because it was turbulent winds with gusty winds.
The wind was too hard, so we had to take it down.
Yeah, it only goes out the left side.
Finish practicing landing at Roswell. The training shifts to the back of the plane.
They're like, let's some shit up. They're like, the meth's kicking in. We gotta use the cannons.
However, what we did is a dry fire scenario.
No, that means they're not using real bullets.
Ground for the location of their fictional insurgent.
Can you imagine one day out and about in your neighborhood, you're looking up, you're like, man, that's a cool gunship. I wonder if they can see me. You watch this video, they're looking at your face with a giant cannon. You're like, what the fuck? What the f is wrong with you?
I have contact currently about 8 packs. They are unloading weapons from 2 trailers located 300 meters north of the position.
We see you, man.
Eyes on them, and if they start moving this direction, please let me know.
Make sure you guys pretend to fire the round. Oh my god, we fired a real one. Ooh, sorry, not sorry, accident.
So the rules of engagement are.
I wonder what that is.
The explicit verbiage in them is relatively classified.
Did he just say the actual definition is classified? Because it's really not. ROE stands for rules of engagement.
The idea is you have to meet certain criteria in order to.
Oh, okay. So he's talking about the actual ROE rules of engagement for them to fire back.
Well, fire back versus.
ROE used to be really nice. It was, hey, is that a person? Yeah, them up. Then it turned into the stupid hey, you're getting shot at. Okay, the new ROE is you can't shoot back. You have to tell them to stop first. Please stop shooting at us, or we're gonna shoot you back. They're not listening. Okay, now you can fire back. So dumb. It's basically wait till you get shot to shoot back. They got their snacks here too, bro. So jealous.
5, 4.
Whoa, whoa! Why did the camera shake like that? Did they shoot something? What the? Oh, we're breaking up.
The mission was a success.
That Prius we shot is totally boys. Good job.
We were very expeditious. We were about 20 meters from danger close on the engagement for that Romeo 9 Echo. We didn't do anything wrong. It was contact. Everything was within
okay.
limits. We were out at like 230 meters away.
Okay.
But it's one of those ones too, like just as a technique, and this is my instructional fix for the crew, is anytime that you're within 25 meters of a danger close engagement, you probably should be talking to the JTAC.
Okay, all right, that's facts. You want to basically they're saying as like there's got to be people.
No, that was exactly if the JTAC wasn't calling it in. Why were you even there? Unless, so, I mean, somebody on the ground is very much calling it in, but like most of the time, you got a JTAC doing joint task air controller or something or other. JTAC's the guy that you say, hey, I need something right there. Can you make some high air guy go bang there for me? JTAC. Can you make the big boom boom there with the air stuff? That's what you say to the air guy.
and they're saying that like within Danger Close, there's friendlies 25 meters out. You're like, hey, the round's coming in. Are you ready? And it's like, send that shit. Boom. And so it's just that communication. Everybody can take cover. But that's hot.
Yeah, everybody should have their own. Cass heavy. Twitch. I drop you off in a safe place. Don't be degenerates. I'm probably not done. But we're done.
How's the game? Loving it, dude. Ooh. Hell yeah, man. All right, let's see. Partially reloads equipped weapons and increases damage and range.
Nah, he's playing the game. He's not paying attention.
Yeah. All right. That's freaking red. Can you explain this game? Yes. So the way that this works is as we go through this, I am killing these nodes, which is giving me powers so that I can take on the zone boss or extract and keep all my stuff. And I'm making weapons strong.
Nature's asshole, but you know what? I was wrong. Well, cats are dodgy, but they're nowhere near as bad as a swooping fucking magpie. I'm not even joking. Look at this bird, ready to consume your mortal soul, looking for eyeballs to poke out like Toby Green from GWS. They sit up on power lines, acquiring targets, and bam, flying out of trees, taking on entire families. We're struggling to reduce carbon emissions. None of us want to ride bloody bikes down here. The Evening News puts out apocalyptic maps. It's like being in Command and Conquer Red Alert 2. Oh, this wombat testicle I ripped out is tasty. A bit salty, but tasty. It's in the eyes. You can just tell this guy is a shithead. He hears a human and off he goes. I'm going to get you once. I'm going to get you twice. And just when you think I'm done, I'm going to get you a third time. Like their cat cousins, they don't discriminate. How you going, dog? Fuck you. Oddly placed pelican? Screw you. Much scarier looking bird? No worries. Piss off. And piss off. Double swoop. The postman? Fuck you. Why are you delivering junk mail? You're meant to bring legitimate mail. Actually, could you check if you have my Amazon package under the name Maggie Smith? It should be a vial of worm-flavored vaping juice. Oh, and I also ordered a jar of Belle Delphine's bath water. Using a fast mode of transport doesn't save you. These little two-toned bastards can still catch up to you. Let's look at me split screen. Swift, relentless, strikes to the head. At least he's wearing a helmet.
1, 2.
This galah going in without protection. Oh, fuck off, you
Oh no.
I'm gonna blame the victim. He just shouldn't be outside in spring. I stay inside for 2 to 3 months every spring. I develop mental health issues, but a personality disorder is better than a magpie. Attack. This Sheila is onto something quiet, crafty, using a piece of tree as a prevention method. It looks like it works. Oh no! Gonna be extra angry now. The piece of crap camouflage has fallen off. The Maggie is like, you think you can trick me? That tactic might work on a drop bear, but it's not gonna work on me, lady. You're a goner. Look at this one, lulling a puppy into a false sense of security. Oi, mate, I'm your buddy. You've got a friend in me.
Oh, no,
I'm
magpies
not
are-
scratching and biting your face and body. Yum, this peg is tasty. Hey, what are you doing? Me? Nothing. I'm definitely not sizing up your lower intestine, imagining it decorating the nest in which I'll raise my brood into the next generation of merciless killers. Nah, not doing that. Wait, I hear something. Cunt bird away. Now, again, I'm not trying to paint in broad strokes. Hashtag not all magpies. I'm sure some are being naturally defensive of their homes. They're not inherently evil. Okay, this magpie is flying away with puppy intestines in its beak. So, yeah, this one is evil. Confirmed asshole.
Oh, good
Hello,
evening.
Grumple. How's it going?
Good evening. Oh, living a dream, shouty, you know.
Did you like our magpies?
I saw the tail end, and I just had to come say hi. Yeah, that was a it was a very magpie-oriented video.
Yeah, I was telling everyone about me seeing, because it's spring here at the moment. And everyone walks around with a stick and waving it in the air. And weird helmets with, like, zip ties on it. And all sorts of weird shit. Because the magpies, because it's springtime and the magpies swoop.
Wait, I know y'all have magpies in Australia. Do y'all have grackles?
What the fuck is that?
They're kind of like crows, but like a little bit dumber, a little bit more broodier, and a little bit more violent.
Maybe, but we probably call
They're
them
still
something else.
black.
Like,
The blackbirds. They're blackbirds.
We have like a fair few different types of ravens and crows. So
Oh no, nobody fucks with if like okay, so the way it was ever explained to me was, hey, if you're ever confused about, hey, is this a crow or a raven? Hey, if you think like, hey, you know, I don't know what this is, you know, it's a crow. If you're like, what the fuck? Why is this dinosaur with wings in front of me? That's a raven.
no, not
No, they're
necessarily.
big. Oh, ravens are big.
Yeah, maybe in America. In Australia, we have like 4 different types.
Y'all also have like the cute version of possums, so okay.
How many types do you have in America?
Wait, what do you mean, of ravens or possums?
Ravens and crows.
I don't actually know that we have. We definitely have crows. Ravens, I always thought were like relegated to horror stories. But I know they do exist. I don't know where though.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Did you hear that, Grumple?
I heard some vague off voice say I like that, and I thought it was like somebody. I thought it was some.
you got a compliment from my man. That's very
I thought it was
rare,
somebody
you know?
behind me. Oh well, thank you, Jess's man. I thought it was somebody behind me, and I was really getting like creeped out.
He said, "I like that. I'll give that a tick."
Oh fuck. Okay.
And that's that's rare as fuck.
Hi, Jess's man. Weird
This is
meeting like this.
This is
yeah.
Grumple Stillskin. He's gonna love your name too.
No, I'm not. I'm not that.
Grumple Stillskin. That's his name.
Sorry about that.
I'm serious. I'm not joking. He thinks I'm fucking with him.
This Grumple.
Come have a look. I'm not joking.
I had to fight to the death 7 other dudes to get this name.
And like he's got his own channel and shit like that. Like that's his name elsewhere too. It's not just on. Yes, he likes your name too. I knew he would.
I might. I won't say anything about throwing shrimps on the Barbies because that's cringe, or anything about Foster's because
that
I know Foster's
He'll
is like
just laugh at ya.
garbage beer in Straya. I won't say nothing about that.
Do you know anything about cars?
Oh, hang on. Y'all are in Straya. Okay, so Holden. The Holden Monero is where the triple rotor that gets put into a lot of the, you know, RX-7s and such around the world going. Also, friggin... No, wait, hold on. No, not the Monero. No, the Holden Monero is the one that got rebadged as the Pontiac GTO, the new GOAT in the United States. But Holden is a Australian brand manufacturer. Badge engineering. I got it backwards. No, it's a Holden. I forget which one. Cosmo. It's the friggin' Cosmo. Not. I was putting two things together. No, the Cosmo. That is the triple rotor that all the RX-7 boys put in their RX-7s. But it's triple rotor and it's only in Australia. Go figure, right? And then the Holden Monero, which is a badass car, by the way, was rebadged as the new Pontiac GTO in the United States. Yeah, no, y'all got some fun cars. I'm not gonna say that I when I was 16, like, got a junkyard Ford Gran Torino and built it into, like, a Falcon from Mad Max. I'm not gonna say that out loud in company right now.
What, Coyote?
What the fuck was that? I couldn't understand it. He's too much Australian.
Coyote or Barra?
Sir, I speak 7 languages and I have no idea what you're saying right now. It was a Ford. It was a 351 Windsor. It was a small block, the equivalent of like a Chevy small. It was a Ford small block 351 Windsor, not a Cleveland, in my junkyard car that I turned into like a Mad Max race car. What the fuck are you saying, sir? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude.
4V heads or Windsor type setup.
This was in the 90s, but it was like, okay, so the Windsor versus the Cleveland it's like just like the okay, so Chevy has the 350 small block and big block. Ford had the same thing, but it was 351 cubic inch. But the small block essentially was the Windsor, and then the big block essentially was called the Cleveland. So I had this essentially, like, if it was a Chevy, it would have been the 350 small block, but it was the Ford version, so I had 351 Windsor in this 1976 Ford Gran Torino Elite on the U.S. trim. It did not hold a candle to the Ford Falcon, upon which the actual Mad Max car was based, which, you know, Australia got that in spades because it just doesn't exist anywhere else. I thought it was a Maverick at first, but nah, it was unique to Australia. That car didn't exist anywhere else. So y'all win. Mad Max competition. For Road Warrior, at least, number 2, the second one. Oh. If you want to have a dog food eating competition, I mean, I might entertain that.
What the fuck?
Apocalypse shit for Mad Max. We were talking about Mad Max with his pet dingo.
You're gonna have to come closer so they can hear.
Yeah, can't hear you, mate. What do we call you? What do we call you, man, Jess? Not his real name. No, not
Ken.
his. Okay, Ken.
Kim.
G'day, Cam. G'day, Cam. Ma.
Charlie Alpha Mary. Charlie Alpha Mary.
Oh, you're using like a fucked up Yankee phonetic alphabet. Okay, cool. G'day, Cam. I'm a Grumple. G'day.
351 Cleveland with a top loader and a Ford 9-inch.
No, mine was a Windsor.
XB GT hardtop.
Are you talking about a sedan now in your Australian, like...
Two-door.
Big...
Mad Max car. Two-door.
He's talking about the Mad Max car.
So it had a big block. You're saying a Cleveland then? Oh, not a Cleveland steamer, you might say, but
Small block 351.
well, no. If it was small block, then it was a Windsor. If it was big block, then it was a Cleveland. That's
Cleveland. It was a Cleveland.
oh, okay. That's kind of where I thought you were going. Okay. Yeah, no. We're,
Windsor. Windsors came out in XWs and earlier. XMs. Earlier shit.
so I had a '76 Gran Torino
Windsors were-
Elite that had a Windsor.
Windsors were a lighter, earlier block.
Yeah, it was a
with the
small block.
With the distributor in the different place. And a lighter block.
Yeah, the block was smaller. I mean, because it was a small block.
And
100%.
Yeah, and they had the Boss engine, which was in the GT350 Mustang.
The Boss was a 30. The Boss was a 302.
The 66 and the 67 Mustang.
Yeah, the Boss was the Boss was a 302.
With the Cleveland parts, and the Windsor parts, and a top loader, and a Ford 9-inch. Same as the XA and the XB and the XC Falcon that was made in Australia in 1978, 1980, and 1981.
There you go.
So what, Cam? What do you think about the Boomerang Kid from Mad Max?
He went out. He went
Road Warrior?
outside. He left. He went out and shut the door. Oh, he's coming back. Hang on. What did you say? So, what does he think about?
So
what?
what do you think about the Boomerang Kid from Road Warrior? The movie, remember? I feel like you're way into it like me. He was the one telling the story in the Road Warrior, if you remember. Like he was the narrator.
A bit from here and a bit from there, you know how it is.
Yeah, no, the Boomerang, like the feral child. He was the one telling the story. Fun fact, also, the Gyro Captain, right? The guy from the Road Warrior. The actor was in the third movie with Tina Turner, playing the same character, but it was a different character. He was a pilot, right? But it wasn't the same character. That's a lot of people got confused on the continuity, but no biggie. Right? No worries, mate, eh? Hey?
He doesn't have a comment. He's pouring another drink. It's Friday night here, 10:30 at night. So he's had a few drinks and shit. You're lucky because the chat and everyone's been trying to get him to talk.
I'm lucky.
You got him right in a good mood. So yeah, he likes you for some reason.
Oh, that's a mistake.
I don't know why.
Mad Max.
Yeah, no, that's a mistake. Yeah.
Mad Max, the Knight Rider, and the Toe Cutter.
The Knight Rider. Eh? Nothing to do with the T-Tops mullet. Like nothing to do with the Michael Knight, like David Hasselhoff Baywatch thing. No, the Knight Rider is from Mad Max. It was from the first movie. It was from Mad Max. Knight Rider and Toe Cutter were both from the first one. That wasn't in a Road Warrior. That was like nobody talked in Road Warrior. All the dialogue was in the first one, and then it was all Tina Turner spoiling up the third one.
Yes, there was only one Mad Max. There was only one Mad Max.
And it had fucking subtitles on it, even though they were speaking English, but they were talking Australian, dude. Isn't that funny? They thought it was necessary to put, because I think it was what was his name? Goose, right? I think it was his accent mostly. It was so thick.
Goose.
That they had to put subtitles on the whole fucking movie.
Goose.
So all the American audience would understand what the Strayans was saying. Because friggin' he was a yodeling some bitch though, right?
Max Rokotansky.
Oh, you remember his name, dude.
He's Australian. What do you expect?
I don't know.
That's an iconic Australian movie. Like, if you don't like, it's a kind of offensive here if you don't know about Mad Max. It really is.
Oh, if you're bringing it up, okay. So I don't mean to bring the mood
That's
down.
why if you talk about it, have you noticed if you talk about it and you get the facts wrong about it, Australians get really wound up about it and they go, "No, this is what it is," and they set you straight pretty quick. That's why. Because it's like it's a big thing here. It is.
Oh no, the funny thing is, so being American, right? Yeah, no, it was Road Warrior, honestly, that got me, like, that's what got me into being a gearhead at all. That's why I'm a car guy now.
A lot of Australians
Like,
appreciate the
yeah.
respect that Americans especially have for Mad Max. We appreciate that.
It's one of the no, not Mad Max, but the Road Warrior. I mean, sorry, it's like, it's kind of like, you know, a lot of people say like Empire was the best Star Wars. Yeah, Road Warrior was objectively the best one.
He agrees with you.
You got it.
He agreed with you.
You still have to respect the first one though.
Where's all the tobacco?
I can't eat anymore. I can't eat anymore. I'm gonna explode.
Where's the tobacco? I don't want to have to smoke fucking pot all night.
You're on, like, people can hear you. Just remember that. No, it's all good. It's just you. Yeah, it's a party here, but you got to be careful.
Yeah, Flaming Heron.
Because you'll get me in only because you'll get me in trouble with YouTube, not because that's all.
It was a 73 Falcon, but it had a custom nose on it. It had like custom nose work. That's all. Like the front was custom. And man, I tried so hard to recreate that. I was looking at like Ford Mavericks.
Don't say anything like, if you're gonna talk about jokes and shit, just don't go into religions or different don't talk about any of that kind of crap because you'll get me completely kicked off YouTube.
I'm oh sorry, Jess. Just is it okay?
I'm just letting you know.
I think I'm still live
now that
on.
You're starting to speak. I'm like, oh my gosh.
I think I'm still live on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Rumble.
Yeah, he's live on multiple platforms too.
Oh, I'm just hanging out.
Now you're famous.
Oh, Cam, you're good, bro.
Shout out to Demolition Doctrine.
Thank you. I appreciate your achievement.
Demolition Doctrine, thank you for the shout out
Peace
for
to
everybody.
you and respect to you as well, Richard.
What
Peace to you
did
and
you
respect.
do the squeaky voice for? What the fuck was that? You just fucking with them. Oh, you're a funny one. So, anyway.
Sorry, y'all. Yeah, I didn't mean to detract from.
That's all right. I'm sure
Whatever
the
it
chat's
was.
happy that my man's finally talking because they've been trying to get him to talk for fucking weeks. And he's like, nah, fuck you. He's uninterested in Nah, he doesn't actually say that. I just said that he says that. He just is busy and interested in other shit.
I mean, he's doing dude shit. I'm much more interested in building. So I still have one race car. It's a Nissan S13, but I'm much more interested. Like I build out diesel 4x4s now. I'd like to build a trophy truck at some point, but
I'm drinking vodka and rolling some chopped up buds into cigarette papers.
Okay, thank you for telling everyone that.
I'm pretty sure that is not toss at all.
It's not what?
It's not toss on any or anything. Yeah, no, he's fine. I'm saying that.
It's what he says after it that I'm worried about. Yeah. What else
Nah,
are you
you're
gonna
okay.
say
Yeah, boy.
about you buds?
I'll frisbee my toast over the fence to the ducks.
Okay.
I'll frisbee my toast over to the fence to the ducks.
Hey, damn it. To the Dex. What are you doing with the Dex now?
Oh, he said I'm gonna frisbee my toast over the fence to the ducks. That's what he said.
That sounds way better than what I thought it was.
He's so like I don't know how many drinks he's. How many drinks have you had, babe? Oh, okay. He's had 10 drinks, so with buds. So yeah.
Yeah,
He's having a good time.
yeah, he's having a real good time.
At least he's joining the conversation. I'm happy about that actually. You look tired, Grumple. Have you been up all night?
Yeah.
Probably been on panel tonight.
I was planning on starting streaming about 12 hours ago. Did not. I did not get started until about 6 hours ago. And then it was a little bit of politics, and then honestly started reviewing somebody else, like doing a reaction, because I'm not sure if I could handle it, of somebody else's review of the game 6 Days in Fallujah. And yeah, I've come to the conclusion that I cannot play that game so far. And then we did a little bit of memes, and then that's how we got here. Yeah, drew it out for all the content. But yeah, it got emotional. That whole the game we talked about, like they used like real things that were happening, and it brings back like the smells of on deployment, and it's yeah, I'm not gonna play that game. I'm not gonna review it. I'm not gonna do anything.
Okay then. I don't want to know what that means.
The game is 6 Days in Fallujah.
Nice.
And I'm not gonna play it.
Oh, and you're like ex-military, ain't you?
Yeah, prior active Marine.
Yeah, I thought you was in the military. Yeah. I can only imagine that would be difficult.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we got onto it, but yeah, I'm not gonna do this. Whoever made that sure did know how to get emotional, like evoke the reaction of everything. So hey, good on the maker. Just however, hey, you've now precluded some people who maybe just can't play it. But no biggie, right?
Remember
some other
that driver
people might
game?
get a good experience.
Remember that driver game?
What
You were the chauffeur?
what Drongo game are we talking about, mate?
Driver.
Driver.
What
I think
driver?
you're talking about the game called Driver.
Nah.
There's a game called Driver.
Now, what drive are we talking about, you Drongo?
You know what a drongo is? You're right. You're right. Do you?
Drongo is a fucking bird that flies around. And
No, Cam the Kim, we've been distracted. Well, get it on, mate.
PlayStation 2,
Okay.
really good game. Driver,
He's talking about the game.
PlayStation. PlayStation 2, Driver.
They can't hear you. You're gonna have to come closer.
PlayStation, Driver. PlayStation 2, Driver.
Oh, the one with it. The one with Eddie Munster.
PlayStation 2. Fuck, that's back in the days.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. I remember that game though. But
No, I never owned a PlayStation except for when I flipped a PS2 when they came out. I flipped it on eBay.
I would, Richard, but I'm not sure if Jess would want that on her channel.
Grand Theft, Driver.
He's talking about Grand Theft
Before
Auto.
Grand Theft. Driver
No,
before
no.
Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, Grand Theft Auto. Okay, yeah, like
No,
3.
before that. Before that.
Before that.
Driver.
How old are you, Grumble?
Middle-aged at this point.
How old is that? Like average, like range. Give me a range.
I'm Gen X. What else? I like to not get too close because I don't exist on the internet.
Ask everyone. Don't take it personal.
Yeah.
You don't have to tell me if you're not
I'm
comfortable to tell me.
I'm
exactly.
I'm in my 40s. I'm in my 40s.
Yeah,
So
that's cool. That's cool. That's
Yeah.
more than enough.
Enough to work with.
How's it going?
Peace
Oh.
and respect, Jess.
Demolished Doctrine. Good evening. Good morning.
Heck, bro.
Somewhere in the world, yeah, sometime a day, something like that. So
you come
Grumple
to
Stillskin, I
Grumple?
was just,
Yeah,
I was
thought
just,
so.
no, I was just gonna make an observation about his lack of wanting to play that certain video game because perhaps you said it evoked smells that you recall from your service, and to those not in your same situation, that is a really great endorsement for how realistic the game is.
Oh yeah, no, it's very. Like I haven't even actually seen. So I only just tonight, like I did a reaction, and I guess I'll put mine on YouTube. I'm not sure how I can do it, if I can or not. I reacted to like Nico Ortiz and Eli Double Tap doing a reaction to the very beginning of it, not even getting into gameplay, just all the pre stuff before you get into gameplay. And I can't play this game. They like don't necessarily watch me, go watch that. But yeah, if you're not a veteran at all, it's probably at least the lead into going to be the most realistic shooter that you could play.
Yeah, that's quite an endorsement. I mean,
and
if
that's
I
the
was
thing
him,
is
I
I
would
haven't even
pay
seen
you.
it. I haven't even seen the gameplay of it. That's just the lead-in, all the video getting you to the point of like drop in, or I guess however they do it. The storytelling and all of the lead up is that big that I can't play this game, dude. Sorry.
Yeah, I think I know what game you're talking about.
It's 6 Days in Fallujah is the name of the game.
But I think I've seen some stuff on it. Sounds familiar.
It's a few years old at this point, and I've been avoiding it. And that the review that they did, which I'm trying to be a gun tuber. I'm not a gun tuber yet. I'm a baby gun tuber, but I'm trying to interact with the other gun tubers. You know, like my monkey community that I'm not in yet. I can't. Yeah, I can't play that game. Sorry.
I think that would be an excellent endorsement, you know, for someone who was never in the service and wouldn't have those kinds of issues. As far as, you know, the realism of the game itself, because that's really what a lot of people are interested in, is how much, you know, you get emotionally involved into the game.
Oh, I agree with you. Yeah, if the gameplay is even half as big as what the lead up was, it's going to be the most realistic thing that you could possibly do on a screen, as far as all of the things that you might be doing. I would imagine that there's like not just like FPS shooting, but also movement areas where you have to like clear the road for IEDs and stuff. I would imagine that that's part of it. I don't know, but based on what that is, and if you've ever played Battletoads, if you remember the hyper tunnel.
No, sir.
I mean,
I don't play video games at all, but
okay, well, I was a child of the 80s, so Battletoads, you know, was a thing. And yeah, it was the thing where a lot of people got caught up on it, and it's just a left to right, very fast, like up, down, like you're moving on a very fast thing. Well, that kind of the same thing. That's kind of how a convoy works, a military convoy. But you have to have a clear road. If there's an obstacle, the vehicle has to go around the obstacle, or you have to clear it. You can't drive over the obstacle, because that obstacle might turn your vehicle into not a vehicle anymore.
Right, I thought clearing IEDs was shooting it with a Modus.
I mean, it can be.
But not normally, though.
Well, I
Not from
mean,
what I've heard.
It can be. It just depends on what you're doing.
Yeah, it depends on what's in the way and everything.
I was never a roof gunner myself, and I wasn't an explosives expert either. Did go out as part of a group one time. Just happened to be in the vehicle when they needed to clear some stuff, but they set plastic in a blasting cap and blew it from inside the cab. You know.
I had a military family, so I feel for you, bro. That it's difficult to deal with. I don't know what it's like, but I can only imagine based on what I know.
You still don't want to, if there's any debris in the road, even if it was like part of a thing that you already cleared, you still don't really want to drive over debris.
I suppose not.
It makes a fella kind of antsy. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't know the guy, but there was supposedly in my unit, which I only had one duty assignment, but there was supposedly an E6 who used to take C4 and make little handmade balls out of it, about the size of a a small glass marble, and then catch it on fire, and then point out the fire to some inexperienced E1, E2, E3, and ask them to stomp it out. Of course, their knee would meet their forehead.
It'll burn. No, C4 is it'll burn.
Yeah.
And it's like call it the spicy Play-Doh, but it literally, you can eat it. It won't kill you. It's not toxic.
Never tried eating it.
Well, I mean, usually the new guy that's who, like, I don't know, like, you got to eat it.
Oh, here's a good one that I think you'll appreciate. My stepson went into the service, went in the Army after me, and I told him some of the games they play and stuff before you ever got to basic training or anything, because you don't want your kid to actually suffer, right? So
unless the suffering's going to help him, then I want him to suffer.
Of course. He got to his regular unit, and like you were mentioning, messing with the newbie. So they had a radio during those years called a PRK-17, and they
Prick.
referred to it as Prick 17.
Yeah, Prick.
Yes. Yeah. So the new recruits get used to hearing all these, but they don't have everything memorized. But they hear all these abbreviations of things constantly.
Did
And
he
of
have
course,
to
that
go
can
talk to a
confuse the brain.
Prick E5 or a Prick E7?
No, he sent this kid. He sent this kid after a Prick E9.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. The funny
But
thing
Tom-
is,
Tom
everybody's
got it and
gonna
just had a good time with him.
yeah, everybody's gonna be in on it.
Yeah.
For basic stuff like that. I think my best one that I did on a deployment.
Do tell.
So I was a Marine. I was a comm Marine. And this particular op, we had SEALs. Team 3. I only ever worked Team 3. It was like, a few times. It was just SEAL Team 3. I didn't intend to go fuck with the SEALs. However, I had a Lance Corporal that needed I was an NCO at the time, and I had a Lance Corporal that just needed, he might have been BFC, whoever it was, I needed to, he needed to get fucked with and just, he needed to get hazed. So, I sent him to go get Chemlight batteries.
Yeah.
Which is a very standard basic thing. However,
Sure, everyone's heard that. Yeah.
comma, oh, dude, this guy was... Everybody played along and said, nah, we're out. Why don't you check over there? And one of the places that he had to go check was the SEAL Team 3 Hooch.
Yeah.
Which I wouldn't recommend if you didn't have
normally.
if you didn't have rapport with them already. I wouldn't recommend just going and fucking with them. Like just going and knocking on, I wouldn't. However, credit to them, they played along. I don't remember any of the guys' names because we were on the same, we were doing the same thing, but I wasn't interacting with them directly. They were just nearby. So
What, they start grabbing their LBVs and going through it and grab their bags and go through it? I mean, it sounds like that was the end of the line. How'd they play along?
well, no, my troop that I sent along to look for Chemlight batteries, he went and knocked on the it was an actual hooch, like a tent, a tent. He went and knocked on the stake, and one dude came out and then he played along and he sent him on his way to somewhere else.
Oh, that's very
Dude was,
anticlimactic.
yeah, it really is. It would have been a lot funnier if he got strung up by his feet on a pole or something, but no, he the SEALs just played along because they knew the drill and just sent him along. Yeah. However, the dude was gone It was the entire day. I think it got close to like 9.5, 10 hours. This, yeah, non-NCO looking
I heard
for
of one. I can't
looking
show
for the
this is
Chem Light
true, but
batteries.
I heard of one that didn't work out. Like they sent him for something that they thought didn't exist, and it did. Because there was a military, there was an like Air Force isn't military. There was an army post near an Air Force base, and on the army post they sent the kid out after rotor wash. But then it turned out on the Air Force base they had wash that they referred to as rotor wash that was just for cleaning rotors.
Oh,
a solvent. Yeah, so he brought back 5 gallons of actual rotor wash, which was kind of, that kind of messes with the head of the 5 that sent him. They had something they called rotor wash.
Oh man, no! Getting some kind of new fun thing as a result of that would just mean more fun to go in the future. Oh man, and if I happen to be able to know the chemical composition of that, oh no, we can have way more fun.
Excuse me.
Just make sure nobody's gonna die. That's the only thing is like we got some kind of new chemical thing. Okay, the number one piece of that is in order to fuck with your guys is to make sure nobody's gonna die. And the fucking with it's not
actually kill them.
It's not just hazing. It's a morale thing because it teaches one dude to pay attention better, and then it makes the entire rest of everybody that's knows what's going on, it raises morale. That's the entire reason for that particular fuck game. It brings all the other troops that saw it happen, into the in-group for that particular fuck game, and then they all have a story to tell each other and something to laugh about. It's not for nothing that hazing games like this happen. It is an actual leadership concept. As long as it's not just to fuck with the dude, because I mean, there are people who do that. I tried not to be that guy though.
There are people who earn that.
There are, but still, I mean, if you're gonna do something detrimental to one person to teach a lesson, that's on you as far as leadership skills to learn how to like make that a learning lesson for everybody. And that's the challenge. Not everybody's leaders.
Because it's not cool to do it to one guy and then not to do it to everybody else.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're doing whatever like in this, what I was talking about in that case was, it was a joke. Hey, go find this thing that doesn't exist. But you're using that to, if not teach, raise the morale of everybody around. If you're doing something just to make somebody miserable, that's not leadership. And that's, I think that is no place. There's a lot of place for fucking with people, but you got to make it a lesson, A, for the person with whom you're fucking, and then B, if you can make it a lesson of something to be learned for the rest of your guys, that's the ultimate goal.
Sure.
For leadership.
I think it actually it causes some kind of cohesion in newbies that they'll start getting together and saying, oh, they did this, they did that, and that causes some cohesion in unit.
Right, and then the guy who got fucked with, like in my case, the guy who spent 8 hours trying to find the Chem Light batteries, oh, he's going to be way on board for whenever the next cycle of new guys comes in.
Of course.
And, he's going to be oh, no, hey, yeah, Sergeant said you got to go find these blinker fluids or whatever.
Yeah.
If it's not Chem Light batteries, just something stupid. And then like,
what's the most inventive one you've heard? What's the most inventive one you've heard?
I mean, you got your just go get a few yards of flight line, right?
Flight line. Okay.
Now, yeah, blinker fluid is a good one. ID10T forms. Now, being that I was a comm marine, the Prick series of radios was
ID10T spells idiot, right?
Yes,
I haven't heard
correct.
of that one before.
Yeah, if you go and you gotta go to admin or S6, G6, S1, G1, wherever it is, you gotta go. Hang on, hey devil, you gotta go and fill out this form, and then it's on whoever that your troop presents himself to. It's on that person to either play along or not, and then that's how the game is played. Flightline. I never got rotor wash like that, but I'm a comm guy. The Prick radio series 100%, but
That's
especially
so
the Chemlight batteries. That was always a good one.
We have Angry Casper in the house. What's up, Casper? What's up?
This time I'll never reclaim.
Yeah.
You're welcome. No, that time belongs to me now, and you're welcome. And I appreciate your donation of time to me. It's owned solely by your local Grumple. It's not necessarily me, but wherever your local Grumple is, that's where that time is now deposited. And yes, sorry, you can't get that back.
Where do I find my local Grumple?
Oopies. Well, you got one right here, but I mean, time is limited.
I mean, it'd be pretty easy to make this into a Shaggy Dog story, any one of these, and drag somebody out and really get a lot of their time and keep them interested over nothing.
Yeah, but
you
that
seem to
ain't reality,
know.
though.
You seem to know about content creation. Oh, interesting.
Well, I am a content creator, but I don't mess with people in my content, not at all. It's all quite straightforward and fairly serious. Every once in a while, a joke pops up, but that's not the point.
No, jokes are not serious. Jokes are very serious. Yeah, I try to take current events and politics and turn it into like, hey, prepper lessons on how this could affect you and your family, and maybe some, steps that you might take to avoid risks involved with current events and politics. That's all. And like, really basic monkey stuff like gardening and woodworking and welding and trucks, diesel engines, and totally not Holden Moneros that are rebadged as GTOs, Jess. Totally not Ford Gran Torino Elites with the 351 Windsor that I turned into a Mad Max car that while I was actually stationed overseas, my mom donated to the fire department to practice Jaws of Life on.
What?
Yeah, that happened.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Did you immediately, or did you delay killing this person slowly
My
by
mom?
By inserting sewing needles into them? I don't care if it's your mom. What?
Well, I
don't care
mean-
that it's your mom.
I mean, I was adopted, but yeah, still my mom.
You don't kill you.
She-
You don't do that to your mom.
Yeah, she sold a lot of shit that like I had spent a lot of money on in my teen years.
That was messed up. She did that. But that does not.
Or got rid of.
deserve that crazy response.
Man.
But yeah.
Anywho, so,
You
hey,
have a
you got
favorite Shaggy Dog story joke?
James, I think he's talking to you.
Oh.
Either one of you, whichever. Do you have a favorite Shaggy Dog Story joke?
I don't know what you're talking
Shaggy
about.
dog story joke? Not really. I don't
You guys
really
wanna
do
hear
well
one?
with joking. It's just kind of like joking kind of just comes out when it comes out. Like it. I don't
Situational
really-
humor, I get it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
meme-
situational humor, and it just kind of goes.
Memes are difficult, you know. It's not for everybody, you know. Funny, not. I mean, funny is kind of racist, you know. You don't want to get too deep into funny.
Funny is kind of racist.
Yeah, I mean, being funny, you know, having jokes, smiling, it's kind of racist. So that means the
Why?
because
Yeah, why? That's what I'm wondering.
you know
You gotta be going somewhere with that.
yeah, you know, politicians don't want you to have too much of it, so they gotta, you know, decry it. It's gotta be racist. You can't have that. No, it's gotta be racist or sexist or whatever. You know, you can't have
Well,
that.
It
Yeah.
can be.
You can't smile. No fun for you.
It can be, but you don't. It doesn't have to. Because can and are two different things.
What, Angry Casper? What do you mean thoughts on Wrangler Star? He's the professional homeowner, and his content has changed in the last, I don't know, it's 10 years or something. It's
Professional homeowner, so he does like his whole show is about home maintenance or building or all of the above or
there's been a lot of like public drama about his family life that I don't like. It's none of my business to get into, especially in a public setting, because I don't
So
know. But
it
no,
doesn't
it's
have to do with
that's
flipping
his
houses or
no, not flipping houses. That's his branding. It's professional homeowner. Like it's a lot of life skills stuff. Like right now, I think the last video or anything I saw of his is he was teaching how to use a few different types of saws to fell very large trees.
okay.
Yeah. It.
Tim Flo, no, I did not fight Bim Bim, and I offered him, hey, the thing about Twitch Paul Fight Club is I was organizing it, but now I handed it off to Admiral Gibbs, and it's probably going to be an event somewhere between Austin and or San Antonio, Texas, and I don't think Bim has enough clout to get my card for that fight. Somebody's going to have it, but it's not. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be him. Also, if you've ever seen him kick, he A, doesn't keep his hands up, B, doesn't rotate his hips, C, like why are you drunk and just making a fool of yourself trying to like impress people with a kick of. He claims to be like a Muay Thai guy. I don't like.
Sounds like you used to punt football in high school.
I don't know. He gets aggressive and tries to threaten and say, "Hey, yeah, I'm gonna do these things and I'm gonna pew you," and like yeah, he threatens like it's mostly me just because I like, hey, what you're saying doesn't make sense.
He's a talker, but no.
Yeah,
No goer.
I don't.
He talks a lot of shit, but don't go.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, no, Muay Thai is good. It's a sport though. It's not really I wouldn't call it a martial art. It's a sport. Kind of like Savate, the French thing that's very similar. It's all about kicking for points. You can't you don't get any points if you punch if you're doing Savate. Same with Muay Thai. I don't know what his deal is. But he also claims to be a propagandist. And he can't actually have a conversation. Like, you can't have a conversation with him. He will only pivot into, like, propaganda talking points. You can't talk to him about anything else. So
it's something like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu where they do it for sport on the street with each other. Men do. Women might as well. I'm not trying to be sexist about it, but men do for sure. But they just practice, like, they practice the dance of it, but they never practice actually hitting each other.
Capoeira, I think you're talking about, but no, Cam the King, yes,
Yeah.
especially that. Everyone on the internet talking about fighting, but never meets up. Y'all are bitches. Yes, 100%.
And I want to correct you, not
That's-
everyone, because I don't talk about fighting and shit.
Well, that I mean that then it's
I
not
talk
talking about
about
you.
fighting, but-
No, what? Wait, was it Casper? No, it was Tim. Tim Flo brought up is a guy who brings it up, being the internet tough guy, and he also threatens people constantly. A lot to me, but it's like, oh, why are we doing this? So
See, think the
I
theory is
deferred
interesting,
him
but I'm not a
to
fighter.
I deferred him to a project where I've been working on it to, do fundraising for. Initially, I was trying to do it for charity, but like, I don't think it's going to make enough money because it's not like, Sam Hyde versus iDubbbz. That they got an arena. I don't think like a bunch of Twitch paw losers are going to get that. So it's just going to be for profit then. But yeah, I directed him towards that project, and if he wants to play, come on. There we go.
I mean, I'm a fan of the theory, but I'm not a fighter. I'm not going to threaten anybody.
Oh, Tim, yes, you were on the
not
call,
my
weren't
thing.
you?
Yeah, I'm not gonna fight nobody. I like the idea of maybe watching a clean fight, but not really actually fighting nobody. When I say a clean fight, I mean something like boxing or something, or nothing too crazy. Maybe at the most UFC, but I don't know. I'm not really a UFC fan. It's too bloody for me, I would think.
I'm 100% on board on the train of talking about yourself fighting on the internet is 100% cringe.
It is cringe, though. Yeah. I will
If
agree
you're
with
not,
that.
if you don't have a portfolio of you already fighting on the internet, like, hey, say Jens Pulver, he streams on Twitch. He has a portfolio. They used to call him Little Evil. He can talk about fighting on the internet all day long. 100% cool. Good streamer. Good guy. But if you're not that guy, it's just... That's why I try and like deflect it and like, hey, if you really want to get into that, yeah, I set up a project but I handed it off to a guy who has access to rings and stuff because the budget for it is more than what I was willing to do.
Oh, is it that thing where they get the two people together and they try to have a fight? They set it up and stuff. They're arguing. with each other?
There's actually, like, if you check out, I've only seen one where on YouTube, like, hey, yeah, anybody wants to come down and hey, come and do things. You got to like fill out a quick thing to join the like amateur boxing association, and then you get in the ring and you go take care of your business.
Yeah, that's what I think that's what I'm thinking about. 'Cause like I said it on YouTube. Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's very few people who could handle the stress and and play the game and hype up a fight and then make the fight happen without losing their crap.
Yep.
I really am like, nobody else is interested in this. I wanted to do, hey, in real life, do chess boxing.
Do what
Y'all
boxing?
know this? Chess boxing. So I believe it's a sanctioned sport where you get 1 minute of box. I forget which you start with. 1 minute of boxing. It alternates rounds, and then 1 minute of speed chess, and you go back and forth. And then the chess, when you're playing the 1 minute of chess back and forth with it, which I think actually equals out to 2 minutes. I'm not sure if it's 1 minute total or 1 minute each or whatever. But
player, yeah.
that turns into your rest time between rounds for the 1 minute rounds of boxing. And it goes to either knockout or checkmate, or I
Whichever
think
comes first.
Yeah, that's like,
It's insane.
I'm interested. How do I make this happen?
That's pretty niche.
Yeah,
That's
like
a pretty
nobody
niche
wants to do
sport
this.
right there.
Yeah, it really is.
Like, who's good at both boxing and chess? Very few people, I think.
Yeah, very few people.
Yeah, especially like upright boxing because like, oh, what yeah,
Upright
trigger
boxing. So is there lie down boxing?
Well, trigger warning in Jess's chat. Okay, Krav. Yeah, and don't fight fair. Yeah, that's. I mean, so I come from McMap and Krav Maga primarily. So upright boxing, I'm not even sure. I've done it a few times, but like, I'm interested. I don't know if my dodge game is on point. And not being able
What do
to
you weigh?
230. I'm 6'3".
How tall are you? 6'3", 230. Yeah, your dodge game is probably not going to be that great.
Yeah, probably. But also like wrapping somebody up, I like a straight up boxing match, I can't choke somebody out. Like, you're not like, if it's a straight up boxing, yeah, you can't like kick a knee or do an arm bar or like any of the stuff that most of like Krav training is, which is like get into submission or like breaking violence as soon as possible. Like it's striking for score, which is not at all what I like any of my training goes to. So, but I'm 100% interested in playing the game. Even being a middle-aged disabled veteran, I will still get in the ring for funsies. If it's funsies
Back,
enough.
hips, or knees?
Back and knees.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah, I got an artificial disc even, dude. It's like,
Ooh,
it's kind
fun.
yeah, it's kind of a miracle I can walk, but you know, for funsies.
Well, it's 48 minutes till time for my show. Or, excuse me, 49 minutes till time for my show.
I got out with a 10% tinnitus add-on, but it doesn't count for anything. You know, they won't give you nothing for that.
Oh no,
They would give you 10% on top of something else, but they don't give you crap for that.
Well, I got 10% for tinnitus, or the hearing loss,
Yeah,
not necessarily
but you already
the
have
tinnitus.
another disability.
Yeah.
See, it's a good add-on, but it's not a base. At least that's how it was explained to me. You need something else.
I'm trying to get mine like fixed and pumped up at this point. It was just spine and hearing for me.
Yeah.
Not
Oh,
knees
that's spine. That's
or...
the big deal, though.
Well, I can walk, so it doesn't count for anything, even though they've been like sawing on me for almost 20 years.
Right. No, I was a 5-jump chump just for the points, but I'm actually a construction equipment operator, so I never did that as a skill, you know, as a job or anything like that. Didn't get any injuries, nothing, blah blah blah. What happened to your back?
I'm not going to go into how that in a public setting, but I had a disc replaced.
You could say something like impact. You could say something like physical contact. You could say something like parachuting. You could say something general.
I could say all those things. But they replaced the disc, and I couldn't carry a pack for a while. So got out.
Right on.
After 6 years and change.
I was about to ask.
Yeah. I was planning on doing 10 and kind of see where I was at, but that was the worst strategery ever because like you can't like there's no fucking like 10. I mean, if you're already
No,
in
if you
10,
go over
just
6, you're a lifer.
yeah, you like just fucking get to retirement and then call it a day. Don't like why. It was a bad idea. I never said I was good at ideas, dude. Come on.
If in fact, I think if someone goes over their 8-year contract, their initial contract, they're definitely going to be a lifer.
Yeah, that was kind of the idea at the time, but when I planned it out, I don't think I knew the difference. Or
I mean, I signed up for 4 active just to learn a skill that translates to civilian life, which it does, and it translates easily and well, and it's supported me, you know. But I didn't have any intention of being a lifer, and if it wasn't for a pre-existing condition, cancer in the wife, I wouldn't have done 6. I would have only done 4.
you want to know what I signed up for?
No.
So I left for boot camp in November of 2001. I left with a guaranteed contract to be able to yell, "Get on the fucking ground" in Arabic.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I failed out of... Oh. So in the Marine Corps, when you get to the DLI, the Defense Language Institute, it's needs of the Marine Corps. It doesn't matter what your contract says. Even though you had a guaranteed contract. Yeah, I had a guaranteed contract to go be an Arabic linguist and go do, because that's obviously going to get me into SF and like go do fun things and possibly violence in places where people speak Arabic. Obviously, because 9/11 just happened.
Air conditioning.
Well, no, 9/11 had just happened. So like, hey, this is...
I'm saying translators often sit in an air-conditioned tent.
Oh, plausibly. I don't know that. Oh, okay. But when you get to DLI, it needs the Marine Corps. So they put me in Korean, and so 안녕하세요 literally translates to "Are you at peace?" That's how they greet each other. And there's honorifics in Korean. Yeah, but I rocked the fuck out of that too. So yeah, I never got to touch Grumpulishimi. That's like Arabic. I don't... I think I had to learn a little bit of Pashto just very briefly, but I couldn't at this point. So I rocked out of Korean and then went to comm school, and then that's where I should have went from the very beginning. Honestly.
That's funny. I scored very high in language mechanics, and then when I sat down, to test into the military, they noticed. They asked me if I wanted to be a linguist, and some goofy E6 there beside me goes, "Oh, that's not being a real soldier." And my chest got all puffed up, and I said, "Yeah, I want to be a real boy." So I didn't take it, but I should have.
Well, you got to take a separate test. It's called the Defense Language Aptitude Battery, the DLAB test. It's like after you do your ASVAB. But that was
I took that and did okay.
That was my plan.
It's a pass-fail. I don't know how well I did, but I mean, I guess I did okay. I mean, I know the test you're talking about where you're learning
you get scored on it.
Contrived language as you take the test.
Yeah, like
I don't remember what
Mal
the score
Yikikin Boyu. Mine was 110 on DLAB. I see. Yeah, I learned grammar rules. Like I'm an engineer, dude. And probably pretty autistic, honestly. I learn rules 100% easily, but the vocabulary is where I tripped up on all the languages. Ooh, I got a recruiter calling me. Hang on. I will be back in a moment.
Didn't hear you, James.
Oh, I was just gonna tell him that I understand about the autistic part, because I'm formally diagnosed autistic.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I should have been smart and taken the cush job. That's what I should have done.
Yeah, but
he could be right. I don't remember what the score was. If they told me a score, they just told me I could keep going after that test. I don't remember if they gave me a number or anything. Of course, it's been 20 plus years, so.
Yeah, but I don't think his job transfers too well out to civilian life. Does it the one that he did?
Well, it does, but I mean, as a military linguist, it does translate to civilian life because there are attaches and politicians and such like that that would need your skills.
Yeah.
But it's highly specialized, and you end up working for some specialty company, that's an international company or perhaps government or something like that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But then it puts you like immediately at higher echelon of work. If you become a linguist and then you get out, as long as you're decent at it, you're probably set up for life.
Yeah.
Like right now, James, you may or may not be aware that as a natural English speaker, you could actually get paid overseas employment teaching English. Oh, you knew that? Okay.
Yeah, I've seen it on YouTube. Where people do that.
I didn't know it was on YouTube. I just have friends who did it.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. I watched a lot of YouTube videos, to say the least. I don't watch nearly as much as I used to, being I've been getting on panel and stuff.
Right.
Everybody's panel, but I used to watch a whole lot more.
So who are you, Siege? What do you do? I understand that you help manage some YouTube channels. You do that something like that, right? I mean, James, sorry.
Oh, I'm like, huh?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Wrong word.
Yeah, I help manage this channel. I got my own channel that I'm trying to build up. James's Life Talks. I got it on
What do you do there?
YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. I'm gonna try to start having like panels where I talk about life problems, and I'm thinking I'll probably do it from more of an orthodox perspective, because I'm looking into orthodoxy.
And by orthodox, you mean like
Christianity.
Eastern or
Like
which
Greek.
orthodoxy? Greek Orthodox. Okay.
Greek, yeah, that's the one that's closest to me is Greek.
Closest to you? You mean like in physical location, or closest to you in belief system?
Closest to me in physical location. I wouldn't say belief system. I'd say belief system. It's a little bit difficult to say about orthodoxy in general because of the theological stuff I'm still trying to work out in my head. Like morally, I would agree with them, but theologically, yeah, it's a little bit more one of those things I'm gonna have to kind of figure out as I go.
Right. What do you think of the following statement? Orthodox churches are more likely to be true Christianity because their traditions are so old.
I would say that's true. I mean, they're very traditional and everything, and how they operate and everything, which is a whole lot closer to original Christianity than any other form of Christianity.
Yeah, that's usually about the argument that I hear for orthodoxy. Something like that. I don't think that's true, however. I really don't think it's the best way to look at it. Because, like, the further the technology goes, the easier information is to collect, distribute, and gain for the individual to gain. So then, the further we go forward in time, the better informed we are. So then, if I say, "Oh, someone's looking at something very, very traditionally," I could almost equally say someone has chosen to not get informed.
Yeah.
You see the problem I have with that? Does that make sense?
Maybe. I'm just trying to look at what the Bible says, and see what and try to find the one that's closest to it, you know, and what it
Right.
states as fact. But what do you mean, Kim, by what about the terms of faith? I mean, I don't know enough about orthodoxy to speak on orthodoxy's perspective. If that's what you're trying to say. Because I'm still learning orthodoxy. Because I ain't heard a lot about orthodoxy until I started looking into it.
I think
But
that's
I
how
think
the learning curve works majoritively, doesn't it?
Yeah. But I think far as the Bible though is like I think the one that's the most like closest to it is probably the one to go for and everything. And I think
Well, you know,
orthodoxy to
it's
me.
people say things like that as if it's objective, but truly it's actually not. Because, like for instance, let's say I'm a Baptist, right?
Yeah.
And I go around and I'm looking for a local Baptist church, and there's a bunch of them, right? So you know, within a 20-mile radius or whatever. So I drive out to a Baptist church, and the preacher there says something that I think is anti-biblical. So I go to a different one. And I'm going to keep doing that until I find a preacher that says exactly what I think. Now tell me, what got confirmed there, the Bible or me?
I guess you, if you're interpreting it
right
yourself and everything.
Yeah,
but
church shopping just results in a person's confirmation bias being confirmed. That's all it does.
Well, I don't really try to interpret. I try to take it for what it says.
But
like
but you're
I
missing
listen
me.
to other people's perspectives, but I don't really try to actually interpret it myself. I just take it for what it says and see whose perspective.
Yeah, that's James, if you don't mind me saying so, what you just said is exactly what I'm talking about and is literally impossible. What you just said is I read it with my brain and I don't use my brain to understand it. You can't help it. You have to. It's unavoidable. You're saying I read it for what it says. No, that's not exactly true. You understand it with your brain. That's true.
How can I not read it for what it says? It says what it says.
I'll give you an example. There's an ancient Hebrew idiom that is carried over into our modern language, even into the United States. And we still use a form of this colloquialism, this Hebrew idiom that they used. The way we say it today is, that guy is an ass. That's how we say it today. And what does that mean? Well, he says nonsense stuff. He's not a good thinker. He speaks out of turn. He's a fool.
No, that person is a donkey.
It means... that's one way to say it, yeah. So before
No, I mean, that's what that means.
it was the... Yes, I understand the word ass and what it means.
Oh.
But that's leading back to the idiom. But that's exactly what I'm talking about, Grumple. This leads back to the idiom. Okay, so we used to, before that, people said something more like, depending on which culture and which time you're referring to, it's evolved over time.
Yeah, but I think
People used to say that
too.
a certain... I'm talking about history. So it used to be that the person bray like an ass, meaning their mouth moves and they say nonsense. It still means the same thing. And then if you go all the way back to the Hebrew, it was that the person had the jawbone of an ass. Now, do you recognize that idiom in the Bible, jawbone of an ass?
I don't think I've ever read that part in the Bible.
You never read Samson and Delilah?
I don't focus on that part as much. I focus on mostly the Torah, the first five
that's
books.
fine, but the story of
I
Samson
rely
is
on my
is
men's small group Bible study to teach me the Bible because I've struggled with faith my entire life, and like learning it is. Like,
well, let me
I don't know
finish
any of it off the top
explaining
of my
the
head.
idiom just the same.
Yeah, please, if you could.
So there's this story that
I'll say
people
I'm the
refer
idiot
to as
here. Please
Samson
explain
and
it to me.
Delilah. I'm not trying to say that, but
No, I am.
okay. So yeah, it's fine. You're more than welcome, and I won't correct you on you at all. So Samson kills 10,000 or slays 10,000 with the jawbone of an ass, but the Hebrew idiom means to be thought as a fool. That's what the idiom means. So it's not about bashing heads in with a dried animal bone. It's not what it is, but that's how Christians read it, and they kind of can't help it. So when you say, "Oh, I just read it," and it says what it says, no, that's not true. You read it in the context of your culture.
I mean, you're kind of killing my improvised weapon boner over here, dude. Like,
But I mean, I still read it though, even though I have the context of the history. I still read it for what it says, because I'm reading it within the context of the history. So therefore, it is for what it says.
Within the context of history.
Yeah, within the context of the history, I don't discard the history.
Can you give me an example of what you're talking about so I can understand?
I look up the history according to what they've, kept. The people with the tiny hats have kept.
oh yeah, you got to be very careful about that. Just
and
streaming,
everything.
saying
That's
that.
why I
Yeah.
gotta say the people with tiny hats.
Yep.
Tiny
Thank
hat
you.
folks actually are pretty exclusive, and it's kind of their own club, and
Well,
they don't
they're
like
the-
other people joining their club or finding out what's going on in the meetings.
Yeah, but they talk about the history and stuff. If you
They
watch
talk about the
breakdown.
history.
Yeah, the history of the Bible. Yeah, that's the point.
So all the tiny hat people that I've met in real life and had conversations with, they look at Tanakh as being philosophical and not to be taken literal in history. And some of the reason for that is that they were neighbors with these people that the story says they killed. In fact, they used to trade with the people that the story says they killed. So they know that they didn't kill each other.
Which group of the little tiny hats are you referring to? Because the ones that I've always interacted with actually believe it.
Well, I was referring to those who are more philosophical about it. But all the ones I've met are philosophical about it. I've never met someone who took it literally.
Oh, okay. And also, it doesn't say that they killed them completely either. The ones that they were said to have taken out.
Yeah, there is one claim of the people being completely killed off and then they reappear.
They reappear in the Bible?
I think it was the Amalekites, but I could be mistaken. I'm not good at that. But there is definitely people who got completely killed off, all of them, and then they reappear in the story.
Yeah, but just because it did, I think there was a part where it said that they didn't follow that command to completely wipe
There
them
is
off.
another story where they didn't follow the command and the tiny hat people get punished. Yes, there is that story too, but it's not the same story.
Pretty sure it does refer to those, because the Amalekites were said to be taken out in the first 5 books, and I'm pretty sure there's one spot where it says they didn't go through with it completely.
Yes, there's one story where they get where the children, the people of God don't do it and they get punished, and there's a different story where they do complete the task given them.
So they
I mean,
complete.
both stories exist.
They complete the task as far as the Amalekites.
I don't remember that it was exactly the Amalekites. Somebody else in chat seems to think that it was. Tim Flo seems to think that it was the Amalekites. But I'm bad with names. But they're
Like
two
I
different
say,
stories, James.
Like I
Tim-
say, Tim, there's
Tim Flo says a lot of stuff. Don't necessarily put all the eggs on that one.
Fair enough. So anyway, you can go to any atheist site and they would have the names and what happened, Just look for contradictions in the Bible,
Well,
and you'll find those real easy.
yeah, I know I've seen some of them channels, but I don't take them for worth a grain of salt.
Why in the world?
Well, you can just
do I-
find web pages and stuff. You don't have to watch a YouTube channel on this and
Well,
put
I
up with
watch
somebody
YouTube
with
channels
popping an
talking about it.
attitude. Okay. Well, anyway, there's
Power's
charts.
blinking out over here. If I go down, power's went out.
Okay.
Cause we're having storms over here. Just saying.
So what I'm trying to say, James, is if you were neighbors with somebody, right, and there was this letter you got in the mail. Never seen this letter before, you've heard about it, but you got this letter in the mail, and it said, and it read something like, "Last night we killed off your next door neighbor," and you'd be like, "Oh, that's horrible." And then the next day when they come out and get their newspaper, you wouldn't believe it anymore. Well, that's approximately why there's so many philosophical Jews who don't think it's a history lesson, because they literally knew the people, and they traded with them, they intermarried, all this kind of stuff. So
yeah, but
they knew they didn't kill them off. What's that?
Well, I don't think they completed the job with the Amalekites, and I'm pretty sure they were the only ones that were supposed to actually completely wipe off.
That's fine if there's one story that claims that, and we know it's not true, because the people still exist today. Then my point is made.
Yeah, but just because it claims that they were supposed to, doesn't mean that they did, because it says that they didn't go through with all that stuff that they were told
That's
to
two
do.
different stories, James. I'm sorry, it's the fourth time I've said that, but it's the fourth time
Where
you've
is
said
it
that.
at,
It's two different
though?
stories.
You're not telling me how you get those two different stories. Where's it at so I can look at it? Because I don't remember.
I'll be happy to look it up for you.
Oh, I was muted. But we talking about that ass though, right?
No.
No.
Oh. See, I think that's where James is at.
But yeah, and the whole intermarrying thing, you can't use that because he obviously said that they did not listen to him very well. You can't use that as some sort of a point to make. Unless you're trying to use, you're using that to, you said they, never mind. That's what I said. No. I gotta figure out where the one is at. You talking about a different story though. Oh man.
Oh. Well, that works. Oh, hello.
It looks like one of the stories of failure is the story of Canaan, the land of Canaan, Canaanites.
Canaanites, yeah. Yeah, I know that was a failed one, and then pretty sure.
Well, it's not a failed one. They disobeyed. They didn't do what they were told, right?
Well,
They
it's
were
a failed
kinda
one, that
naughty.
means they disobeyed. That's the same thing. Failed,
Okay, it's a failure.
disobeyed.
Okay, I'm just trying to be specific here.
Um,
So they don't accomplish the task at hand. That's the point, right?
Yeah. Which is yeah.
So the failure in this one, I need to find a different one because it only has to do with breaking down their altars. I need to find a different one.
I'm open to being proved wrong, but it's like, cause I don't know much about outside of the first 5 books for the most part. I mean, I know a lot about Paul's letters and the New Testament and stuff, but that I've kind of been waning on knowing my knowledge of that. I need to get more back.
Well,
into that.
these Old Testament stories of war, that's going to be, Samuel and Kings, right? That's where those stories are.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's in the first 5 books, right?
No. Samuel and
No.
the Kings is separate books.
Okay, so when you
Samuel's
say
after
first
the
5
first-
books,
The first 5 books.
you're not
Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy's 1, but I also gotta get in Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, and what was the other one? I'm missing one.
okay. So you're not including the prophets. I just wanted
Numbers.
to
There we
establish
go.
what you
Numbers.
meant.
That's the one I'm looking at. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the first 5 books: Genesis,
Okay.
Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy.
Yeah.
So
That's the
I
one I'm
was just trying to clarify if you were including the prophets or not. So you're not. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, not the prophets. Nothing far as. Well, I know some about the prophets, bits and pieces here and there, but I don't know enough to get any. To have get it down contextual.
That's fine.
Because I know the verses that are linked to stuff that's related to the first 5 books. But I don't know what verse and stuff and everything specifically.
Yeah, I'm not good with unexplained abstract ideas. Like a name that doesn't mean something to me, it's going to fall right out of my memory. A series of numbers that don't have an intrinsic meaning, it's going to fall right out. So I don't remember chapters and verses. I have to look that sort of thing up.
I remember certain. I remember a lot of the big verses that you usually hear, like the love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, soul, and spirit. And I remember like heart, mind, and soul, not spirit. Spirit ain't in there. And the Shema is right.
Shema means obey, I believe.
Here, well, it's here, or it refers to the idea of here. But it's here, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. I don't know how it actually translates in the Orthodox. I'm curious about that actually. Oh yeah, well is it 4? I thought it did only 6-4, but no, they did only 6-4.
Okay, so there is some kind of consensus. The Midianites in Numbers 31, which is part of the first 5 books.
Oh, it's Deuteronomy 6, 4, yeah it is.
What's Deuteronomy 6?
Oh, the hero
Let's see,
Israel.
Ronnie.
The hero Israel.
You know, here like C to the Hebrews, it's not like
Yeah, I know. It's an
No.
action. Their language is action. I know.
wow, dude,
not-
you're just
not-
running me over.
It's not literal. Like,
I'll let you.
Of course.
It's okay.
Villains. Like how we would see it. It's not Western. The Western is all about villains because we're based on Koine Greek. Like far as our idea of villains. Oriented languages. Where Semitic languages are action based. Like
Sounds pretty racist, eh?
no, not really. Actually, I like Semitic languages a lot better. I think they're like a language. It kind of gets to the point instead of beating around the bush.
So, like, German is a Semitic language then, or?
No, German is based on like again, basically basically Greek and everything, and all that. Because it seems to be, from my understanding, that everything, like, as the nation spread out across after the flood, you had the people that settled in Greece, and then it kind of like, and all the languages kind of came out from that and everything. Of course, it says it split the languages, but they're all, I don't know how to explain it. I know God actually split the languages, but all the languages have interconnections. And there's more languages that were developed after the initial languages that God divided the nations into. God divided the nations into different languages according to Genesis. But then the nations decided to come up with more languages to develop and stuff. Because there's more languages today than there was back then. Hey, have a minute to...
Is this just a series of assertions? Is that it?
What?
Or aspersions?
What you're saying, James? It's just
Please.
a series of assertions. I'm not even sure that a person could show half of what you just said.
Well, I said that I'm thinking that's how it went as far as the languages. I don't know that.
You know, the word brick, the word that got translated into brick for the story of the Tower of Babel in the Old Testament is actually a pale, thin, light-colored tile. Now, if I was trying to build something, you know, vertical, do you think I'd be wise to use things that are designed to be thin in height? Or would I be wiser to use things that are thicker, taller in height, since I'm going toward height?
I guess you would probably be wiser to use a stronger one.
That really wasn't the question, but just the thickness of the object. How many of them I have to make is the question. Because thin, pale tile got translated to brick. Now, the reason they translated it to brick is because it doesn't make sense to build a tower that is, you know, going upward with thin things. But definitionally, it actually means a thin thing.
Of course, I'll have to admit I didn't hear the thin part because my mom came in, so I didn't hear that part.
So the reason they translated it to brick is because bricks are thicker, but the actual word is tile.
It's actually tile. I didn't know that.
Most people don't. And the word that the phrase that got translated all one language, like the people came together and spoke all one language. If you look into it, that actually reads the final language. They came together and they spoke the final language.
That
So
might be
how
something
can
you
it
get
be
after
divided
nap
into
time.
other language after that? What's that?
The final language might be what you come up with after nap time. Right, when you're thinking clearly, yeah.
Not getting
And how do you explain that it says that it divided it? Is that word? Is there a
Right.
different
Right, how
translation
could you
there?
divide up the final language? Because then the final language wouldn't be the final language, would it?
Yeah, but who's to say that ain't the language that's referred to in the New Testament that will be the language that everyone will be speaking after the return of Jesus?
I think that is one and the same, and I think we're all aware of what that final language has to be.
German.
No.
No? Oh.
Try again. It's the final language.
Wie kannst du
It's not
schon?
an addition. It's not an addition of a language. That's not what it's suggesting.
But again, does it translate it differently far as when it says something about dividing the languages? Is there
I'm sorry,
a different?
I
Is
missed
there an
something
actual
in
better
that sentence.
translation? And would you know that?
Yeah, the actual words they used, like I'm talking about.
No, I'm not
Is there a
talking
better
about...
translation?
Wait a minute. So the final language, that's the one that's talking about far as when you divided the language. When it says you divided the language, I thought that was the one where they were all speaking one language.
Okay, when you say they were all speaking one language, where you got that idea from is the part that I'm referring to. That the people came together in agreement and cooperation, and you're saying they all spoke one language because that's the way you read it in English. I'm just saying if you go and look up that same... I'm just saying that if you go and you look up that same phrase, you'll find out it's actually that they all spoke the terminate or last language.
Okay, I got that. But what does it translate far as when it talks about them dividing the languages? Because that was after that was talked about.
Hey, Jen.
That was after that part. So what does it translate as? If it's not dividing the languages, what is he doing then? At least according to your interpretation.
Making them unable to use the terminate language, and then they have to refer back to their own individual languages. They can't use the group language anymore.
Okay.
But I think there can only be one terminate or final language. That's mathematics. And it is true that you can use mathematics, just like you can use Google Translate right now. That's actually mathematical.
Auf Deutsch?
It's using zeros and ones. Yeah, from Deutsch into English, if you like,
auf
or
Deutsch?
from Deutsch into Japanese, or whatever.
Auf Deutsch. Kleiner Mathe, du bist ein Taschenrechner.
Yeah, I don't speak German. But
sorry, that means you are a pocket calculator.
The mathematics is
essentially.
Okay. A pocket.
See,
you kind of lost me.
memes.
Where we're going with this.
You got to keep the memes up, boys. Come on.
It's a very small example of how, in the age of information, we can easily show that these modern English translations were flavored by an oral tradition of Christian church and is actually inaccurate.
Oh, I mean, of
That's
course
where I was
it's
going
like
with it
that.
anyway.
Like, yeah, but you have to know the actual language and know stuff. Yes, of course.
What do you mean? Yeah. No, we have this stuff written down. You can just Google it. Simple. Age
Yeah,
of
but you
information.
won't know it unless you know the history of it.
Unless you know the history of it. Yeah, but you can Google it. It's simple enough.
Yeah.
Like, I can use Strong's Exhaustive Concordance, which obviously wasn't available, 200, 300 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Or Jusinius, or any number of other sources that they just didn't have available when they were doing these translations. And even what is that one where several different churches came together and they said, well, let's make it agreeable to all of us simultaneously. I think it's the New Living Translation. That's a popular one. But even they didn't go back to the original ideas. They just had a consensus on it's kind of a composite Bible of all the modern Bibles. It's also not very good. And actually, the further you go back in history, the worse the translation.
Yeah, maybe. Probably, because they didn't have the technology we have today. I would have to say.
I'm totally saying I'm cheating. Yeah, I have a huge cheat over those guys. But the basic idea that got translated to, they all spoke one language. It takes pretty severe mental gymnastics to take the actual words there and make it say that.
Kind of like, y'all know, just bear with me on this one, okay? So y'all know the AC/DC song, Highway to Hell?
Heard it.
Yeah, I know it. My dad.
Okay, so what is the, living easy, living free? What is the next part of that song? Keep it within Toss, boys.
Something like that.
No, you're thinking of Motley Crue.
I don't know. I can't understand half the stuff that guy says.
Living easy, living free.
Living easy, living free. That's basically it, right? And then the next line after that, as far as my brain can concern, is I can't make out what he's saying. What does he say there?
There's season ticket on a one-way ride is the common vernacular, but if you listen to it, it's very not at all, and it's actually it's been played on the radio for decades.
Okay, you played this up enough. Just tell me the translation.
It's toss. Well, it includes an N-bomb.
Well, leave that part out and just tell me the rest of the translation.
She's an N-bomb on a one-way ride.
Okay. All right.
Season ticket, there's no way, if you listen to it, there's no way that's season ticket. Come on. Well, who thought of that? Wait, why? How did this become season ticket? That's not.
I don't know. How did it become Hold Me Closer, Tony Danza?
It's from Australia. They can get away with a lot more, apparently.
How did it become Hold Me Closer, Tony Danza? Or There's a Bathroom on the Right?
I don't know
how
those
these
ones.
things happen.
The Tony Danza one.
Oh.
What's that one from?
Hold me closer, Tony Danza.
Oh, Tiny Dancer, Tony Danza.
Yes, that's right.
Okay,
A
yeah.
lot of things from other languages don't translate so well into English. It seems
I
like.
see a bad moon rising. There's a bathroom on the right.
Yes, that's
That makes no sense.
no. If you wanted to get bad lip reading or bad lip syncing, check out Nightwish, the band Nightwish. Oh man, there's like
They do it on
this-
purpose?
I have to think so at this point. The Nightfish, the Fish Master. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they did it on purpose now. They can't. I mean, if you're paying attention, it's like they can't not have. This has to be memes now. Like are we all playing the same game? I don't know. That's the funny part. Like I don't know.
But a beefsteak, tell me why. Ain't nothing but a fart, eh?
Oh, it's now the game show.
No, to freak, I'm going to work soon. I'm not starting up a show.
Let's see, what can we talk about?
Well, what do you think of the idea that we could have a better translation today, going back to the most original texts, and translating it into our modern language? Because apparently no one has done that. And we know we have lots of confirmation what the original idea's words were. And really, that hasn't been done into a modern language since King James. And now King James is outdated and the words don't mean the same thing anymore.
Is it New Living like a more recent one?
New Living
not
is
even-
more recent. There's
yeah.
several other more recent ones. But the problem is that they also didn't do that.
He's saying that they didn't translate them as literal as the King James, correct?
No, I think the King James is horrible as well. But
But, I
that
mean,
was
for
the
the
last
time
attempt
though,
into...
but for the time though, it was.
Yeah, like for instance, the
Okay.
word fear. In late Middle English, the word fear doesn't mean the same thing the way that we use it today.
Kind of like regulated doesn't mean the same thing as when it was written for the Second
Right,
Amendment,
regular
right?
means well supplied. Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
trained and supplied essentially.
yeah. Trained and supplied, regulated. That's what that word meant. It doesn't mean you keep good control over it. That's not the same thing.
Yeah, that's the problem with stuff. You gotta keep it up to date.
Yeah. So that hasn't been done. And that's the sort of thing that I think needs done. I'm personally working on it, but I haven't gotten very far. I've only gotten to Genesis 18.
So do you have a group of people to do this with?
No, but if you want to help, you'd be welcome. I'd appreciate all the help I could get. I don't have enough time. So it's like a life work to do a Bible by yourself.
It's all I can do just to keep up with my Bible study group. Like, to learn the morality of it and, like, the lessons.
Oh.
I would
Living easy.
I would
Living free.
living free.
She's a what now? On a one-way ride?
She's an inward on a one-way something.
On a one-way ride. Yeah.
I don't know, I'm serious. When we talk about those, that's something to talk about.
I would directly address J. Kim, who asked, "How do you trust your one interpretation?" Because it's not really one interpretation. Because if you go back to look at the original words from the Greek lexicon, from the Hebrew, from the Latin Vulgate, and you look at the variant words, you take a compilation of all of that and look into the etymology of them, and you'll find a basic idea at the root of all that. And I'm saying that that consensus singular idea is the right way to look at it.
Just saying, at this point, it's my show, so please allow me to let you answer the question.
What?
It's my show.
He wants me to ask permission.
Because 10 to 7 is my show on Fridays on here. It's after 10 my time.
Okay.
So what's the new topic?
Well, I'm asking if anyone could help me pick a new topic.
What do you?
It's
Are you
Friday.
okay?
How about quantum
okay.
tunneling?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's my show though on Justice Channel, 10 to 7 on Friday. That's the agreement that me and Jess.
That's cool. How about quantum tunneling? That's a new
Oh.
topic.
So wait, you want to
Hey,
change what we're talking about now to? Do you have a hard cut for your? Do you want to
Well,
like?
today it's gonna be a little bit more of a free flow
Do you-
today, where I'm
If-
doing my teeth stuff today. It's gonna be a little more of a free flow. Where
If you want to make it like hard yours, it should go offline and then back online, so it's a hard cut on the VODs.
no, it don't matter to me that much today.
Well, I mean, just as far as a production aspect, you should.
Well, I don't have like an intro thing right now, so I gotta get an intro video first. Stuff.
Well, if anyone should ever see Jess again, thank her for letting me on the show, and thanks a lot, James and Grumpelstiltskin and everybody in chat. Thanks for adding to my experience. About time I got ready for work.
Yeah,
Alright,
Demolish, you
have-
keep it sexy, brother, man. Hey, don't be a stranger,
Have a
okay?
good one, bro.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, guys.
No, I wasn't trying to be rude or anything, the king. I'm just saying it's my show now. And I was just trying to change the topic too, because obviously we were gonna it was gonna be one of those topics that we couldn't agree on. That was another reason I was changing the topic, because I didn't want to talk about the Bible, because obviously we could go into a whole tangent, an argument. And I'm not really up for that today.
So, what is your show about?
Well, I'm gonna try to get it centered around different topics that are going on in the world and stuff, and different things to talk about and have discussions about. But I'm gonna more or less center it around probably talking about like kind of wanting to see about how to handle things from because I'm looking more into Orthodox right now. I want to talk about how the Orthodox may view things.
Okay, no, I meant more concisely about right now, because I'm still live on, I think, 4.
Oh, right now it's just a
Platform.
free flow show, like I said already.
Hang on, I gotta
Kinda
take
like
a call.
free flow today, whatever topic we can come up with today. Because I'm dealing with my teeth today, trying like my gums to fill up. So I'm just kind of like letting it free flow today. Oh. I'm not officially an Orthodox, the king. I'm looking into Orthodoxy. I'm not officially Orthodox. And I wouldn't say advising, just discussions. It doesn't necessarily mean that you should take it and roll with it. It's up to you, you know? Take it or leave it.
Sorry, I had to take a call. We're all good now. So did you decide on a topic? Oh, he was all about it's his show now and he ran away. Okay. So, while we don't now, Angry Casper, it's 9 a.m. here. Yeah, definitely pulled an all-nighter, which is way too much for a middle-aged nerd like me. Family's out of town again, so and I happen to be at a point between contracts where I can do nonsense like this. You know, it's actually, yeah, it's right around 9/11. In Texas Standard Time. I've been a little bit distracted. I'm playing a game called Dismantle and trying to remember how to play it right now, and I think I'm gonna pause and not, because I don't remember so much. Define a nerd versus a geek versus a dork. Why do you want me to call you more things? That's it's like you just all of you. No, look, no handsies. Angry Casper wants me to call him more names. That's all I'm getting out of that. Oh, James's life talks. I can't drag you, dude. Like it's just Jess. What can I do? Nope, I'm a peon in this StreamYard here. I can't do nothing, man. I don't have permissions to do anything. Sorry. You're stuck. We're just having a good old time of just... We're gonna get on some grumple rants. I don't know if we're all ready for it, but that's what's gonna happen. Jess isn't here. And just can't drag you into your show on her channel. But so well, are we going to talk about data breaches and how to protect your own identity information, or same thing but with cell phones, or What else can I just rant off the top of my head without a PowerPoint ready? I mean, that's kind of it. And if you like these rants, haha. Terrence Pop? No, I have not. I think I was my first red pill creator, but I'm more of a black pill creator. But not in the like black pill dating sense. Black pill is in the economy and what you. So I like to talk about things from kind of a prepper perspective, about risk analysis and not abatement, but just how to deal with risk in the modern age, as far as life goes. So, inflation's out of control, right? So how do we deal with this? It's a pretty complicated topic, but it can be kind of distilled down to money printer go burr. The dollar has been decoupled from anything of substance. It's called fiat currency. Fiat essentially means it's worth this because we say it is. And with the petrodollar losing global relevance, BRICS is gaining members. The effects of inflation and money printer go burr, even though GDP line go up, because line go up good, right? Even though GDP might go up and line go up, the effects of money printer go burr are going to be felt more drastically because the petrodollar has less global relevance. The global impact of it, the entire pool is shrinking, so smaller changes are going to have a bigger ripple effect. That's how inflation is going to work in the United States going forward. It honestly, it all goes back to, no, Angry Casper. Yeah, you got me like something triggered, something. So we're going to rant now. It all goes back to, honestly, Nixon and Carter are the biggest perpetrators of what we got going on now. So Nixon decoupled the dollar from tangible assets, i.e. gold. And the actual silver coins we have up until 1964 were 90% silver, and then up until 1970, 40% silver. Then after that, nah. Just nah. Even after 1981, coins, pennies weren't even made with copper anymore because it would take like, I think 3 cents to make them, or 3 cents worth of copper in them. So prior to 1981 coins, if you need copper, you know where to find it. It's in pennies. You will need to do a little bit of work to it. So kind of like how in China artificially deflated their own currency, or depressed. I won't say deflated because that means something else. China artificially depressed their own currency in order to gain leverage on the global stage, kind of like how you gain market share, like how Amazon wasn't profitable for the first 15 or so years, and Twitch I think is still not profitable, but Amazon wants them for market share. It started with the decoupling of the USD from something tangible under Nixon. Oh, don't best believe Kennedy was involved. Oh, yeah. And look what happened. Just look at the I won't tinfoil hat, I won't conspiracy theory here, but look at what the banking regulations and just all of the things going around right around the time that LBJ took over from JFK, And then LBJ did the exact opposite of what JFK was going to do. I'll just leave that one, just drop that one there. So that set the beginnings, and then up through under Carter was the absolute worst. And that kind of set us on the trajectory to where, and when I say the absolute worst, as in propping up the dollar as being stronger than it actually is. And this was helped by the introduction of the petrodollar, where, hey, oil is going to be the global reserve currency, to where oil is only going to be exchanged between countries using the US dollar. This propped up the dollar and created an artificially large supply to where the manipulations wouldn't be as felt. However, compared to other countries, the repercussions were felt because we turned into a, quote, services-based economy, because it only made sense without tariffs in place to equalize. It only made sense to offshore manufacturing because other countries could, especially China, could get it done a lot cheaper because they artificially depressed their currency. Don't forget to, hang on, I didn't do it yet. Don't forget to like Jess's stream. If you're on my stream, don't forget to like it and follow and do all the things. So, under Carter, 30-year fixed rate mortgages were up in the, like, I think 2022, 23, 20, maybe up to 24% for fixed rate 30-year mortgage. This was kind of nutty, right? You think about it right now, when we were down just a few years ago to 2-point-something% interest rate, it's because the dollar is being artificially propped up. Or strength, I won't say propped up, but strengthened. Hey, Salty, how you doing? And as much as, okay, so the 1986 Firearm Owners Protection Act, I think it was called, as much as all the bad things that Reagan did, kind of like Trump, Reagan did a lot of really bad stuff, but, oh, hello.
I'm back.
Hello. Sorry, my mum was getting a bit too drunk. So I had to dip out for a little bit. He's gone to bed now.
No, you're good. I was just about to get into how, like, Trump and Reagan are really similar, but overall, net very positives.
And I just got back because my power blinked. I had to restart my whole entire computer.
The whole ass thing. All right.
Yep. I had to unplug it.
Oh man.
Couldn't just hold the button down, cut it off.
Wait, when you unplugged it, did you hold your thumb over the end to hold the Computrons in? Because you don't want to let them leak out.
No, that's dangerous.
No, you don't want to let them leak out. It's dangerous to let them leak.
Funny. That'd be funny right now.
There is no try.
That sounds like a lot like try. Because in this case, it's try hard.
Maybe try girthy. I don't know where you're going with this.
Because this is like a serious thing. You could get electrocuted.
No, you can't. When you unplug an electrical cord from the outlet, from the receptacle, right? You gotta hold. It's kind of like when you unplug a network cable. You want to hold your thumb over the end. It's just like a water pipe to keep the Computrons in, because otherwise they will leak out and it might make a mess. You might not see it for a little bit, but it definitely will cause some singeing and burning and stuff.
That's a way to die.
Okay.
And what's really funny is that you think that's funny. That's the funny part.
There's 100% no way to die from doing that. I said when you unplug the cord from the outlet.
You talking about holding it on the ends of the cord, right? Like the end
Yep.
of the cord where
After you
plugs in
unplug
at,
it,
right?
yeah. After you unplug it, you want to really quick put your thumb over the end of it,
After you unplug it.
so you hold the Computrons in. Tell me, is this electrical engineering stuff that just most people don't know, or what?
Well, I don't know electrical engineering. I ain't went to school for no electrical engineering.
Oh, well, I mean, okay. So, so you let them all leak out.
Can I
Okay,
show
no
you
biggie.
guys something?
You can show me whatever you would like, Jess, in a purely
I want to
platonic,
show you an episode of that
purely platonic way.
politics cartoon it's about China. This one.
That'd be okay.
Yeah, no, Angry Casper, you got to download more RAM. I mean, it sounds like
The Big Red Dragon. It's called.
So I still gotta figure out what I'm gonna do for my show, though.
pro tip: figure that out before you start.
Nice work
But-
on that submarine deal, Albo. Thanks,
They
Richard.
got a
You're
freestyle.
clear. Good decision.
368 billion well spent.
Thanks, guys. Wow. Looks like I've finally done something right for once.
You out of your bloody mind? Have you gone bloody Troppo or something?
Ex-Prime Minister
Troppo.
Paul Keating? What did I do?
Follow me. Move it. Buying those subs is single-handedly the worst decision a Labor government's ever made. And that's bloody saying something.
I don't know. Everyone seems pretty happy about it, Paul.
Yeah, well, I can tell you right now, you've really pissed her off.
Who's she? Miss Senator Hanson?
What? No, she's been pushing for nuclear subs for years. Nah, you've pissed off
Is this Margaret Thatcher?
Big Red Dragon. Ah! Hey, calm down, you goose. That's not how you greet her. You've got to bow down to her. Like this. Bend the knee, mate. Oh, see? I think she likes you.
Oh, well, that's great. Paul, I'm just gonna go now.
What? You can't go. All prime ministers after me have had to deal with her. Now it's your turn.
Well, she does seem awfully threatening.
Nah, she's not a threat. All you gotta do is whatever she wants. Or she'll huff and she'll puff and she'll blow the country up. Won't you, darling? Oh, and you gotta keep her well fed.
Oh, well, what does she eat?
Is this supposed to be Margaret Thatcher?
Iron ore, coal, natural gas, beef, bit of dairy, wine,
It's about
wool,
China.
copper, precious stones.
Well, that's most of our exports.
Oh, yeah.
That makes way
yeah.
more sense.
We're completely economically dependent on her, mate. Yeah, we also outsource all our manufacturing to her.
Oh, but isn't that bad for Australian industry?
It's devastating to our economy, but that's a small price to pay for appearing to care about climate change.
Ah, is that a drone?
Oh, yeah, she'll spy on you, that's for sure. Yeah, she's got cameras set up everywhere. She'll go through your phone. You got TikTok?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, she knows everything about you now then. Yeah, she loves data. Almost as much as she loves real estate. Come on, why don't you cozy on up with her?
I don't know if I'm really that comfortable yet, Paul.
You got nothing to worry about. She wouldn't hurt a fly. Unless that flies in Taiwan or the South China Sea. But she's a softie on the inside, I'm telling you.
Okay.
Why don't you suck on that teat while you're there?
Really?
Yeah, go on. Everyone's doing it. It's feeding time.
We ready to go? You'll love it, Elbow.
A lot of politicians come down here for a little suck. Come on, mate. Let's tuck in.
Okay. It's actually quite nice.
Okay.
I took that 100% a different direction. I thought it was a throwback to Margaret Thatcher, and turns out I was way off a base on that one. Yeah, that's
Casper,
dragon.
what did you think of that one? Casper, out of anyone in the chat, Casper's gonna know the best context to it. Unless John Burt's in the chat still.
Let me address the king. My plans were different for today and everything, but they changed when they cut teeth. Cause I forgot they were gonna be cutting teeth.
When they cut teeth. What?
That's
I well, pull teeth technically. They didn't cut my teeth. They pulled my teeth. Cause I had 2 teeth removed yesterday. I freaking cut because that's all I've ever had till yesterday. It was cutting out.
Yeah, I get it, man. That's why I didn't go live. It was literally 12 hours ago, because I didn't have anything prepared, and then, you know, things came up, and I was like, you know what, I can work with this now.
But it's just kind of like a free
6 hours later.
So for the day.
I'm gonna show you some more of this shit. You're gonna learn about some Australian politics today, Grumple.
Oh no, I'm into it. That's why I'm hanging out here right now, actually, because that.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'd be ranting more about the exact thing that I was ranting before you came back.
All right, well let's watch this one.
Although I should put it into like podcast format.
Here you
but,
go, little Jimmy. Your grandma's medication.
Gee whiz. Thanks, Doc.
Yeah, thanks, Doc. No, I'm not a doctor. I'm just a humble community pharmacist. Call me Peter. Well, Peter, for us country folks, you're the closest thing we've got to a doctor. Just doing my part for the community, ma'am.
Guess what? Good news. I'm making medicines cheaper. Get ready for 60-day dispensing. Brought to you by Labour.
Hey, you're destroying my pharmacy.
No, I'm not. I'm saving patients $180.
I have to give some context here. Our Liberal is your Conservative Party, and our Labor is your Liberal. So, like, when they're talking about Labor is the woke party for us. Like Liberal is for you guys. Where Liberal for us is like Conservative is for you guys.
Nah, they're both woke.
Yeah, they are, but I'm just saying. I'm just giving you context for you to understand. Liberal
Like
is not the same.
the
here as
British
it is for you
Tories
guys.
is the closest thing that there is to like what the U.S.
No,
has
but
as
what I'm
Republicans. Yeah, the Australia
No,
doesn't
what I'm
have one.
saying is- what I'm saying is you have Liberal and fucking Conservative, right?
Nah, we really don't.
No, I'm
Really
yeah,
don't
but
have
just in
conservatives.
general, I'm not gonna.
We have
argue that.
conservative and liberal.
Anyways.
Nah, not in the United States. We don't.
Yeah, that's the best.
Yeah, we do.
That's the best way to describe it to Americans.
You're entitled to your wrong opinion.
You can take it or leave it that way.
Republicans are not conservative. Come on.
They're considered conservative by the public.
Yeah, the public who does that
They're
would be
not
wrong.
really, I know, but in reality.
Yeah, in America, I'm using your language for this shit to try and explain
Yeah.
it in a way where you can know what I'm talking about. I'm not saying I agree with all this shit. That's why I said I'm not arguing that stuff. I was just trying to explain it that when they say liberal, it's not the same as your liberal. Our liberal is like your republic or your fucking conservative or whatever you want to call it. It's that side of it, and Labor is your liberal for us. So when he said
Labor's-
brought to you by the Labor,
Yeah,
when he
Labor's
said
kind of
brought to you
wacky.
by
The Labor Party.
yeah, when he said brought to you by the Labor Party, it's like in America them saying brought to you by the Liberal Party. It's the same thing. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Oh no, I knew. Yeah, like I'm aware of the Labor Party.
Okay, so you're aware of all
It-
this shit because
You don't need to explain for me, but if you could
Okay, no, that's
explaining it for chats amongst all the platforms, yeah, that's okay.
yes. Well, hopefully I said it in enough where they understood. Besides you trying to make a fucking debate there in the middle of something that I wasn't even debating, I was just using American language to explain Australian politics. Yous are the ones that use the conservative word. I didn't say that I agree with that.
I didn't say that word.
I didn't say that you did. I said Americans.
Oh, okay.
Anyway. Sorry, and I just had to make that clear because when they say liberal on here, it's not the same as American liberal. And if I don't make that clear, you guys will get Americans get confused often.
Ah, yes,
with
okay,
that, with
gotcha.
Australian politics. That's why I'm trying to explain it. Anyway.
$1 a year.
Stop this nonsense.
You got a problem with cheaper medicines, do you, huh?
Oh, of course not. No, I just want to know who's paying for this.
You are. If we allow 60-day scripts, that saves me $1.6 billion over 4 years in dispensing fees.
Oh, but those dispensing fees make up 80% of my revenue. You're robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Well, it might suck for you, Peter, but this is great news for Paul. No one has any sympathy for Big Pharma anyway.
I'm not Big Pharma. I'm Little Pharma. Those big pharmacies might be able to survive, but I won't.
Oh, well, how was I supposed to know that?
You should have just talked to us about it.
But you would have said no. Now, Phil, excuse me. Hey, what are you doing?
Shh, Jimmy, no. It's no use.
Well, it looks like my work here is done. Now, before you criticise me about my failing referendum, my dwindling approval ratings, or my complete lack of concern for the cost of living crisis, I'd like to announce today that after no consultations with actual pharmacists, 60-day dispensing.
Mr. Albanese, is it true that you destroyed this community pharmacy?
No, come on, this isn't about that. This is about giving Paul here $180 out of my own pocket.
Whoa!
I guess it's a good time to be Paul. Now, come on, guys, let's go spread the news to the next community pharmacy.
Why is he doing this?
Oh, Jimmy, this is just classic Labour. Another short-sighted policy that makes it look like they're helping, when in reality, they're just making things worse.
I guess it really isn't easy under Albanese.
I've shot myself in the foot. Paul, where's the nearest hospital?
It's 200 kilometres that way.
Oh, well, where's the GP?
190 k's that way.
Oh, Paul! Have you got any Dettol? What about a Band-Aid? Paul? Please?
Oh, there we go.
There's a lot of good ones in here. The one about the oppression Olympics is fucking it's pretty good. I like that one.
The king.
I like that one a lot.
What's with the comment?
He cares. I don't give a fuck. You guys have your own shit to worry about without worrying about Australia's issues.
Oh, hey there, Albo. What have you got there? Oh, this? Oh, this is me pet rat. His name is Chris Bowen. Oh, Babbitt, you scared him off. Now all I've got is this empty shoebox. I guess I better throw it in the bin.
Wait, don't do that. That's prime real estate.
Prime real estate? 4 walls, a roof. We should put this on the rental market. You putting that on the market? Where can I apply? What are you asking for a week? I'll double it.
I'll pay 3 months up front.
You see, Elbow? There's a rental crisis, and this is hot property. Let's get it on the market. Hi, I'm Ralph Babbitt, and it is my pleasure to introduce you to this extraordinary property now available for lease. Where sophistication and minimalism intertwine, you'll find this charming and meticulously designed one-bedroom studio apartment. Marvel at the epitome of architectural compactness, luxurious and intimate, the ultimate in minimalist living. Enjoy ocean views or city views. And a removable roof provides an abundance of natural light. All right, let's open the bidding at $1,200 a week with 2 months rent in advance. $1,250 a week, 4 months up front. $2 grand a week, 12 months up front. And leased to the man in the big hat.
Elbow, why is Bowen out of his box? What's going on in here?
Well, we're having an auction for a rental property. We're just enjoying the fruits of the rental crisis, miss.
This is disgusting, Elbow.
Hey, come on now, miss. How's it my fault?
This is what happens when you have record high demand in a critically undersupplied market. And that's a direct result of your obsession with red tape, environmental levies, taxes, immigration, foreign ownership, and your refusal to support Australian-made building materials.
No, this is all happening because of that pesky inflation.
Which you exacerbate with unnecessary spending on stadiums and referendums.
I'm doing that because I care.
You don't care. If you cared about Australians, you wouldn't be allowing over 900,000 more migrants into the country over the next 18 months, adding even more demand for rental properties.
Oh, this Senator Hanson, will you stop making sense for once? Fine, I'll take the shoebox off the market. Huh? Where'd the shoebox go? Just back it in here, Robbie. Home sweet home.
She does well with it, 'cause you know how much our government hates that she uses this. Good. Because a lot of Australians are actually distracted. They don't know a lot of actual things that are going on in the country. That's the sad thing. A lot of Australians know more about your politics, about American politics, than they do about their own.
You run into that with, like, everybody focuses on the U.S.
It's pretty full. But anyway, we're having an educational day today. Yeah. How bad it really is. I told you that it's bad here.
And I gotta find some people to be on, maybe to be on a panel next week. Kinda get me started so I can get people to come up during the show. Oh, I was finished.
What the fuck are you talking about, bacon? It doesn't make sense to me. But it is nearly 1 o'clock in the morning, so I might be just not able to deal with the shit. Sorry, I'm pretty tired.
What do you think you're doing, coal man?
Yeah, I'm close to.
Me? Well, I'm just providing people with a reliable source of power. Not anymore, you're not. We're shutting this down. You've left us with no choice. Come on, Greenies. This is a climate emergency. Green! Activism! Diversity! Sanctimony! White guilt!
With your powers combined, I am Captain Planet!
Captain Planet, shut down this coal-fired power plant right now!
Okay, can do.
Wait, no, don't! Oh, bloody hell. Looks like we got him onto life support just in time.
Oh boy. Adam, perhaps we should consider turning it back on for a little while until we can...
You'll do what I say, slave! Now let's go get some solar panels.
All right, renewable energy. So where in Australia are we making solar panels? China? Why is Australia sending its carbon emissions here?
Well, because that's how everyone gets to net zero, Captain Planet.
But if we're outsourcing the emissions, we're still destroying the environment and the national economy.
Captain Planet, you are starting to sound a little too conservative for my liking. Come on, grab a panel. Let's get these back to Australia.
All right, can do. So how many do we need?
Isn't it beautiful? Solar panels as far as the eye can see.
Wow, I didn't think we'd need this many to power the entire country.
What?
No, this is barely enough to power Gunda Windy. We're gonna have to clear a lot more forest and farmland to make room for the rest. Quick, the sun is setting. We're gonna need some batteries. Come on, Captain Planet, to the lithium mines in the Congo. We're gonna need some more black child slaves.
Black child slaves?
Yes, of course they're black. It's called being progressive.
You're not being progressive. Everything you've made me do today has been hasty, underthought, and destructive. If you are what progressive looks like these days, then I cannot combine my powers with yours anymore.
So who are you gonna combine your powers with then?
I'm gonna join a team that's committed to doing good for the world.
And the results are still coming in. One Nation seems to have picked up another Senate seat in Queensland with Captain Planet.
I love Captain Planet. Captain Planet.
What the fuck?
That's funny.
You think that's funny? I think that's what the fuck.
I love Captain Planet.
Well, the whole thing is, I mean, that's all. What, is that not funny? Does that not tickle y'all's funny bone? What's going on? Why are you gay?
I want to show you the Christmas one. Let's watch the Christmas one.
Cause it got Captain Planet in it.
It's got Santa Claus in it.
Santa Claus.
Yeah.
That makes sense. It is Christmas. I like that.
Yes,
I
I'm so gonna have to get rid of this stream after this.
Captain
because
Planet
there's been
was
so much video. It's fucking said it was. Yeah. Anyway,
Captain Planet was pretty progressive.
Shit, look at this. They're all in the fucking
Oh,
back.
hello,
Oh,
Keith.
I can't see.
There's someone in your chat. We can pause for a sec and talk to some people.
No, it's fine. I'm shutting everything down. I'm about done. I just rated
Gone
out on
bed.
Kick. Well, I mean, not exactly, but it's time to
Soon.
move on to I gotta go do some like IRL stuff pretty soon.
Mhm.
But like, no, push play. It's all cool.
Okay.
Smith. And good night, my little toys. Pocock, Lammy, and Lydia Thorpe. Night. And good night, Elf on the Shelf. I'm not an elf.
Oh, Malibu, yeah.
Shut up, David Little Proud. Only one more sleep until I get to open up all my presents. Because I'm a good little boy. Elbow, wake up, wake up! Elbow? Yes, it's me, Elbow, from the future. What? When? 10, 20 years? No, tomorrow morning. Something terrible has happened. Oh, what? Natural disaster? War? Leadership spill? Did Penny knife me on Christmas Day? Nope, it's even worse. In about 8 hours, you're gonna wake up to find you didn't get any presents. No presents? Why? Obviously, you weren't a very good boy this year. Now, come on. We need to go back in time, right our wrongs, and make sure we get our presents. Oh, but I thought we pretty much had a perfect year. I can't think of any mistakes. Well, I can think of one. Let's go. On behalf of the Labor Party, I support the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full. Don't do it! It's a mistake! No! I promised the Aboriginal people. That's not important. Listen to me. We didn't get any Christmas presents. Alright, I'll drop it. Good boy. That should do it. Now come on, guys. Let's go get our presents. No presents? This can't be. Oh, well, what do we do now? Oh, well, we must have made some other mistakes this year. Come on, think. Okay. I guess. Well, Labor will bring down power bills by $250. Well, Chris Bowen, I'm going to make you the
Dollar
minister
dues?
for anything. The High Court. Oh, we just let all the detainees out then. You know what we need? More migrants. All right, that should do it. God, no! Still no presents! Oh, no! What the hell? We must have missed something. We must have made another boo-boo somewhere. No, fellas. There's only one thing left to do. Excuse me. Hi, Santa.
Elbows, one at a time.
Santa, why didn't we get any presents this year? Did you put us on the naughty list?
Yes.
Could you check it again?
No, listen, mate. Me power bill has gone up. All me raw materials have gone up. Me landlord's trying to jack the rent up for the workshop. He reckons he could have a new bloke in here tomorrow. All me elves are on strike for higher wages. They're struggling to make ends meet, and so am I. My card declined at Woolies yesterday. And then you go and chuck another 600,000 migrants into Australia for me to sort prezzies out for? Yeah, you're on the bloody naughty list, Elbow.
Oh, come on, Santa. But you're a good Labor voter. You're a tradie. You're rusted on. You bleed rent, remember?
Just go. Leave Santa alone.
Oh, sheesh. You know what, Elbows? He's right. We don't deserve presents this year. Unless... the Labor Party. I could see myself going into politics one day. Sign me up. Oh, yes! Presents! Look at this! One Nation merch! Funny drawings of all the politicians! Good thing I'm not one of those, eh? Oh, cool! There's calendars, stubby holders, t-shirts, and bottles of gin, and rum, and playing cards! Oh, that's so cool! And it all supports the cartoon series! That's awesome! What a great cause! Oh, this is the best Christmas ever! Hang on. So if I'm not Prime Minister, I wonder who is.
Merry Christmas, everyone. See you next year.
That's not Margaret Thatcher.
No, it's Pauline Anson. I think that's right. I know it's Pauline.
Yeah,
but I don't think
Pauline Hanson. Do you know who Pauline Hanson is?
No, I don't.
Anson. Oh, not Anson.
Are you serious?
Apparently
you
not.
Really don't know who-
Apparently not Margaret Thatcher. That's who that is.
No.
Alright. I'll show you who Pauline Hanson is. She's out there. She's good. I like her. But she does some pretty full-on stuff. Alright, hang on.
Okay, last one. I'm gonna jet and finish wrapping up and stuff.
I've had enough of your shit, Jess. Fuck you.
Hmm?
Huh? That's all good. I'm only messing with you.
Yeah, she's messing with you.
I didn't hear, so okay.
Oh.
That's better.
It's probably for the best. Don't worry about it.
Australians have a different sense of humor than us.
We have a better sense of humor, to be honest. That's why we can call each other cunts. You can't.
Yeah,
oh,
we
only a
can't
sick
really-
cunt.
Well, we can't even say cunt in the States.
Ah, pussy.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to. It's socially correct. It's like us saying fuck, damn, shit. You're not socially incorrect.
Make this less loud.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
She's,
is one of the most contentious figures in modern Australian politics. The far-right One Nation Party leader has pushed the boundaries of acceptable public discourse.
Trying to find something that's actually says enough in one video is difficult. She's a full-on person, but I think this one would be the best one.
Course with her views on immigration and multiculturalism. Here's a look at her controversial career.
Please explain.
In her maiden speech upon being elected in 1996, Pauline Hanson attacked the Asian community and called for an end to multiculturalism.
I and most Australians want our immigration policy radically reviewed and that of multiculturalism abolished. I believe we are in danger of being swamped by Asians.
In 2017, Pauline Hanson wore a burqa to Parliament Question Time as part of a stunt where she called for the religious garment to be banned, citing concerns for national security.
Senator Hanson.
I'm quite happy to remove this because this is not what should belong in this Parliament.
I am not going to pretend to ignore the stunt that you have tried to pull today by arriving in the chamber dressed in a burqa when we all know that you are not an adherent of the Islamic faith. And I would caution you and counsel you, Senator Hanson, with respect, to be very, very careful of the offence you may do to the religious sensibilities of other Australians.
Of giant pussies.
In Northern Territory to advocate against the closure of Uluru to climbers, Pauline Hanson argued she was Indigenous to the land because she was born in Australia.
I'm Indigenous. I was born here. I'm native to the land.
She's Indigenous?
Yes, I am. Do you know the word Indigenous?
Yeah, I
It's
do.
native to the land. I was born here. Where's my land if it's not Australia?
England?
She also claimed to be a victim of reverse racism during a Senate debate about racial discrimination laws in 2017.
There is reverse racism in Australia. You might be surprised that I've had racist comments said to me.
In 2020, Senator Hanson said that initiatives to close the social and economic gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians were complete rubbish, claiming that Indigenous Australians should blame themselves for the disadvantages they face.
Closing the gap is complete rubbish. As far as I'm concerned, it's a joke. The call for recognition is just a feel-good smokescreen that hides the true problems. The biggest problem facing Aboriginal Australians today is their own lack of commitment and responsibility to helping themselves.
Hey, like, it's a little... It doesn't even show very much of what she's like. But yeah. Anyway.
I mean, based? She's doing a good job. Yeah? Is it, was I not was I not supposed to get that out of her?
Was awash with racist language, including despicable race-based personal remarks about Senator Faruqi. Senator Hanson needs to withdraw these remarks and apologise unconditionally.
What I said, we heard Marine Faruqi's disgust of Israel and what they have done to protect themselves.
That's a full-on... yeah, I might get in trouble for that playing that one, I'm not sure. Hang on a sec. Alright. I've been having issues with fucking audio all night, it's really weird.
Oh no. Okay, kids. I'm gonna head out. It's been a great time. Just thanks for having me on, and James, I guess this is your time, or I don't know what y'all are doing, how y'all are doing that, but thanks for playing with me. I'm gonna bounce. I gotta go wrap up a few things and head out. But I
Thanks
very
for
much
being
appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Y'all keep it
Yeah,
sexy,
thanks
okay?
for being here. Sorry I had to dip out for a while.
Oh no, you're all good. Later, nerds.
Enjoy.
Okay, we got a video. We're doing a little bit now. A video. From Malibu County. Oh, it's not on the stream. Oh, because I closed. Yeah, I closed the browser. So, yeah, it's not there anymore. There we go. Ah. Ooh, this is not... What is this? This is music inspiration. And we start over. What is this? She, or whatever, I don't know. She rang his friggin' bell, and it rang out. It rang the fuck out. That's badass. Oh, Malibu County, thank you for sending this in. This is great. Marnya Aksardov is who this is. Indian music singer band. That's the hashtags. But yeah, thumbs up. There we go. That's funny. Oh, Duncan. Good evening. Yes, I see you DM'd me on Discord, and I am not. Or wait, you wanted to talk to me about something? 'Cause I'm trying to wind down. I've already rated out multiple platforms multiple times, and I just I got a late start, and it turned into another all-nighter that I wasn't gonna do, but I still did it because I'm a giant pussy. So yeah, I'm doing content. Hey, yeah, whatever. I don't Chris something or other, I think, bald dude. I don't know if that was actually a picture of him. I haven't seen him. Duncan, he says he has a show on Fridays on Jess's channel, which, I mean, I don't really understand it, because like if he has a show, you'd think it would be on his channel. But I don't. You know, whatever. I'm not judging. Oh. Just a moment. One more. Okay. So. Oh, Cassette. From 15 minutes ago. How do I feel about Putin? He's a pretty good leader for Russia. I mean, it's a different culture in Russia. He's a pretty good leader. He's kind of exactly what they need, and that's why they've been getting after it. How on the world stage, yeah, I'd put Putin and Xi above Biden as far as who's the most powerful, because I mean, in order to have power, it helps to know what planet you're on, and I don't think Joe Biden has that going for him. So he's out of the picture currently. Otherwise, you know, U.S. president is the most powerful man in the world. Yes, obviously. However, right now, he's more concerned with what flavor ice cream is in his shoes. So, and it would be poor form for me to say he's bought and paid for already. Like I would be it would be not a it would be poor form for me to say that. So I can't say anything of that nature at all. That he's bought and paid for by, you know, whoever via, you know, the world money laundromat, which is Ukraine. You know, super weird, right? Everything's been going on. And that particular guy, yeah, it would be entirely just apropos of nothing, totally poor form to comment on that whole situation at all, for me, at least. So I'm just not going to comment on it. And I'm gonna check one more thing.
Oh, it's 100% guaranteed that they win. I'm not saying that, but I think it'll be more important than usual.
Okay. There we go. Twitch, you're gonna raid to Rob Nor. Oh. 3? For my, like, 3rd raid out. Oh, that went quick.
Grumpelstiltskin with the raid. Thank you so much. 3 viewers. Really appreciate it. You guys are the best. I hope you had a wonderful stream, Grumplestiltskin. I really appreciate it, man. Anytime anyone raids me, I think it's incredibly generous. Hopefully my community and your community will mesh well and you'll like what you're hearing. We're talking about... I got you, Grumple. Where you at? Is it late for you? For me, it's only 11 in the morning. I'm on the East Coast here in Pennsylvania, so... What's up, Contemporary Compendium? Hope it's going great, man. Now, I was going to do the Viva Frey Peace